A lady was flying on top of the White Demon Castle, and she was calling the man below her, who was out of breath, White Demon Saint Chen Bai. She remarked that his failure in the mission had put her in a very bad mood, and she instructed to go to hell. Chen Bai was surprised when he heard what the lady stated. He asked the lady, who was the Lady Goddess of Darkness, to wait, and he requested that she consider his past accomplishments to give him another chance. But the Lady Goddess of Darkness declared that lowly humans have no right to request opportunities, so his White Demon Castle would be obliterated along with the darkness. The darkness started to rise from below and began consuming the White Demon Castle. Chen Bai groaned in pain as the concrete floor he was standing on began to crumble. As he fell into the darkness, Chen Bai protested that he had completed nearly 100 tasks for the Lady Goddess of Darkness, but just because of one failure he was going to be wiped out. Chen Bai's body began to disintegrate, and as he realized that all of that was happening just because he was a lowly human, he vowed that he would refuse to accept it and that he wouldn't submit. While the concrete was falling towards a pool of water, Chen Bai was floating in it and laughing. He was laughing hysterically, although only the top part of his body remained. Chen Bai called Lady Goddess of Darkness Heloise, the Dark Ditch, and as he gave her the middle finger, he taunted that he would duck her, but Heloise simply stomped on him to submerge him in the water. Chen Bai continued to disintegrate as he kept falling deep into the water. There was endless darkness, but suddenly, the hourglass hanging by his neck began to glow. It seemed to have begun sucking in energy and reversed something. Suddenly, Chen Bai sat up from a bed while still giving the middle finger and cursing. Chen Bai was surprised when he noticed something different. He was surprised that he was not dead, and as he looked around, he realized that he was in the dorm from his college days, so he wondered how he ended up there when he was killed by the ditch Heloise. Chen Bai pondered that the decades of trial felt so real, so he wondered if it could have been a dream, but suddenly he noticed the hourglass hanging by his neck. That hourglass was the item he obtained 20 years after the arrival of the Universal Will when the trial began. It was the most unique item Chen Bai had ever seen, as it couldn't display any attributes and couldn't be destroyed, so he always kept it with him, and he remembered that the sand was at the bottom, which wouldn't flow even if turned upside down, but currently it was at the top. Chen Bai realized that the sand was flowing back and time was reversing, so he checked on his phone to see what the current time was. It was June 5th, 2032, 10 days before the arrival of the Universal Will and the start of the trial. Chen Bai recalled that 10 days later, on June 15th, the Universal Will would officially arrive and begin the trial, which would kill more than 90% of humanity. The deceased humans will turn into various zombies and monsters, all conventional weapons will fail, and the world will witness its demise in just one night. However, along with the dangers of the universal trial come opportunities because those who survive will awaken innate abilities, and many magical equipment and items from various copies will also descend to Earth along with the universal will. Those good things even attracted a god who controls the rules of the universe, and those gods cannot directly intervene in the trial, so they attract humans under the guise of protection in an attempt to gain benefits from it. Chen Bai recalled that in his previous life he was not strong enough, so after paying a lot, he finally joined under Heloise's command. He desperately completed the task she assigned to him to try and enhance his status, but he never expected to be erased just because of one failed mission. Chen Bai was checking his phone, and people were posting questions about whether they saw a new type of rabies or zombies from a movie because patients at Jiangsheng First Hospital were going crazy and biting people, and another person posted that it was unbelievable because a body in the middle of forensic dissection at Jiangsheng Medical Examiner's office woke up. After seeing them, Chen Bai asserted that at that time, he must become stronger, strong enough not to rely on anyone or any god, but he corrected himself as he claimed that he would become strong enough to crush even the gods under his feet, so Heloise should just wait. A few moments later, Chen Bai arrived in a hospital, and he was recalling that 10 years after the trial began, someone claimed to have discovered the only way to upgrade innate abilities, and he mentioned that 10 days before the trial began, the innate abilities actually became effective, and if one discovers and utilizes their innate abilities, they could upgrade them. Chen Bai entered the hospital, and he remarked that in his previous life, his innate ability was E-rank virus resistance, and according to the method, he explained that in order to upgrade his innate ability, he must use the virus to trigger and strengthen it in advance. He eavesdropped on a doctor standing in front of a patient's room who was discussing with a nurse about such strange symptoms that were truly unprecedented, and the nurse observed that she felt like the patient was just like in the movies. The doctor and the nurse left. Inside the room, a patient was tied up. His mouth was also gagged, and his veins were popping out of his skin while his eyes were completely white. Chen Bai was standing beside the patient, and he confirmed that it was indeed a zombie. Grabbing a syringe, Chen Bai prepared to insert it into one of the zombie's veins, and he stated that to utilize and train his virus resistance innate ability, he could only rely on him. He inserted the syringe and began drawing out the purple blood of the zombie. When the syringe got full, Chen Bai pulled it out, and he asserted that those should be enough for him to trigger his innate ability. A few moments later, Chen Bai came back to the dorm, and as he pointed out that no one was around, he mentioned that he knew they had stayed up all night. Taking out the syringe, Chen Bai nervously looked at it, and he speculated that if that theory was wrong, he might just die there. But he decided to just forget it, and as he injected the liquid into his arm, he recalled that before the reset, he struggled for decades as a weakling, barely surviving until he finally made some progress. While he was groaning in pain as his veins popped out of his skin, Chen Bai reflected that if he awakened an E-rank innate ability again that time, even if he knew the future, he would miss opportunities due to being too weak, so he might as well just die at that moment than to start over and still be weak. Chen Bai suddenly collapsed on the ground, and he was gasping for air. Suddenly, Chen Bai came to a place filled with voids, and while he was on all fours due to pain, Heloise appeared in front of him. Heloise was encouraging Chen Bai. She urged him to give up resistance and embrace the darkness because, as a lowly human, being part of the darkness is his most fitting end. Chen Bai was having a hard time as he tried to call Heloise's name. He gathered all his energy and vowed that he would conquer her, so there was no way he could fall there. Back in the dorm, Chen Bai was standing on the balcony, and he seemed like an empty vessel. Suddenly, the door to the room opened, and as Chen Bai looked behind him to see who it was, his face looked like the patient in the hospital, and the three men who just entered the room were all horrified when they saw it. Chen Bai started walking towards them, and they were prepared to fight for their lives as they inquired what was going on. They called Chen Bai's name, and suddenly, Chen Bai came back to his senses. There was a moment of awkward silence between the four of them as Chen Bai tried to process the situation. Chen Bai casually questioned the three of them rhetorically if they were back. He went into the bathroom and announced that he would go wash his face, but the men looked skeptical. As he entered the bathroom, Chen Bai stood in front of the door for a moment. Chen Bai suddenly stood in front of the mirror with a big grin on his face as he proclaimed that the theory worked and was correct as the zombie virus didn't kill him, which meant that his innate ability had been upgraded successfully. He began to wonder what level his innate ability would be after awakening. Suddenly, a light shined on him, and a voice congratulated him on being selected as a pioneer, receiving the title of Pioneer and Awakening in advance, and Chen Bai recognized that it was the voice of the universal will. Chen Bai realized that he had awakened, so he commanded to open the title interface. The interface showed that those who discover, utilize, and train their abilities before the trial begins could possess the Pioneer title. That could increase all attributes by 5%, increase experience gained by 10%, and awaken the attribute panel in advance. And when Chen Bai saw the percentage boost, he exclaimed that it was a perfect title. Chen Bai smiled excitedly as he thought about opening the innate ability panel, and he was so excited that he broke the sink by grabbing into it so strongly. The innate ability panel revealed to Chen Bai that he was an SSS virus monarch. Chen Bai became a virus monarch, the most powerful ability in the virus element, and it could absorb, utilize, manipulate, transform, and even create viruses. As he tried out his ability, Chen Bai remarked that currently he only has the ability to absorb viruses, and the range of absorption is very limited, so he needed a large amount of virus to enhance his ability, and the hospital was naturally the best place to obtain viruses. A few moments later, Chen Bai arrived in front of the hospital building. He was surprised when he noticed something. Chen Bai saw a lot of people running for their lives while asking for help as they were being chased by zombies, and they were exclaiming that it was crazy. As one of them passed by Chen Bai, he warned him that they were zombies and it was the end of the world, which confused Chen Bai. Chen Bai smirked discreetly as he remembered something. He remembered that in his previous life, he heard people talk about the names of 3 strange incidents that happened in Zhongcheng before the trial came, and one of them was the sealed hospital. The man who warned Chen Bai got worried about him when Chen Bai charged forward with a smirk on his face, and he observed that it looked like he came at the right time. Chen Bai lunged forward, and he was about to tackle a zombie in front of him. He grabbed the zombie's face and slammed it to the ground. Chen Bai used the virus monarch's talent skill, virus absorption, as he obtained the zombie virus and gained 1 virus point, usable for strengthening abilities. Chen Bai exclaimed that it was great. As the other zombies noticed him and charged towards him, he declared that none of them would escape that day. Meanwhile, at the hospital's 4th-floor restroom, a zombie was banging in front of the stalls while other zombies followed him. A man was inside the stall, and he looked so horrified, repeatedly crying out that it was over because the door wouldn't hold much longer. As the zombie in front of the stall continued to bang on the door, the man stated that there was no way out, so they were going to die. He was laughing hysterically when he turned to look at the girl behind him. The man was Director Lai, and the girl, who was crying on the floor, inquired what they should do. The girl was puzzled when she saw that Director Lai was trembling, and she questioned what was wrong with him. Director Lai looked crazy, and he confessed that he had been chasing her for so long, yet she never agreed, so since they were about to die, he suggested that she let him enjoy himself before they went, and the girl was so surprised that she called Director Lai by his full name, Liu Feng, as she demanded if he had gone mad and what nonsense he was talking about. Suddenly, the hand of the zombie burst through the door. In a short time, the zombie broke the entire door and was about to come into the stall, and Li Feng looked so terrified as he pleaded how it could be and repeatedly voiced that he didn't want to die. The girl was taken by surprise when Li Feng suddenly grabbed her arm. Liu Feng pulled her and pushed her towards the zombie, using her as a human shield as he screamed and continued to proclaim that he didn't want to die. He ran towards the window while thinking about how they were on the 4th floor. The zombie chased after Liu Feng, and he looked desperate as he muttered that it was just the 4th floor. Suddenly, his body stuck out the window while the zombie flew out of it and was falling towards the ground. Liu Feng was bleeding, and he was unconscious while his body hung on the edge of the window. Several minutes later, multiple bodies of zombies were lying on the ground. It was Chen Bai who defeated them, and he came across the girl whom Liu Feng had pushed towards the zombies earlier. The girl was writhing on the ground, turning into a zombie, and Chen Bai noted that it was great as she was a medical staff member, and it looked like she was just bitten. Chen Bai suggested that there should still be time, and he used his skill, virus absorption, on the girl. While he absorbed the virus from the girl, Chen Bai anticipated that the military would soon arrive to seal off the place, so he needed someone who understood the hospital to lead the way. Chen Bai remarked that he would try to suck out all the zombie virus inside the girl, and they would see if he could stop her from turning into a zombie. Suddenly, the colors of the girl's eyes came back. She quickly sat up, extremely surprised, and Chen Bai announced that it worked. The girl quickly turned to Chen Bai and thanked him. Chen Bai observed to the girl that it seems that she hasn't completely lost consciousness, and as the girl confirmed that she knew what happened, Chen Bai grabbed her hand and stated that he needed her help with something immediately. The girl bashfully replied that it was no problem, but she wanted to change into some clothes first. But Chen Bai suddenly dragged her and asserted that there was no time, so she should just take him to the place in the hospital with the most viruses. A few moments later, they arrived in the laboratory. The girl explained to Chen Bai that the laboratory is where the hospital has the most viruses, as all clinical samples from patients are tested there, and as Chen Bai grabbed some vials, he confirmed that those should be enough. He began pouring the viruses into a beaker, which surprised the girl, and she asked him what he was planning to do, but Chen Bai just urged her to be quiet instead of answering her question. Chen Bai placed his hand over the beaker, and as he used his skill, virus absorption, he began acquiring the hepatitis virus, influenza virus, herpes virus, and HIV virus, and he gained 10, 0.79, and 10 virus points, respectively. After he finished absorbing all of that, Chen Bai contemplated the next step. Chen Bai planned to strengthen the zombie virus with all the viruses. He was given new viruses to choose from: the Dark Light virus, Ancestor virus, T virus, and Coxy virus, and Chen Bai was pondering what was most beneficial for enhancing his strength at the moment. Chen Bai inspected the Dark Light virus, for which he successfully obtained the core ability to evolve and devour. It increases all his attributes by 10 and his self-healing ability by 200%. He considered it, and he mentioned that it was a virus primarily focused on devouring and evolving. Chen Bai was brought back to reality when the girl suddenly alerted him that zombies were coming at the door. When Chen Bai saw the zombie that was entering the laboratory, he advised not to move from where she was. The girl was surprised when Chen Bai swiftly lunged towards the zombie and grabbed it by the neck. Chen Bai observed that he was faster than before and the zombie probably weighs about 150 pounds, but it doesn't feel difficult at all, so he concluded that it was a great opportunity to test his new ability on him. As Chen Bai considered what he was about to do next, the skin of his hands opened up, and a dark aura suddenly crawled out of those openings. A huge vine-like aura suddenly wrapped around the zombie while Chen Bai was still suspending him on air with one hand. The vines rustled as they continued to wrap around and devour the zombie. It was Chen Bai's skill, Evolution Devour, and the vines have completely wrapped and devoured the entire zombie. After devouring, the vines were hissing as they retreated back into Chen Bai's hand. Chen Bai was walking towards the girl while stretching his shoulders, thinking that it was very good because the absorption speed was fast, and he felt some stamina recovery while the girl flinched. She looked scared, and she was stuttering as she was about to confront Chen Bai about what he just did. With the ends of the vines still rustling in his hands, the girl's eyes were filled with terror, and Chen Bai inquired what was wrong. The girl let out a deep breath to calm herself down. She expressed that he saved her, and she trusted that he wouldn't harm her, so she would help keep his secret. Chen Bai agreed, and as he extended his hand, he introduced his name to the girl, and the girl introduced herself as Suxin in response. Suddenly, they heard growling sounds outside, and Chen Bai questioned what it was. Chen Bai realized that the military and police had arrived, and they must have sealed off the place and were clearing out the zombies, so they should leave too. At the hospital corridor, Chen Bai was dragging Suxin, and as he requested her to take him to the rooftop as they would leave from there, Suxin queried if they couldn't just leave directly because they hadn't turned into zombies. Unaware of the zombie that was hanging upside down from the ceiling, Chen Bai continued to run towards it as he insisted that he didn't have time to be isolated and questioned. Chen Bai was alarmed when he noticed the zombie hanging above him, and he exclaimed that it was bad. He quickly raised his arms to protect himself. Blood spurted out of Chen Bai's hands as the zombie clawed at it, and Suxin screamed in fear. Suxin looked so horrified as she looked at the zombie, and she queried what it was. The zombie was letting out a ferocious roar, and it looked different from the others as it was enormous. Blood splattered on the floor from Chen Bai's arm as they faced the enormous, menacing zombie blocking the hall. Chen Bai seemed worried as he checked the wound on his arm, but he grinned as he remarked it was interesting because there was actually a mutant. Chen Bai wondered what kind of evolution the dark light virus would produce by absorbing it. The zombie suddenly jumped off the ground and lunged at Chen Bai from above. Chen Bai dug his feet into the floor for driving force, and as the zombie slammed its hands on the floor, Chen Bai was able to dodge it by jumping off the ground. Chen Bai maneuvered himself in the air and hit the head of the zombie while he was still mid-air. The zombie's eyes gleamed as it saw that Chen Bai was about to land behind it. It quickly turned and swung its arms to hit Chen Bai with it, but Chen Bai was able to dodge it by arching his back and pulling his head up. Chen Bai managed to land safely on the ground, and he grabbed another zombie in the head immediately. The mutant zombie bared its fangs and roared ferociously. Meanwhile, Chen Bai was absorbing the other zombie to replenish his energy, and he observed it seems that the mutant's overall quality is on par with his. Chen Bai swung his arms to attack, and he released those vine-like auras in his arm at the same time. He punched the mutant zombie in the chest, and the punch was so powerful that the mutant zombie was pushed back and crashed into the wall. Chen Bai's fist left a dent in the mutant zombie's chest, who was pinned to the wall, and Chen Bai noted it was tough. He took a step back and skidded on the floor. The mutant zombie looked so pissed as it pulled itself out of the wall. Its eyes gleamed more menacingly as it turned to look at Chen Bai. While Chen Bai was healing his injuries, he realized that what he was doing wouldn't cause any effective damage, so it was going to take a lot of time to deal with. Suddenly, someone broke the emergency with their elbow. It was Suxin, and even though she was trembling, she grabbed the axe that was stored inside the emergency box. Suxin swung the axe and called Chen Bai. She threw the axe, and it twirled in the air. Meanwhile, the mutant zombie was charging towards Chen Bai at incredible speed, and Chen Bai was alarmed when he noticed it. Chen Bai managed to dodge the mutant zombie's claw as he jumped off the ground. He grabbed the axe in the process, and he commended Suxin for the job well done. Chen Bai used the mutant zombie's shoulder as a stepping stone, taunted it to come at him, and urged they should finish things quickly. The claws of the mutant zombie and Chen Bai's axe clashed. Chen Bai managed to inflict injury on the mutant zombie with his axe's slashing attack, but the mutant zombie also managed to injure him with its claws. Both Chen Bai and the mutant zombie were moving at incredible speed as they exchanged attacks. Chen Bai took a huge step and swung the axe with all his might as he exclaimed to go to hell. As the mutant zombie charged towards Chen Bai threw the axe at it. Both Chen Bai and the mutant zombie lost their balance as they collided with each other while the axe was still twirling in the air and was about to hit the mutant zombie. Chen Bai grinned, and he expressed it was surprising that it could still hold on like that. He went and grabbed the axe that was stuck on the mutant zombie's head, and he stepped on its head to help him pull it out. As he grabbed the axe, Chen Bai advised not to leave wounds unpatched and warned it to beware when its death anniversary is near. Suddenly, the mutant zombie's eyes went bloodshot, its veins popped, and it was filled with rage. Chen Bai was caught off guard as the mutant zombie suddenly grabbed him and slammed him against the wall. Chen Bai was in pain and he coughed up blood. Suxin was terrified when she saw what just happened to Chen Bai. She flinched when the axe fell on the floor beside her. On the other hand, while the mutant zombie dug its claws into his abdomen, Chen Bai was laughing in his mind, thinking that there was no choice but to die when one is on the brink of death, and he declared it was great. Chen Bai asked the mutant zombie confidently if it wanted to tear him apart. The mutant zombie was both startled and confused by Chen Bai's reaction. Suddenly, the vine-like aura came out of Chen Bai's abdomen and got hold of the mutant zombie's hand. The mutant zombie panicked, and it tried to pull away, but the vine-like aura was growing really fast, and it chased its arm. Chen Bai used his skill, Evolution Devour, and the mutant zombie was alarmed as the vine-like aura had already wrapped itself around its entire body. As he hovered over the mutant zombie while continuing to release the vine-like aura, Chen Bai inquired if it was scared at the moment. Chen Bai proclaimed it was too late. Suxin watched as Chen Bai devoured the mutant zombie with his skill. She looked so horrified, but she still cheered on Chen Bai and applauded it was great. On the other hand, the system notified Chen Bai that the devour was complete and he had consumed a second-stage clawed zombie. A few moments later, Chen Bai landed on the ground, and the system notified him that the black light transformation was in progress. Chen Bai's claws turned dark and sharp, and the system notified him that he had obtained the clawed zombie ability, Bone Claws. Chen Bai looked so pleased as he looked at his skills and thought about devouring and evolving. He proudly displayed his skill and asserted choosing the blacklight virus was indeed correct. Suddenly, the military arrived in the area. They saw Chen Bai and Suxin, and as they pointed their guns at them, they wondered if they were living people, so they queried them to raise their hands. Chen Bai was startled when the military arrived. The military cautioned them that they would count to 3, and if there was no action, they would shoot. The military began the countdown. Suxin was flustered when Chen Bai carried her, and he urged they should go. As the military leader finished the countdown, he immediately commanded orders to shoot. Bullets rained down on Chen Bai as he started to run away. Suxin advised Chen Bai to turn right up ahead as there is a safe passage that leads to the rooftop. As they continued to run, Chen Bai was hit by some of the bullets. Suxin got worried and she noted he had been shot, but Chen Bai just nonchalantly acknowledged he knew and instructed her not to speak or move around. A few moments later, on the rooftop, Chen Bai kicked the door while carrying Suxin so they could come out. Suxin was caught off guard when Chen Bai inquired where her home was, but she was able to inform him that it was in the Rongfeng neighborhood, North 4th Road, Nanbei Street. Chen Bai immediately confirmed that he got it. Suxin was startled when they began moving so fast. She screamed as Chen Bai jumped off the rooftop. Suxin was holding on to Chen Bai tightly as Chen Bai continued to run. A few moments later, at Rongfeng neighborhood, North 4th Road, Nanbei Street, someone was opening their door with their key. It was Suxin, and as they entered, she directed Chen Bai where the bathroom was, and she requested Chen Bai to let her help him clean and dress his wound, but Chen Bai replied the bullet didn't stay inside and it was almost healed, so it was okay. But Suxin insisted that she had to take a look, so Chen Bai smiled and consented as he started to take off his clothes. In the bathroom, Chen Bai's shirt and jacket were lying on the floor. With Chen Bai standing in front of her without his shirt, she looked flustered, but she still tried to point out to Chen Bai that there were still traces of injuries in his hands. But Suk-sin got more flustered when she observed the injuries on his stomach and chest hadn't fully healed yet. Chen-bai questioned Suk-sin if he would recover immediately. He probed her what she thought, and if she wanted to sacrifice herself. Suk-sin bashfully responded he wouldn't eat her because he would have already eaten her if he was going to. But Chen-bai leaned towards her, and she was startled when he corrected she was wrong as he hadn't eaten her earlier because the environment wasn't quite suitable. Suk-sin was taken aback when Chen-bai ripped her clothes, stated the environment at the moment is good and more suitable, and he reiterated what she thought and if she was willing to be eaten to help him recover. Looking embarrassed, Suk-sin looked away as she requested to wash and clean her up so she would be good. Chen-bai agreed, and he quickly stooped down to give her a kiss. The two of them shared a passionate kiss under the running shower. Meanwhile, outside the bathroom, a phone was buzzing. There were notifications displayed on the phone. It seemed like the phone belonged to Chen-bai, and one of the notifications was a message from Zhao Mu asking him where he was because Song-ji, the school beauty, was looking for him, and the other notification was a message from Song-ji inquiring if he was dead because his roommate mentioned he went to Jiangqing First Hospital.
While walking down the street and carrying groceries, Chen-bai remembered that the strange things that happened in Jiangqing before the trial came were the sealed hospital, the suburban bombing, and the monster slaughterhouse, but he didn't know much about those three things. Chen-bai mentioned there was too little information about what happened before the trial's arrival, and nobody seems to care much. It's just occasionally mentioned in casual conversation, and Chen-bai remarked it was really giving him a headache. Suddenly, Su-jin called Chen-bai, and as he picked up the call, he immediately informed he had bought breakfast so he would be back soon. But Su-jin reported two people came looking for him, mentioned Song Zikyong wanted to see him, which intrigued Chen-bai. Observing the men through the peephole, Su-jin expressed the people looking for him don't look like good people to her, and if they claim that Song Zikyong wanted to see him, it was probably a scam because Song Zikyong is the queen of Jiangqing. Su-jin was troubled, and she asked Chen-bai what she should do, so Chen-bai advised those men were not lying and she should tell them to wait outside. To which Su-jin agreed. Chen-bai knew that Song Zikyong is the mother of Song-ji, a classmate of his who had some entanglements with him, and as he looked at Song-ji's multiple calls and messages that were asking him about his situation because she was worried about him if he was really dead, Chen-bai observed it looked like Song-ji went to see her mom, which was interesting, and since Song Zikyong could find her way to Su-jin's place, she must know something. He concluded it seemed necessary to go and meet her. A few moments later, at Suburban Freezer Warehouse, a car arrived. Chen-bai was in the car, and as the men ushered him, he recalled that Song Zikyong was from rags and became the richest person in Jiangqing, excelling in both legitimate and illegitimate endeavors, and after the trial's arrival, she awakened as an A-level talent, swiftly building her own power. He remembered that eventually Song Zikyong unified Jiangqing amidst the three-way competition, so she was truly deserving of the title Jiangqing Queen, and he acknowledged she was someone he could only look up to in his past life. Chen-bai considered things were different at the moment, and if he could recruit Song Zikyong to his side, there would be more he could do during that interval before the trial. As Chen-bai continued to walk, a lady stood in front of him. They were at the Suburban Freezer Warehouse corridor, and the man beside Chen-bai immediately bowed and greeted Song Zikyong, informing her that Chen-bai had arrived. Song Zikyong immediately apologized to Chen-bai for making him come there, and she explained that she really couldn't get away. Chen-bai asked Song Zikyong directly if there was something she wanted to see him about. Song Zikyong revealed she called him because Song-ji ran home, revealed he was out of contact at Jiangqing First Hospital, and asked her to help. She disclosed she called him there to see what kind of man could make Song-ji so nervous and what was so charming about him. But Chen-bai didn't buy Song Zikyong's reason, so he questioned her about what her real purpose was. Song Zikyong confessed he was quite straightforward, so she wouldn't beat around the bush either. She offered Chen-bai to be hers, and she suggested if he also likes Song-ji, being her son-in-law isn't out of the question. Chen-bai doubted she had a reason to get him. Song Zikyong claimed, seeing his heroic performance at the hospital, anyone would develop feelings. Chen-bai was astonished when he heard about the hospital. He looked so anxious as he inquired. He remembered that he destroyed the hospital's surveillance and power supply, and she questioned her how she knew and how she found him so quickly. As she clicked on the elevator, Song Zikyong recommended not to underestimate her because, at least, during the time from the lobby to the monitoring room, her people could still trace him. Song Zikyong showed Chen-bai her phone, and she indicated conveniently she had someone in the hospital. On her phone, there were messages from a girl named Aylin who was asking Song Zikyong for help because she was trapped in Ward 523 on the 5th floor. But as Song Zikyong communicated she sent someone over, Aylin informed her that she was already fine because a super powerful person killed all the zombies, but Song Zikyong supposed she must be joking. Aylin sent a video to Song Zikyong where Chen Bai and Su Zin were running together in the hospital corridor as evidence. Song Zikyong suggested her luck has been pretty good because among the survivors brought out from the isolation by the troops that morning, she encountered a colleague of Su Zin who was quite familiar, Liu Feng. Chen Bai seemed to remember something when he heard Liu Feng's name. He recalled the night before at Su Zin's house, where he was verifying with Su Zin that there was a guy named Liu Feng in the bathroom back then, and not only did he attempt to rape her, he also pushed her towards the zombies, which Su Zin confirmed, and she added that after pushing her towards the zombies, Liu Feng attempted to escape by jumping out the window, but he was grabbed by the zombies and smashed his head through the glass, didn't move anymore. Chen Bai recollected the person hanging on the window, and he remarked he considered him a dead person. Su Zin stated it would be best if Liu Feng were dead because she hates him so much, to which Chen Bai concurred. Looking flustered, Su Zin declared she already felt much better and inquired if they should continue, but Chen Bai suggested to let it go because he really didn't expect her to be a first-timer, and the scream earlier was tragic. Su Zin sighed as she apologized to Chen Bai, and Chen Bai reassured it was okay as there was plenty of time in the future, but Su Zin climbed on top of him and firmly declared she must satisfy her lifesaver that day. Back at the suburban freezer warehouse, at the corridor freight elevator 1 Fahrenheit, Chen Bai inquired Song Zikyong if she could tell him where the isolated survivors were, and Song Zikyong promised she would disclose it if he would be her man. Chen Bai implied she was underestimating him, to which Song Zikyong acknowledged, and she proposed with just that piece of information. Of course, she couldn't match his skill. But Chen Bai interrupted her and clarified, mentioned she had misunderstood because what he meant was that she knew too little about him, and if she knew more, she would understand. He affirmed he couldn't be her man. Chen Bai showed his bone claws to Song Zikyong and asserted it was her who should be his. Aylin quickly moved to protect Song Zikyong, while Song Zikyong pondered if it was a mutation of the zombie virus. Chen Bai demonstrated the power of the bone claws and corrected she was wrong. He proposed to Song Zikyong that he would clarify what it was if she agreed to be his woman. But Song Zikyong advanced, which made Aylin worry, and she contested he was underestimating her because he couldn't win her over just based on those claws. And moreover, he already has a young and pretty nurse, so she doesn't understand why he is interested in an old aunt like her. Chen Bai sees Song Zikyong's face as he confessed no one wouldn't be tempted by such a beautiful married woman, and he explained everyone has their strengths and weaknesses, so at least in those days before the apocalypse, there was much more she could do for him than Su Zin. When Song Zikyong heard about the apocalypse, she was skeptical because it was just a few zombies, but Chen Bai clarified the zombies were not even worthy of being called a warm-up. Song Zikyong highlighted to Chen Bai that he knows a lot, and Chen Bai revealed it was more than she imagined. Song Zikyong declared they are not the type to easily submit to others, so she suggested that they cooperate, her assistance for his information, and she inquired Chen Bai what he thought about it while extending her hand. Chen Bai decided to agree and shake Song Zikyong's hand, and he admitted it seems like conquering the Queen of Zhongcheng is indeed not easy, to which Song Zikyong responded that it was natural. Song Zikyong leaned into Chen Bai and speculated she actually looked forward to meeting a man who could conquer her, so he should keep up the effort. Everyone was alarmed when they unexpectedly heard gunshots, and Chen Bai inquired what was going on. Song Zikyong remarked last night, Commander Huang of the Zhongcheng military region dispatched Captain Zhao to negotiate with her, and they had requisitioned some refrigerated warehouses to store live zombies and survivors rescued from the isolation hospitals. She asserted the gunfire must have originated from them, but she pondered how things could go awry because there were only around 30 zombies locked in the cold storage, hardly capable of moving, and they had stationed half a platoon there. Meanwhile, Chen Bai admitted he didn't anticipate the discovery of the zombies to transpire so swiftly due to their sluggishness and low temperatures, but the populace certainly wouldn't be aware that extreme conditions increased the probability of zombie mutations. As he contemplated the suburban cold storage and mutated zombies, Chen Bai had pieced things together, and he speculated if the place he was in could be the location of the suburban bombing. Song Zikyong and Aylin were astonished when Chen Bai suggested they should go as they needed to investigate, while Chen Bai expressed it was excellent and speculated what kind of mutation it would be. Meanwhile, the military was combating a massive zombie, and they were shouting to throw hand grenades into its mouth. They immediately launched the hand grenade as directed. The mutated zombie was perplexed when it experienced an explosion. The area was engulfed in smoke, and only the massive silhouette of the mutated zombie was visible. But as the smoke began to clear and started revealing the state of the mutated zombie, the soldiers were dismayed. The mutated zombie was unharmed, and it appeared enraged as it growled ferociously while clenching a soldier in its hand. The Supreme Commander, Captain Zhao, announced their weapons could not inflict effective damage, so he ordered everyone to form a group with the individuals around them and disperse to attract monsters separately because they must endure until reinforcements arrive, and he queried if they comprehended. Captain Zhao was astonished when Song Ziqiang arrived and directed him to command his men to cease fire and retreat, and Captain Zhao inquired what she implied by that. Song Ziqiang clarified what she meant was that they couldn't harm that meat mountain of a creature, so he should instruct his men not to proceed to their deaths in vain anymore. She directed him to command them to protect her cold storage employees and the survivors from the isolation hospital they transported there and extract them swiftly. But Captain Zhao objected it was impossible because the mutated zombie is not slow, so no one could escape without someone restraining it. On the other hand, Lu Lai, who appeared to be an employee, was on the verge of being seized by the mutated zombie. Meanwhile, Song Ziqiang instructed to follow her orders and not worry about the monster because someone will address it. As Song Ziqiang instructed, Chen Bai appeared and seized the mutated zombie's hand with his bone claws, and Lu Lai was rescued by the soldiers. Chen Bai remarked he merely executed a casual grab, but he nearly dislocated himself and recognized that the mutated zombie has grown to such an extent that it seems like it can't be managed by force. The mutated zombie swung its arm to bat Chen Bai in front of it, but Chen Bai moved so swiftly that he inflicted multiple cuts on the mutated zombie's arm instead. The mutated zombie appeared to have lost its balance, while Chen Bai safely landed on the ground. Chen Bai was merely standing in front of the enraged, mutated zombie, who had just regained its balance, and he seemed to be taunting it. Song Ziqiang and Captain Zhao observed as the mutated zombie swung its arms again, but this time it struck the building beside it, and slices of meat began scattering everywhere along with the smashed concrete. Captain Zhao questioned Song Ziqiang what Chen Bai was and if she was nurturing a monster, but Song Ziqiang merely inquired what he was referring to because Chen Bai is a human and he is her partner. Back into the fray, the mutated zombie was startled when Chen Bai stood atop the pile of meat, and he prohibited it from consuming those meats. Chen Bai commented it was squandering all that meat, and he employed his skill, Evolution Devour. The mutated zombie was infuriated when it observed Chen Bai devouring all that meat, so it swung its arm again to deliver a punch. A gust of wind impacted Song Ziqiang and Captain Zhao, who were spectating from the side as the punch of the mutated zombie made an impression. Chen Bai skillfully dodged the mutated zombie's assault by leaping out of the building, and while he was mid-air, the system notified him that devouring the large quantities of frozen beef had concluded and the black light virus had evolved, slightly enhancing his strength and endurance. Chen Bai acknowledged it was truly premium beef because not only did it replenish his energy, it also upgraded, and he highlighted that the mutated zombie was attempting to replenish, so it appeared to be nearly exhausted. While the mutated zombie fumbled inside the building, Chen Bai twirled in the air to position himself at the rear of the mutated zombie. Chen Bai employed his bone claws and announced it was its time to perish. The mutated zombie was startled when it sensed what was impending. However, it was unable to evade Chen Bai's strike, so it received a direct hit on the head, and both Song Ziqiang and Captain Zhao were astonished when it collapsed on the ground. Chen Bai was standing atop the mutated zombie's head and was digging his claws into it. As he extracted his hand, he was amazed as the hand of the mutated zombie still moved, and he was on the verge of getting squished between them. But Chen Bai grinned and proclaimed it was well timed. He unleashed his vine-like aura and ensnared those massive hands in it. Meanwhile, when Captain Zhao witnessed that, he was terrified, and he declared it was definitely not feasible. Chen Bai utilized his skill, Evolution Devour, and his vine-like aura immediately encircled the mutated zombie. As Captain Zhao observed, he deduced Chen Bai certainly couldn't be a human. Song Ziqiang was startled when she heard Captain Zhao assert those monsters couldn't move, and he seemed to be devising something. Captain Zhao hastily requested over the radio if their reinforcements had arrived, and as he prepared to authorize a missile launch, he was about to relay the coordinates, but he was interrupted. Someone tapped him on the shoulder. Captain Zhao seemed intimidated when he saw who it was. Song Ziqiang and Alan were giving him meaningful looks as Song Ziqiang advised him to remain composed and think carefully because Chen Bai was currently aiding them, and he had saved him. Song Ziqiang looked menacing, and she advised not to commit foolish acts or it would conclude disastrously for everyone. 10 minutes later, rifles were making clicking sounds as they got locked and loaded. It was the reinforcements who had just arrived, and they immediately surrounded Chen Bai. Song Ziqiang was startled when Captain Zhao announced over the radio that bullets were loaded and everyone should be on alert. She quickly approached Captain Zhao and reminded him that he shouldn't forget what he mentioned, and Captain Zhao replied that he knew, so if Chen Bai doesn't attack, he won't give orders to attack. Meanwhile, Chen Bai was closing his eyes to absorb the mutated zombie, and the system prompted that the first obtainment of the zombie virus variant Flesh Mountain gave him strength form, a primary gain of 500 virus points, and unlocking the talent, Virus Injection. Chen Bai opened his eyes, and the system prompted that devouring the rare mutant, first stage strength type Flesh Mountain zombie, had greatly enhanced all the abilities of the Black Light virus. He began using his bone claws to test it out and wave it in the air. The system informed Chen Bai that he had obtained the Flesh Mountain strength form ability, Heavy Hammer, and he immediately used it in his other hand to test it out. Looking at the sharper bone claws he was wielding, Chen Bai remarked that it was indeed a significant evolution. Chen Bai looked proud as he wielded the bone claws on his right hand and the heavy hammer on his left. Looking at the heavy hammer, Chen Bai noted that he could feel an incredibly powerful force in it, but unfortunately, there was nothing to test it on at the moment. The heavy hammer subsided as Chen Bai reached out to his pocket, and he observed that it was the biggest gain of the day. Chen Bai took out the Flesh Mountain core. Looking at it, Chen Bai commented that the Flesh Mountain core was a very rare material that could be used to craft equipment, and if he found a way to control it, he could even use it to create a flesh wall that could grow infinitely. Chen Bai wondered if he should feed it some more and grow another Flesh Mountain to test its strength. But Chen Bai was startled when Song Ziqiang called him, and he immediately hid the Flesh Mountain core back in his pocket. Gesturing her hand, Song Ziqiang suggested that she would introduce Chen Bai to Lu Lai, who approached him with a bright smile on her face. When Chen Bai saw Lu Lai, he recognized her as a well-known journalist in Zhongcheng and also a somewhat famous internet celebrity, and he inquired if it was her who secretly filmed him at the hospital. Lu Lai confirmed yes, it was her, and he thanked Chen Bai as he had saved her twice. Chen Bai responded that it was just a coincidence, and as he asked her if she recorded when he killed the Flesh Mountain, Lu Lai apologized and admitted that it was her professional habit. But she could delete it if he wanted, and Chen Bai insisted that she should keep it but not send it out because he has a use for it, and Lai Lai acknowledged that she got it. Captain Zhao called Chen Bai and informed him that their military district commander, Commander Huang, hoped he could explain everything about himself and what he knew to the military. Chen Bai noticed Captain Zhao, who was standing a few meters away from him, behind the barricade, and he was speechless. He recalled Commander Huang Xingqiu and emphasized that it was a name that was hard to forget because, after the trials came, Huang Xingqiu coerced the awakened, who were weak and alone, using them like pigs and dogs. Chen Bai remembered that at first, they used patriotism and national righteousness to comfort them, but later it was just arbitrary beatings and insults, and he was one of them, struggling and starving, unable to even have a proper meal. He declared that the most ridiculous thing was that anyone who tries to leave is accused of treason and hunted down. Chen Bai recalled how it forced him to leave Zhongcheng. Back in the present, Chen Bai asked Song Ziqiang if he should go and explain, and Song Ziqiang replied that, of course, he shouldn't because she doesn't know anything yet. Chen Bai was smiling discreetly as he tried to reason out with Song Ziqiang, but she cut him off and insisted that he shouldn't worry because she would handle it. Song Ziqiang started walking towards Captain Zhao, and when Captain Zhao saw that, he mentioned that he hoped that Chen Bai and Song Ziqiang would understand the duty of being citizens of Longguo. But Captain Zhao was cut off when Song Ziqiang stood firmly in front of him. Song Ziqiang retorted that he was talking nonsense and that he should stop talking like an official because he is just a platoon leader who is not qualified enough. So he should go tell Wang Xingqiu that if he has any issues, he should come to her himself. Captain Zhao was lost for words in response to what Song Ziqiang just declared. Suddenly, a man called Captain Zhao and reported that the isolated personnel over there were causing trouble and asked what they should do. When Chen Bai heard about the isolated personnel, he asked if there was someone named Liu Feng among them, and as Captain Zhao asked the man if that was true, the man confirmed yes and that Liu Feng was causing the most trouble. Chen Bai called Captain Zhao and requested that he wanted to see Liu Feng. Captain Zhao commanded that the man should bring him over, and the man immediately gave a salute and acknowledged. A few moments later, Liu Feng arrived, and when he saw Captain Zhao, he questioned if he was looking for him and if his dad had called him. Liu Feng proudly announced that his dad is the vice president of the first hospital, Liu Huinong. Suddenly, someone tapped Liu Feng on the shoulder. It was Chen Bai, and he used his skill, Virus Injection, to inject the zombie virus into Liu Feng. Chen Bai casually informed that he was looking for Liu Feng because someone asked him to pass on a message to him, and Liu Feng, who was startled, questioned Chen Bai who he was. Leaning forward, Chen Bai disclosed that Su Zin told him last night in bed that because of what Liu Feng did to her with the zombies, she wants him dead, and when Liu Feng heard that, he nervously inquired how he knew and exclaimed that Su Zin couldn't possibly be alive. Chen Bai suddenly stepped away from Liu Feng, and everyone was alarmed when he announced that everyone should step back because Liu Feng was about to turn into a zombie. But Liu Feng argued that Chen Bai was the one about to turn into a zombie and asked if he was playing with him. Liu Feng asked Chen Bai if he was trying to trick him and how the bitch Su Xin could be with him, and as he was enraged and was about to attack Chen Bai, dark veins started coming out of his head. Those dark veins began consuming Liu Feng's head, and as he shrieked that Chen Bai would be dead, he started growling. Liu Feng had begun transforming into a zombie, and as he charged at Chen Bai, all he could do was growl in rage. Chen Bai used his skill, Heavy Hammer. He punched Liu Feng with his powerful fist and obliterated him. A few moments later, after seeing the results, Chen Bai commented that it was not bad and the skill was more powerful than he thought. While Captain Zhao was petrified and covered in blood, and he was wondering if what he was seeing was a mutant hand and if Chen Bai was a superhuman. Chen Bai turned to Song Ziqiang, and she was startled when he remarked that she did okay so he could tell her some information when they got back. Song Ziqiang approached Chen Bai and suggested that he could call her Ziqiang or Song Jai moving forward, which intrigued Chen Bai, so he asked her why. Song Ziqiang explained that she doesn't think that it is worth it to be Chen Bai's partner and asked him if it was still possible for her to be one of those who wanted to be with him at the moment, and that rendered Chen Bai speechless. Chen Bai responded that it depends on Song Ziqiang's value and performance. A white car was traveling through the empty street. Alan was driving the car while Lu Lai, Chen Bai, and Song Ziqiang were riding in it, and Song Ziqiang remarked that it was perfect timing, so she requested that Chen Bai come over to her place for dinner. Chen Bai responded that Song Ziqiang shouldn't disturb him until he got to her house, and Song Ziqiang agreed. He announced that it was time for the lottery draw, and he would see if there were any good rewards for defeating the Meat Mountain. Chen Bai opened his inventory, and he was surprised when he noticed that there were 2 skill books, so he commented that it looked like his luck wasn't bad. He saw that one of the skill books contained the active skill Rampage Bloodlust, which increases all attributes by 3 for 10 minutes with a cooldown of 1 day. But during the cooldown, all attributes decrease by 50%, and Chen Bai explained that for him, that thing was totally not worth it. Chen Bai looked at the other skill book, which contained the passive skill Muscle Enhancement, which greatly increases muscle mass and doubles the growth rate of strength and constitution. And Chen Bai remarked that that wouldn't work either because, from what he knew, those who used it in his previous life all turned to muscle freaks, greatly reducing flexibility. He mentioned that although it was not useful for him, those 2 skill books were quite valuable in the early stages of the trial because, whether it was for building a faction or rallying people, they were quite useful. Chen Bai noted that, speaking of building a faction, it was time to start planning, and as he looked at his current money, he observed that the reward for killing the Meat Mountain was 6 gold coins, which was just enough to form a chat group. He mentioned that he could use that chat group to gather pioneers and help them lay a solid foundation before the trial, and as he was about to confirm creating a chat group that cost 5 gold coins, Chen Bai noted that the factions in the later stages of the trial in his previous life were complex, so the relationships established in the early stages of the trial were crucial. The system informed Chen Bai that he was creating Chat Group 1, requested to name it, and informed him that he could select Cancel to automatically name it with the number, and Chen Bai cancelled the naming. The system informed Chen Bai that he created Chat Group 1, which was named One Chat Group, and Chen Bai recalled Helois and vowed that he would rebuild his White Emperor city and make it a divine kingdom. Chen Bai looked so determined, as he declared that Helois would become the lowliest dog under his feet. 3 hours later, they arrived at Song Ziqiang's private villa. Song Ziqiang observed that in the cosmic trial, more than 90% of people will become monsters and gifted evolvers, and firearms and most electronic devices will be useless. Chen Bai commented that that was all he could tell Song Ziqiang, and he asked her to confirm if that should be enough for her to deal with and gain an advantage. Song Ziqiang responded that it was not enough, so they should get straight to the point, and she asked Chen Bai how she could become his person. Chen Bai stated that the first was ability because he didn't need useless people, and the second was loyalty, absolute loyalty like a loyal dog to its master. Song Ziqiang immediately proclaimed that she could provide loyalty. She proudly asserted that as for her ability, she believes she is qualified because, with her influence, money, and status in Zhongcheng, no one could compare to her. But Chen Bai noted that the rules and values after the trial will be completely new, and her current power, status, and money have no value other than making the idea of enslaving her more tempting. Song Ziqiang got anxious when she imagined herself and Song Ji being tied up on a stage where a host announced that the next auction items would be the former queen and princess of Zhongcheng and asked the audience if bringing the lofty queen back home wasn't something everyone had dreamed of before the trial. She asked Chen Bai what the difference would be between being a loyal dog there and being a plaything elsewhere. Chen Bai responded that there would be a stage where she could exert her strength and a master who wouldn't restrict her out of fear because he would always be stronger than her and above her. Song Zikyong expressed that she felt like if she hesitated any longer, she would miss out on a very important opportunity. She immediately kneeled and bowed in front of Chen Bai and declared that she was willing to serve him as her master, and that left Chen Bai speechless. Chen Bai admitted that he must say that Song Zikyong's reputation and status make the emotional value she could provide very high, which was quite exciting. He held Song Zikyong's chin up and commanded that she should let him witness her charm in person and that he also had some tasks for her to handle. A few moments later, Aylin and Lu Lai seemed to have received a message. Song Zikyong sent a message through the chat group and instructed that Aylin should have Lu Lai send Chen Bai's video to her, take her home as she has been through too much those past few days and needs rest, and after that, she should find someone to keep Chen Bai's posts prominently displayed on major forums with his post titled To the Pioneers and with the post ID, Pioneer White Emperor. Aylin approached Lu Lai. She informed that Song Zikyong wanted her to send Chen Bai's video to her and take her home to rest. When Lu Lai heard that she was going home, she asked Aylin if there was nothing she could help with, and Aylin relayed that Song Zikyong mentioned that she had been through a lot those past 2 days and she wanted her to go home, reset, and calm down. Lu Lai agreed with Aylin and remarked that although she almost died at the hands of zombies that day, strangely, the shock she received that day didn't seem as intense when she first saw a zombie. Recalling how Chen Bai saved her earlier, Lu Lai reflected that she doesn't know if it was because she has accepted the possibility of dying at the hands of zombies or because Chen Bai's strength makes her feel at ease. A few moments later, someone registered as daughter called a phone. Chen Bai was holding the phone, and he immediately recognized that it was Song Ji. Song Ji was calling Song Zikyong's phone, and when the call was answered, she immediately asked that Aylin mentioned that she wanted her to come home and asked if there was something wrong. Chen Bai was the one who answered the call, and when he revealed that it was him, Song Ji was surprised, and she questioned him why he had Song Zikyong's phone and where her mom was. With a sleazy smile on his face, Chen Bai responded that Song Zikyong is busy working and eating, so there is no time to talk, and that she should come home and talk because it is very important. Song Ji agreed, and she insisted that Chen Bai should wait for her at home because she sent him so many messages but he didn't respond. But to Song Ji's surprise, Chen Bai had already ended the call. Song Ji looked embarrassed, and as she cursed Chen Bai, she vowed that she would make him kneel under his pomegranate skirt sooner or later. Meanwhile, Song Zikyong was kneeling in front of Chen Bai, calling him master, and asking him if he could also protect her daughter, and Chen Bai criticized that Song Ji lacks ability and her character has been spoiled rotten by her indulgence. But Chen Bai assured that if Song Zikyong worked hard enough, he could guarantee that Song Ji would most likely not become a monster when the trial arrived. Song Zikyong looked so pleased, and she thanked Chen Bai. The next day, at a suburban secret warehouse, the place was empty. In the car, Song Ji was asking Song Zikyong if she was not being deceived by Chen Bai and how she could believe something so absurd. Song Zikyong calmly explained that she stopped Song Ji from looking for Chen Bai the other night because of that, so after she got out of the car, she shouldn't speak and just look obediently, which surprised Song Ji. On the other hand, Chen Bai was standing in front of the warehouse with Aylin behind him, and Aylin reported that she visited all the places rumored to have zombies and monsters in the entire city the other day, and in the end, only that place was found. Aylin informed that the place used to be an underground casino, but at the moment, both the house and the gamblers inside have turned into zombies, and there are about 160 of them, but she didn't find any special zombies like Meat Mountain. Chen Bai gave it some thought. As he wondered if it was the zombie slaughterhouse, he remarked that it was impossible, as the reason for the hospital was because they were indoors and Meat Mountain was because it was extremely difficult to kill, and that place was remote, so if something happens, it would be hard for people to remember and spread it. Chen Bai inquired if Aylin went to all the places rumored to have zombies and monsters but only found them there, and Aylin confirmed. He noted that it seemed that someone was still collecting zombies, and the place where he places the zombies should be the zombie slaughterhouse, but the military only dares to contain a few dozen zombies at most while that person wanted to collect all the zombies and monsters. Chen Bai asked himself if the person was a curious adventurer or a pioneer who knew some information, and he concluded that it was quite exciting. Chen Bai prepared himself and declared that they should open the door. 2 men on each side of the door started pulling to open it. Fierce zombies immediately fought their way out of the door, and seeing that scene in front of him, the man who was opening it was terrified. The zombies were all over the place, trying to fight each other over who would come out and attack Chen Bai first. Chen Bai immediately kicked the first zombie who came at him. Su Xin flinched while she filmed the scene, while Song Ji looked horrified watching it. A few moments later, Chen Bai was using virus absorption on one of the zombies. Chen Bai has already defeated a mountain of zombies, and as he finished using virus absorption on the last one, the system congratulated him for obtaining the title Zombie Hunter by killing over 300 zombies. The system prompted Chen Bai that the title Zombie Hunter increases all attributes by 5 and increases the damage to zombies by 5%. It also prompted Chen Bai that he collected 500 samples of zombie-class viruses so he could exchange zombie virus serum formula using virus points in the talent tree, zombie virus entry, and Chen Bai was startled when he saw that. Chen Bai grinned as he thought of the zombie virus serum formula. He stated that it was a valuable item because even awakened talents could be troubled by zombie viruses, and as Chen Bai unlocked the formula for 300 virus points, he mentioned that, after all, not everyone has talents immune to viruses and an ultra-strong physique. Chen Bai called Song Ziqiang, instructed that she should call everyone, and asked them if they all remembered what he told them before they set off. Song Ziqiang was prepared and affirmed yes while Ailin and Su Zin looked nervous, and Song Ji looked disgusted and looked like she was going to throw up. With a bat in her hand, Su Zin explained that fighting zombies with cold weapons will greatly reduce the chance of turning them into monsters when the trial comes, and killing zombies unharmed will definitely not turn them into monsters. Grabbing a zombie by the neck, Chen Bai commanded that they should let him see their strength and asked who was going first. Ailin put on her gloves and volunteered that it would be her. As soon as Chen Bai let go of the zombie, Ailin charged forward to attack it. Ailin grabbed the zombie by the arm and swung it into the air. She slammed the zombie into the ground. The zombie's neck broke and it coughed up blood. Chen Bai gave it some thought, and he observed that she has fast speed, is ruthless, and is accurate. Song Ziqiang was next, and she swung her bat into the zombie's head. As the zombie fell to the ground, Song Ziqiang hit it again with the bat to finish it. Chen Bai noted that the strength was not enough because Song Ziqiang knocked it down in one hit, but it took more than 10 hits to finish. A few moments later, a zombie was down on the ground. Su Zin was the one who eliminated it, and she was lying under the zombie, completely out of breath. Chen Bai remarked that the strength was too weak because Su Zin got tackled by a zombie, but she managed to kill by relying on her familiarity with human body structure. Song Ziqiang announced that it was Song Ji's turn, and Song Ji looked so terrified that tears were running down her eyes as she raised her bat. Suddenly, she peed herself. Song Ji kneeled on the ground and admitted that she couldn't do it, and Song Ziqiang immediately approached her to comfort her. Chen Bai commented that Song Ji was peeing scared without even fighting, so she failed. He called Song Ziqiang and requested that she should come to him, and she immediately responded. Chen Bai reported that Ailin went to all the places where there were rumors of zombies and monsters but found nothing, and it was abnormal, so she should investigate it thoroughly, and even though her attention was still on Song Ji, Song Ziqiang agreed. Song Ziqiang tried to bring up Song Ji, but Chen Bai cut her off and remarked that it was too bad, especially for Song Ji, because he didn't have time to slowly train them, so Song Ziqiang should arrange for Song Ji's practice. But Song Ziqiang tried to reason with Chen Bai and protested that he hadn't eliminated the virus. Chen Bai handed a paper to Song Ziqiang and instructed that she should take it, and when Song Ziqiang saw it, she was startled and inquired what it was. When she took the paper, she immediately saw that it was the zombie virus serum formula and commented that it had such complicated steps. Chen Bai explained that Song Ziqiang could also put the materials on the formula to generate it herself and that it was the preciousness of potion formulas. Song Ziqiang thanked Chen Bai for his trust and promised that she would do her best to complete the task he entrusted to her and keep the formula safe. Chen Bai ordered that Song Ziqiang should go do her job and have someone send him back, and Song Ziqiang immediately bowed down to him, and she agreed and suggested that she would let Xuanger send him. A few moments later, Chen Bai was looking at his phone, and he muttered that his post should have been seen by many people, but he didn't know if anyone had contacted him beforehand. As he checked the post, Chen Bai saw that a lot of people had commented on it, but they were all a bunch of nonsense. One of them was even asking Chen Bai which mental hospital he escaped from and if he wanted to write a novel. Chen Bai looked appalled, and he questioned what kind of stuff that was. Suddenly, something caught Chen Bai's attention. Someone with the username "I'm not a shill" messaged Chen Bai privately. He stated that he was really a pioneer, asked him what he knew, why he was not replying, and if he had seen his messages. And when Chen Bai saw that, he observed that it looked like not everyone there was from Lezi, so there were some gains. "I'm not a shill" asked Chen Bai if he was there, what exactly a pioneer was, and requested that he reply. And Chen Bai inquired what type his talent was, and "I'm not a shill" acknowledged that he finally replied to him and that his talent was S-level mental control, but he realized what he just did and asked if he could just say that. Chen Bai responded no, but he shouldn't worry because he won't disclose it and that he could find communication on the panel unlocked by the pioneer in advance. Search for chat group 1. He mentioned that he has explained some basic things in the chat group documents, but if he has any questions after reading them, he should come find him. Chen Bai saw that the chat group welcomed someone named Han Xiao, and he was confused. Han Xiao noted that there really was and he would change the group name. He remembered to ask Chen Bai if he could invite someone in, and as Chen Bai queried who he wanted to invite, he replied that there was someone named Shuichuan who had D Chen Bai, but since he couldn't reply, he came to him for a private chat. He explained that Shuichuan asked him what he knew, but he didn't know anything, so he ignored him, and Chen Bai was so surprised when he saw the name that he exclaimed that it must be him. Chen Bai recalled the emperor-level powerhouse known as Suikyun, and he smiled triumphantly. He was typing on his phone enthusiastically as he agreed yes, and if Han Xiao would notice any other pioneers, he could invite them all in. Chen Bai laughed triumphantly. The chat group welcomed someone named Shuichuan. At 7:30 p.m., Song Ziqiang called Lu Lai to ask if there were any results in the investigation of collecting zombies, and Lu Lai confirmed yes. She revealed that it was the forces of the Zhongcheng Lord who were doing such a thing and that they had sent all the collected zombies to the Manikai container yard near the Zhongcheng wharf. Lu Lai mentioned that she sent someone to try to get more information, and currently it was time to meet as agreed, but they haven't come back. She expressed that she was thinking there was no need to wait anymore. Suddenly, 2 bodies fell in front of Lu Lai, and she immediately covered her mouth to muffle her scream. Lu Lai was trembling due to shock while a man was observing her from above and was laughing. The man waved at Lu Lai, and he was intrigued when she got startled. Lu Lai was still trembling, and she exclaimed that she had been discovered. Meanwhile, it was peaceful at Song Ziqiang's mansion. Someone named Liu Huai messaged Chen Bai. He stated that he just joined the group and read his group document instructions, and he learned a lot, but he still had some questions as his talent instructions were a bit obscure, so he asked Chen Bai if he could help him understand, and Chen Bai requested that he should send it over. It was the yin wood body, and it explains that the yin wood is the most yin of woods. The source of life is endless, and with the yin soul entering the body, it was the land of eternal life, and when Chen Bai saw that, he remarked that it was an SS level. As Chen Bai remarked that the cost of activating abilities was quite high as the average initial ability of a normal person is only 3-5 points. Liu Huai agreed and pointed out that it was why he has been hesitating. So Chen Bai advised that if Liu Huai's spirit is not below 3, it costs spirit to activate wood body. He explained that the reason was simple as the constitution is the foundation, so he shouldn't be a glass cannon, and Liu Huai mentioned that he has 5 spirit and thanked Chen Bai. Suddenly, someone was walking in a hurry towards Chen Bai. It was Song Ziqiang, and when Chen Bai saw her, he inquired what was going on for her to be in such a hurry. Song Ziqiang looked so worried as she explained that Lu Lai found out that all the collected zombies had been sent to the Manikai container yard. But Lu Lai was caught, and they were asking her to negotiate. Chen Bai stood up and questioned Song Ziqiang if the captor had contacted her, which startled her. Song Ziqiang was horrified when Chen Bai asked her if Lu Lai had given her up. She quickly bowed down to the imposing Chen Bai and insisted that she raised Lu Lai herself so she was sure that she wouldn't betray them. Moreover, Lu Lai was commanding from behind at that time, so the problem should lie with the people she sent out to investigate. Chen Bai stated that in that case, she would save Lu Lai, and Song Ziqiang thanked him. On the other hand, at Manikai Container Yard, Zone B, Lu Lai was being tied down by the man earlier, and he addressed her by her name. The man was Xingmeng, and he commented that Lu Lai is a bit ignorant of the situation because he hasn't touched her out of respect for Song Ziqiang, because if Song Ziqiang chooses to submit after she arrives, she will be her subordinate. The man warned that if Song Ziqiang doesn't do that, they will all be his playthings. Lu Lai was quivering as she was struggling to get out of her restraints. Xingmeng handed her a drink and suggested that she should let him toast to her again, and that she shouldn't spit it out so recklessly, but Lu Lai strongly refused it and was looking away. Suddenly, someone remarked that it was toast and not drunk, and that punishment wine doesn't taste good. The person was leisurely slicing the steak. It was Chen Bai, and when he mentioned that there was no grace, so maybe Lu Lai doesn't like drinking, both Xingmeng and Lu Lai were surprised to see him. Xingmeng looked so puzzled, and he wondered when Chen Bai sat there. Chen Bai asked Lu Lai if she was hungry, and as he handed her a slice of steak, she noted that he had tried it and it was not bad. Xingmeng was on guard, and he inquired who Chen Bai was. Chen Bai explained that he was there to take Lu Lai home while Lu Lai was enjoying the steak Chen Bai gave her, even though she was still tied up. Xingmeng sat down and asked Chen Bai if Song Ziqiang sent him, but he negated himself and observed that if Chen Bai could get that close without him noticing, he must be a pioneer too. The ropes restraining Lu Lai were untied and fell to the floor. Chen Bai informed Lu Lai that she should go ahead as Song Ziqiang was waiting for her in the car outside, and she agreed. Xingmeng commented that it seems that Song Ziqiang was already under Chen Bai's control. Chen Bai confirmed that it was right. Xingmeng stood up and repeatedly remarked that it was interesting. He speculated that it was unlikely that the Queen of Zhongcheng would surrender easily, so Chen Bai must have a lot of interesting methods. Pouring the wine into 2 glasses, Xingming proposed that they could exchange ideas as he was still very interested in those things. He observed that among the 3 major forces in Zhongcheng, he subdued the lord and Chen Bai subdued the queen, so the only one left is the commander. Handing him a glass of wine, Xingming suggested that Chen Bai should come and assist him in becoming the king of Zhongcheng, as they could make him a confidant, and they should toast to that. But Chen Bai immediately refused. Xingming was flabbergasted when he heard what Chen Bai declared. He was so shocked that he dropped the 2 wine glasses he was holding, and they shattered on the floor. Xingming reassured Chen Bai that he shouldn't worry because he has an S-level talent, which is the highest level, and he asked Chen Bai if he would also like to drink punishment wine. Chen Bai recounted that before he came there, he looked around. And not only was Xingming collecting zombies, he was also creating zombies with living people, and having such a powerful ability like his was harmful and useless, so it was better to die early. He asserted that Xingming was also not worthy of having him assist him because his talent is SSS level. Xingming just laughed, and as he released his sharp claws, he explained that his talent was called slaughter progression, which could permanently transfer part of the attributes of the killed target to himself and grow indefinitely. He observed that the invincible top-level ability was only S-level and Chen Bai's was SSS level, so he asked Chen Bai if he was afraid that he would become a god instantly. Chen Bai responded that it was close enough, but he couldn't tell Xingming while in his mind. He considered that it turned out that it was an unlimited growth pure combat type talent and the claw should be equipment. Xingming charged forward, and as he called Chen Bai an arrogant kid, he stated that he was hoping that he would increase his attributes after his death and that he shouldn't disappoint him too much. 2 powerful slashes met midair. Chen Bai used his bone claws to counter Xingming's attack. Xingming's muscles suddenly bulked up so much that his shirt was shredded into pieces, and he observed that Chen Bai was a shapeshifting talent, which was indeed interesting. But the strength was still not enough to see. Meanwhile, Chen Bai noticed that Xingming used a skill, and he surmised that Xingming didn't fully explain his abilities. While Chen Bai remarked that he doesn't know what the effect of Xingming's skill has, so he has to be extra careful, Xingming jumped in the air to attack him and urged that he should go to hell. Chen Bai used his skill, Heavy Hammer, to prepare to meet Xingming's attack. Both their attacks were so strong that when they collided, it created a force field around them. At Manikai Container Yard, Xingming was thrown up in the air when Chen Bai charged at him with his bone claws. Even so, Xingming still managed to land safely on the ground. He grabbed Chen Bai's arm with his claws, and the 2 of them were about to exchange punches again. But suddenly, Xingming opened his fist and blocked Chen Bai's punch with the palm of his hand instead. Xingming asked Chen Bai if he was alright and remarked that he didn't think that Chen Bai had much strength left. As they were trying to push each other, Xingming asked Chen Bai if he wasn't an SSS talent and urged that he should stop hiding his power and show him what he got. Chen Bai responded that he was already using his talent, and it was just that Xingming didn't realize it. Xingming pushed Chen Bai away and exclaimed that he should stop bullshitting. Chen Bai was alarmed when he saw what Xingming did. Xingming swung his claws at Chen Bai and sent him crashing towards one of the containers. He grinned as he taunted that Chen Bai's strength, physique, and agility were all lower than his, but he was constantly pretending to be strong. Xingming declared that Chen Bai's little tricks were nothing in front of absolute power, but he trailed off when his hands started trembling. He was so puzzled when he started coughing blood. Xingming was bombarded with system notices that different kinds of viruses had exceeded the limit of his physical immunity, so his attributes were decreasing. The system notified Xingming that he had gained the negative buffs of fear of light and water, abnormal body temperature, slow thinking, slow movement, and increased stamina consumption, and he looked so horrified when he saw that and asked what was going on. Coming out of the container wreck, Chen Bai remarked that Xingming's physique was indeed so good that it took so long for the virus to take effect, and he asked Xingming how it feels to have so many illnesses. Xingming was enraged, and as he called Chen Bai a sneaky bastard, he charged towards him. But Xingming was already weakened, so Chen Bai easily impaled his bone claws through Xingming's chest. Chen Bai used his skill, Evolution Devour, and boasted that he told Xingming that he was different, and it was a pity that he didn't believe it. When the vine-like aura had completely wrapped around Xingming, Chen Bai announced that he was going to absorb him and get the proceeds later so he wouldn't disappoint him. As Xingming's claw fell into the ground, the system notified Chen Bai that the evolved human has been absorbed and the black light virus has completed its initial awakening, providing a significant increase in its attributes and becoming the base attribute of the virus monarch's own body. The system also notified Chen Bai that the black light devouring ability has evolved, so he could choose to view part of his target's memories with a low probability possibility of obtaining any of his opponent's mastered skills. Chen Bai remarked that the attribute bonuses provided by the black light virus have been changed from active use to base attribute bonuses, which was a huge benefit, and he commented that he would see how many attributes have been added because previously it was 30% more strength, 20% more spirit, and 100% more regeneration. The system showed Chen Bai that the black light virus increased the strength, agility, and physique by 50, the spirit by 40, and the life regeneration by 200%. Looking at his character profile, which described him as the evolved human number 1, Chen Bai noted that, as expected, each element has been increased by 20 points, and they have all been added to his basic attributes. Chen Bai picked up Xing Meng's claw that was dropped on the ground, and he observed that it seemed that they could no longer play around because ordinary people with basic attributes below 5 are too fragile for him at the moment. Looking at the system screen, Chen Bai mentioned that Xing Meng was pretty lucky to have those equipment, blueprints, and consumables, and that he must have killed mutant zombies. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Xing Meng to have attributes and equipment that exceeded his. Chen Bai got the zombie claws, which was E-level equipment, and the biohazard disaster, which was a C-level production blueprint, and when he saw that, he was surprised, and he exclaimed that Xing Meng's luck attribute must be quite high. He closed the system screen and declared that all of those were already his. As the crescent moon shone over the containers at the yard, it showed the damage the containers got from the fight. Chen Bai was walking away from the scene, and while recalling his previous life, he remarked that, from until that moment, his talent had gone from E to SSS, and the rumors of the 3 strange events had been very rewarding. As Chen Bai mentioned that, at the same time, he had taken over Song Ziqiang, the future lord, or Zhongcheng. Lu Lai and Song Ziqiang noticed him coming towards them. Song Ziqiang immediately opened the doors and requested that Chen Bai get in the car. Chen Bai stated that, with his current strength, it would no longer be worth the effort to look for the monsters that appeared randomly before the trial's arrival. He suggested that in the last few days before the advent, he should just try to organize and prepare for the development after the advent. A few days later, the night was peaceful at Song Ziqiang's villa. Chen Bai was looking over the city through the huge glass windows, and he observed that the trial would soon be upon them. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door and Chen Bai announced that they could come in. The doors slowly opened. Lu Lai, Su Zin, and Song Ziqiang entered the room, and Song Ziqiang informed that, fortunately, they had completed everything he asked them to do in time. Lu Lai proudly reported that information on the terrain and population size of the area centered on the Peak Villa area has been confirmed, so when Doomsday comes, they will be able to clean up, take total control, and dominate first. Su Zin awkwardly looked at her notes and confirmed that the purchase of materials had been finalized and the list had been compiled and sent to Chen Bai. Chen Bai acknowledged that the 3 of them have confirmed those pre-arrangements with each other, and Song Ziqiang noted that the time was almost up and asked what else he would like them to do. Looking at his phone, Chen Bai mentioned that there was nothing more and that it was well done, so they should just put all the information on the table. Chen Bai messaged the chat group and advised that there are 10 minutes until the trials descend, so they shouldn't be complacent about their early advantage and rare talents. He warned that they should stay calm because the trials bring dangers they couldn't imagine, and he doesn't want anyone in that group to disappear in 10 minutes. One of the group members thanked Chen Bai for the reminder. Another member appreciated Chen Bai and noted that there were 9 minutes left. Another member commented that there were 8 minutes left and he couldn't wait. Another member advised that there were 7 minutes left and that they should calm down. Another member counted 6, called Chen Bai, and mentioned that she was so nervous. A member named Master of Lightning announced that there were only 5 minutes left and that the girl shouldn't be nervous because everyone was there. Another member named Crow reported that there were 4 minutes left and that they were looking forward to it. And a member named Tin Tin was just speechless. Song Ziqiang's attention was caught when Chen Bai suddenly urged that everyone should come and have a look. There were 9 seconds left, and as everyone looked over the city, Chen Bai commented that soon, that quiet and peaceful scene would become history. With 7 seconds left, Chen Bai declared that the world was coming to an end. Song Ji was already trembling, and as she called Aylin, she admitted that there were still 5 seconds left, and she was a little scared, and Aylin reassured that she shouldn't be afraid. 4 seconds left, and both Su Zin and Song Ziqiang anxiously looked outside. 3 seconds left, and Lu Lai was looking so anxious. With 2 seconds left, Chen Bai appeared so excited. When the clock turned 0 on June 15th, the advent of the trial came, the entire city turned red, and everything collapsed in an instant. The Blue Star Doomsday trial officially began, and the entire city was in chaos. The surviving humans have become evolved, and those humans will have innate abilities and could increase their level by gaining experience. Other races that emerged as a result of the trial will also participate in that race of life and death. As their proving ground, the blue planet will be home to countless secret realms and world rifts, and it was up to them to decide if it was danger or opportunity. Chen Bai watched as the city was plunged into chaos and an aircraft was about to crash into it. Suddenly, he was startled when the system notified him that the hourglass of time had been recognized and was currently binding. Chen Bai got worried that the others were still in the room, and he thought that the hourglass couldn't be known by anyone, so he turned to look at them and exclaimed that they should get out immediately, but he trailed off. He was astonished when he saw what happened to the others. Everyone was frozen in time except for Chen Bai, and he was surprised. Chen Bai was speechless, and he turned his head to look back out the window. Everything was frozen in time as well, and he was surprised that the crashed airplane stopped in mid-air. Chen Bai was flabbergasted when he realized that the time had stopped. Small orbs of energy started glowing around the hourglass of time. There were a lot of those orbs of energy, and they gathered around Chen Bai. Chen Bai was surprised when the hourglass of time started absorbing those orbs of energy. The system notified Chen Bai that the hourglass of time, which was a soul-binding item, was bound successfully, and it has the skill to go back to any point in the past and erase everything gained in the vanished timeline with a remaining cooldown of 72 years, 6 months, and 7 days, which cannot be modified by any skill or equipment to reduce its cooldown. When Chen Bai saw the notification, he thought that, looking back, it seemed like he was able to be reborn because of the hourglass. He was astonished when he saw the status save and status read skills. Status save is a skill that marks the current physical, mental, and skill status with no cooldown, while status read reads the save status and does not affect items or memories held with a cooldown of 1 hour, and they both have the requirement of soul binding. Chen Bai grinned as he thought that it was such a powerful life-saving skill with just a 1-hour cooldown. When the time resumed, Song Ziqiang commented that she felt like Chen Bai had just called them, and she asked him if he had any orders or if she had heard them wrong. Chen Bai responded that Song Ziqiang heard him right and requested that they go and confirm the safety of their villa as soon as possible. He insisted that the night is very dangerous, so they should put everyone on alert and start clearing the villa area as soon as it's daylight. Song Ziqiang, Su Xin, and Lu Lai all agreed with Chen Bai. The next day, the city was in ruins and some places were on fire. Meanwhile, at Song Ziqiang's villa, there were a lot of zombies charging towards her and Chen Bai. Song Ziqiang immediately used her Amethyst Eyes, an S-class talent that transforms objects into amethyst or illuminates amethyst for offense or defense, and its power increases with mental strength, to summon a sword and charge forward. She used her skill, Insight Crystal, a skill that sees the target's attributes, and its effect changes with the difference in mental strength. Song Ziqiang saw that the zombie was a normal adult male zombie with normal strength, but his scratches and bites were infected with the zombie virus, and its weakness was his head. She swung her sword and eliminated the zombie by beheading it. On the other hand, someone was standing on high ground, behind a horde of zombies. It was Aylin, who was an assassin and a class talent that made her breath invisible and undetectable, and her strength and sensitivity increased with plus 30% agility in the shadow and plus 100% attack speed on the first hit against the target. She jumped off where she was standing. Aylin eliminated the zombies in her sight by slashing them with the knife she was holding. Meanwhile, at Song Ziqiang's villa lobby, a bodyguard came in while carrying a man, and he announced that they had wounded survivors. Su Zhen, who has a B-class high-speed recovery talent that could increase the speed of self-recovery from injuries and stamina, and could be used actively on others, was healing the injured survivors, and as she turned to the bodyguard who just came in, she advised that he should give the man the zombie serum and he would treat him right away. Evening came, and the villa already looked peaceful. Chen Bai approached Lu Lai and remarked that he could see that things are going pretty well at the moment, to which Lu Lai agreed and noted that with his prior arrangement, they have all the territory and the people at their disposal. Looking at the people standing guard, Lu Lai observed that no accidents have occurred so far. Chen Bai assured that he would leave that matter to her as he had more important things to do, which caught Lu Lai off guard, and she reluctantly agreed. Lu Lai's skirt was blown up by the strong gust of wind Chen Bai created when he suddenly jumped off the ground. A few moments later, at Zhongcheng Mountain Road, someone was running at an incredible speed. It was Chen Bai, and he thought that in the early stages of the Doomsday Trial, it was quite troublesome that some things, such as vehicles and firearms, could not be used, but with his current speed, he should be able to get to the place he was going in time. Chen Bai recalled that during the first day of the Doomsday, he saw the sign that appeared in the air at Zhongcheng City University, and it took him a long time to understand the meaning of that sign. But it was too late for regrets. He looked so determined, as he thought that he must seize the opportunity at that time. A few moments later, Chen Bai arrived at Zhongcheng University, and he eliminated multiple zombies that came to attack him with his skill. Looking up at the sky, Chen Bai remarked that it was about to happen and that it was the sign that all evolvers desperately wanted to see. When the light appeared up in the sky, Chen Bai thought that a sign that the avatar of God had descended had arrived, and it was close, just in front. While Chen Bai was running, someone called him and requested that he wait a moment. The man grinned when he remarked that there weren't many guys as strong as Chen Bai in the early days of the trial, and as he introduced himself as a merchant, he asked Chen Bai if he would be interested in doing some business with him. Chen Bai smiled, and he replied that he would be honored to do business with the man. The man responded that he was just a trade merchant, so there was nothing to be honored about. But Chen Bai acknowledged that he has had the honor of hearing the man's name, and after seeing his symbol, he has been looking forward to meeting him. Chen Bai exclaimed that the man was kind, fair, generous, rich, and powerful, and he bowed to pay him respect. He confidently addressed the man as the god of trading, Lord Lido. Lord Lido looked pleased as he just stood there and grinned. Zhongcheng University looked so dilapidated. Someone handed him a card and mentioned that he was flattered and that he could see that they were destined to meet, so he would give them a meeting gift. It was Lord Lido, and as he handed the card to Chen Bai, he explained that it was his gold membership card to the Goblin Chamber of Commerce, and if he purchased items from the Goblin Chamber of Commerce, he would enjoy a 12% discount. Chen Bai thought that in his last life, when he met Lord Lido, he was immune to compliments and praise, so it was good to be quick on the uptake, and as he thanked Lord Lido, he remarked that he was truly as generous and kind as they said. Lord Lido noted that since Chen Bai was willing to trade, he would show him his products. First was the Great S Thunder Walker Scroll, a powerful profession that harnesses the power of thunder capable of destroying enemies as well as having extremely powerful melee combat abilities, with a redeeming price of 500 W gold coins, and second was the S-rank Reaper's Touch legendary sniper rifle that could only be used by firearms professions, and it was the work of the dwarf god, a close friend of the goblins and Lord Lido. Chen Bai was astonished when he recognized the Thunder Walker profession scroll from his previous life and found out that it was purchased from there, along with so many other precious profession items. He apologized to Lord Lido and confessed that he wanted to buy all those things but couldn't afford them at the moment. Lord Lido acknowledged that, of course, he knew that at the beginning of the trials, the evolvers would not have much currency on hand. But his products aren't junk, as Lord Lido advised that Chen Bai should work hard to get rich and that he would look forward to trading with him in the future. Chen Bai was speechless. Lord Lido was about to walk away, but he stopped in his tracks when Chen Bai suggested that although he couldn't afford to buy his products, he had heard that the gods couldn't participate in the trials directly and that they needed to invest in evolved beings in order to make a profit from the trials. Chen Bai speculated that Lord Lido must have come there with the intention of investing and asked if he was right. Lord Lido looked pleased, and as he called Chen Bai a little guy, he commented that he knew a lot and asked if he wanted his investment. Chen Bai responded that he had heard that Lord Lido has a treasure in his hands that is coveted by all gods, and no evolver could refuse it, and if he invested it in him, he wouldn't regret it. Lord Lido materialized a seat to sit down, and as he explained that an investment must be profitable, and that was something all gods would covet, he asked Chen Bai what makes him think that he could give him more than it's worth. Looking intently at Chen Bai, Lord Lido remarked that even if he were his admirer, he wouldn't do a business that brings him loss. Chen Bai suddenly used his skill, Bone Claws, on his right hand. He also used his skill, Heavy Hammer, on his left hand. Chen Bai showed his SSS class talent to Lord Lido and requested that he look at it because it was what he was capable of. Lord Lido applauded Chen Bai when he saw that he had an SSS level talent, and he noted that it was a peculiar talent, different from any that he had ever seen. He commented that the Blue Star trial ground sure was interesting and tempting, but he wasn't planning on investing anything that early. As he stood up from his seat, Lord Lido decided that he would give Chen Bai a chance, and he should cherish that opportunity because if it weren't for the fact that he was gifted and doesn't have the aura of another god, he wouldn't have agreed with him. Chen Bai looked so excited, and he asked Lord Lido if he could get that precious investment. Lord Lido waved his finger at Chen Bai and clarified that it was not enough because talent does not represent the future, and among the gods, there are those with less than a level talent. He noted that to get his high-level investment, Chen Bai needed to prove his worth through his own strength and growth. The system gave Chen Bai a mission notice that stated that the god of goblins and trading, Lido, had issued him an SSS-ranked mission, the ultimate investment, and asked him if he would accept. Without hesitating, Chen Bai agreed. Flicking a coin in Chen Bai's direction, Lord Lido explained that when he completes his mission, he could use that to summon his shadow and that he hopes that he won't keep him waiting for too long. As Chen Bai effortlessly caught the coin, he called Lord Lido and requested that he show him the treasure that all the gods would covet. Lord Lido agreed and showed the SSS grade special item, Dual Profession Scroll, which allows the user to have dual professions and allows dual profession attribute growth, attribute bonuses, and skills to take effect at the same time. Chen Bai looked excited when he saw that the item was for dual professions. Lord Leto concluded that the transaction had ended and that it was time for him to go too. As he began to disappear, Lord Leto remarked that that day's harvest was quite pleasant, and he hoped that Chen Bai could complete the mission. A few moments later, when Lord Leto was gone, Chen Bai called for the mission panel, and it showed the mission description that explained that to get the most valuable investment from the smartest, greatest goblin, and the god of trade, Chen Bai needs to show enough proof. The mission objective was to find a special copy of the secret realm in Zhongcheng University, defeat the creature in it that Leto is interested in, and obtain a part of its body to give to Leto, but Leto would decide the reward. And when Chen Bai saw that the reward would be decided by Leto, he thought that he was truly a god of the trade. Chen Bai thought that Lord Leto's reputation in his previous life was very good, so if he did a good job, he was sure he wouldn't suffer any loss. But then, as he wondered if the university had a secret realm in the early days, he thought that it must have been a very well-hidden one because he had never heard of it. Chen Bai started to move, and he wondered where he should start looking. Meanwhile, at Zhongcheng University Gymnasium, the door was barricaded by a lot of things. Inside, there were 3 people who seemed to be bullying the others. The men were beaten up, and they were thrown to the floor while the women looked troubled. A big, muscular man was beating up the others while a man and a woman watched his back, and he demanded that everyone should take off their clothes and make a plea to be his slaves in a manner that pleases him. He threatened that he would kill them otherwise, and as he asked them if they got it, he called them lowly monkeys. The beaten-up men were pissed, and one of them called the muscular man a white pig bastard and declared that it would only happen in his dreams. The muscular guy smiled sinisterly, and he warned that since they wanted to die, he would let them, but they shouldn't worry because he won't let them die so easily. Suddenly, the muscular guy, whose name was Tom, was approached by the voluptuous woman watching his back, and she cautioned that he was going a little too far. Tom slapped the woman across the face, and as he called her a bitch, he ordered that she should duck off. At that moment, the door to the gymnasium was suddenly destroyed. Dust and debris covered the door as the things they used to barricade it got blown away. Everyone was startled by what they saw. Chen Bai was the one who destroyed the door, and as he called Tom a foreigner, he questioned him if he beat up those students. Tom proudly affirmed and asked Chen Bai what about it and if he didn't like it, unaware that Chen Bai had already disappeared from where he was standing. Tom and the other man he was with were startled when Chen Bai suddenly appeared in front of them, and he was using his skill, Bone Claws. Chen Bai mauled Tom with his claws and commanded that he should go to hell. The other man was agitated, and he charged at Chen Bai to attack him with his fist from behind. But blood spurted all over the place, and as some of the blood splattered on the face of the woman they were with, she looked horrified by what she saw. While he was still grabbing the man's head with his bone claws, Chen Bai asked the others if any of them were in the medical faculty, and requested that he needed help from someone who is familiar with the medical faculty. At Zhongcheng University Gymnasium, as the students were standing back up, one of them asked if anyone was from the medical facility, and one of them responded that he was not, as he was a civil engineer, while another mentioned that he was a foreign language student. Suddenly, someone pointed at the woman who was with Tom, and they recalled that she was there because they remembered that she was in the medical facility. When Chen Bai turned to look at the woman, she was startled, and she pleaded that he shouldn't kill her as she didn't hurt anyone. She looked terrified as she stated that she likes the Dragon Nation, China, and she's white with a horny heart. Chen Bai was speechless when he heard what the woman uttered, and while the male students laughed, one of the female students looked away, embarrassed. The woman begged that Chen Bai should spare her as she will do anything, and the female student stood for her and argued that the woman didn't hit anyone, and she was even trying to stop those 2 guys. Chen Bai acknowledged that he understood. A few moments later, they came out of the gymnasium, and as Chen Bai pointed at the woman, he instructed that she would stay there while the students could leave. Chen Bai explained that when the students get out, they should follow the corpses of the zombies to Zhongcheng Dongshan Villa and report his name as Chen Bai, as the people there will settle them in. One of the students inquired if they were going out at that moment when the school was full of zombies, and another student confirmed if Dongshan Villa was really far from there, which another student confirmed. Chen Bai informed that he has cleared almost all the zombies along the way, so they don't have to worry about it too much as they won't be in much danger, and since they all survived, they are gifted evolvers too. He questioned them what they will do when the zombies and monsters start growing in numbers if they are too scared to face the zombies at the moment. When Chen Bai remarked that they would be as good as dead, everyone fell silent. One of the students broke the silence, and as she thanked Chen Bai, she acknowledged that she understood, so they were leaving immediately. A few moments later, when the students disappeared, the woman asked Chen Bai if she couldn't go with them and why he kept her there, which rendered Chen Bai speechless. The woman blushed, and she was astonished when she realized something. She suggested that she gets it that the students in the Dragon Kingdom love foreign girls, and so does Chen Bai, so that is why he was keeping her with him, and she insisted that he shouldn't use violence against her as she will be his wild horse. Chen Bai Bai clarified that the woman misunderstood him as he is not interested in a horse with a million riders, and he asked her if she didn't hear what he mentioned before, that he needed someone to help him find something in the medical department. The woman was surprised and embarrassed by what Chen Bai remarked, and she apologized and explained that she was too scared before, so she didn't hear anything. But she yelled and insisted that Chen Bai couldn't insult her like that, which startled Chen Bai. The woman clarified that she hasn't been ridden by thousands of people, as she hasn't been ridden by anyone, and she can prove it. Chen Bai was amused, and he acknowledged all right. A few moments later, at Zhongcheng University Stadium, Chen Bai and the woman were coming out the door, and as she explained that she was very tired and it hurts to walk, she asked him if they could take a break, but he declined. Chen Bai grabbed the woman by the waist and instructed that they had to go. The woman was startled when Chen Bai dragged her, and she screamed as her shirt got left behind. A few moments later, Chen Bai and the woman arrived outside the medical department research building, and she was out of breath. She was sulking as she remarked that Chen Bai was too pushy and she would have lost her shirt if she hadn't hooked her foot in it at that moment. But Chen Bai paid no attention to her remarks and inquired if it was the research building, which the woman confirmed, and she explained that there is a research room on the 3rd floor that only professors could enter, and it was said that there are many samples and information about bacteria and viruses there. As they entered the building, the woman mentioned that the one on the side that goes underground isn't a garage as it is Mr. Oshiai's house, and the incinerator. And if there was anything that was hidden in the medical department that people didn't know about, it was the only place she could think of, to which Chen Bai agreed and instructed that she should follow him. A few moments later, they entered a laboratory that was filled with different samples and machines. It was the Zhongcheng University Virus Research Laboratory, and Chen Bai was astonished when they entered. He looked so pleased as he remarked that he never thought that Zhongcheng University would have such a treasure. When Chen Bai began absorbing the samples on the vials, the system notified him that he had acquired a temperature-sensitive mutated influenza D virus for the first time and gained 5 virus points. It continued to notify Chen Bai that he had acquired different variations of influenza virus and gained small points, and when Chen Bai saw that, he mentioned that it was mostly flu viruses, which was right as it was still a school after all. Suddenly, the system notified Chen Bai that he had gained enough influenza virus, and the number of points needed to upgrade influenza to a skill decreased. Chen Bai was amused when he saw that he could upgrade influenza to a skill, and he declared that he would give it a try. The system notified Chen Bai that the upgrade was successful, and he had gained the skill influenza, which releases a flu virus that infects a target within its range, reducing all of the target's attributes and adding a negative condition called sneeze, which interrupts all chance, accumulations, and aiming when triggered, but all effects of that skill are determined by the target's race and physical condition. Chen Bai looked so excited as he cursed in his mind, and he thought that it was so strong. And with an interrupt and powerful control, the sneeze was amazing. He recalled that when he was going through the talent tree, he didn't pay much attention to the reality of the virus, but it seems that he needed to pay more attention to that aspect of upgrading in the future. Chen Bai thought that the SSS level talent was indeed terrifying. He thought that he still had some virus points, and the trial of Lord Leto must not be simple, so he should use it to improve his strength first, and he opened the Black Light Virus skill tree. A few moments later, Chen Bai unlocked the passive upgrades flying, which he could cling to any surface with the Black Light Virus, greatly enhancing balance and sense of direction and concentration, which greatly enhances dynamic vision and reflexes and doubles the ability to control all muscles in the body. Chen Bai raised his fist, and his muscles seemed like they were vibrating. He was surprised when he learned that he could control all muscles, and he extended his arm to test it out. Suddenly, the wall of the laboratory was filled with cracks, and the woman he was with was surprised. The woman wondered how Chen Bai did that with just the shake, and as she recalled what happened earlier, she thought that it was a good thing Chen Bai didn't use it before or she would be dead, while on the other hand, Chen Bai thought that he could see that if one could control their muscles, they could throw a blow regardless of size, and even a fraction of a millimeter is enough to throw a full power punch. When Chen Bai walked towards the woman, he noticed her reaction, so he asked her what she was blushing about, and when the woman replied it was nothing, Chen Bai mentioned that there was nothing for him there, so they should go to Mr. Oshiai's place. A few moments later, they were underground in the virus research laboratory at the teacher's repository, and as they walked in there, the woman looked scared as she called Chen Bai and exclaimed that there was no electricity there, so it was so dark. Chen Bai suddenly stopped and cautioned that the woman shouldn't move because he could feel it, but the woman couldn't stop on time, and she bumped into Chen Bai's back. They were standing in front of the incineration room, and Chen Bai declared that it was right there. The doors swung open. Chen Bai opened the doors to the incineration room, and as he entered, he instructed that the woman should stay there, but she admitted that she was scared. Chen Bai paid no attention to what the woman confessed, and as he stood in front of an array, the system asked him if he was sure that he wanted to enter the dungeon, the cold incinerator, which has a recommended level of 5-10. He extended his hand towards the array and confirmed yes. In an instant, Chen Bai was brought into a room full of beds. The system notified him that he had entered the special dungeon, the cold incinerator, and successful clearance could make it exist permanently, but if it is not cleared within 2 days, it will disappear permanently. Seeing the notification, Chen Bai acknowledged that it was no wonder that he hadn't heard of it. Suddenly, the bodies on the bed that were covered with blankets started to move. Chen Bai immediately used his skill, Bone Claws, and announced that it was coming. The bodies were mutant zombies, and some of them had multiple limbs and were able to stick to the ceiling. One of the mutant zombies was stuck to the ceiling and was attacking Chen Bai from above, while the other one charged in front of him. Chen Bai created multiple slashing movements by using his skill, Bone Claws. As Chen Bai defeated the mutant zombie on the ground, the system notified him that he had killed a level 5 resurrected body and gained 400 experience points. Chen Bai noticed that the mutant zombie up on the ceiling was absorbing and accumulating energy in its mouth. The mutant zombie fired a powerful whirlwind of energy towards Chen Bai, but Chen Bai managed to dodge it. Chen Bai remarked that it was no wonder that they didn't rush up together because that was what it was all about. He jumped off the floor and commented that the mutant zombie's forward thrust was a little too slow. Chen Bai used his skill, Heavy Hammer, and demanded that the mutant zombie should go to hell. He punched the mutant zombie and it crashed up into the ceiling. The system notified Chen Bai that he had killed the level 7 Splicer Infant Spider and gained 1000 experience, and as Chen Bai landed on the floor with the dead zombie, he exclaimed that it was really a special dungeon with lots of experience points. Seeing that the other mutant zombies were waking up from their beds, Chen Bai thought that they should hurry up and come. Chen Bai looked excited, and he declared that the more, the merrier. As Chen Bai attacked and killed the mutant zombies mercilessly, the system notified him that he had gained a lot of 400 and 1000 experience points interchangeably. A few moments later, while the system notified Chen Bai that he had leveled up so his current level was 4 and he had gained 2 free attribute points, Chen Bai noticed that something was banging on the incinerator door vigorously. Chen Bai approached it, and as he taunted that its minions were all dead and it should come out, he asked if he should come and help it out. Suddenly, the incinerator door was destroyed from the inside. Chen Bai was alarmed when he saw that. He saw that a huge blob of a monster had come out of the incinerator. Chen Bai looked alarmed as he wondered how it was possible that the piece of meat had given him a sense of danger. As the blob of meat started to grow limbs, Chen Bai thought that he had to kill it before it transformed. But when Chen Bai attacked it, its limbs immediately grew and blocked his attack. Chen Bai used his evolved flu virus and blew it on the blob of meat. The blob of meat began to grow a torso at that moment, and the system notified Chen Bai that his skill had no effect on the target. It attacked Chen Bai and sent him flying. Chen Bai crashed at the ceiling, and he clicked his tongue as his flu virus started to dissipate. He was fighting with a biomaniac, and it was capable of healing its wounds. The biomaniac looked up to Chen Bai and jumped off the ground to attack him. Chen Bai also charged forward to attack the biomaniac, and they exchanged blows. The biomaniac immediately used its high-speed regeneration to heal the injuries Chen Bai inflicted. Chen Bai noted that he hasn't been able to fight with all his might since he was reborn, and a few more days and his hands and feet would have become rusty. He expressed that he was going to use the biomaniac to restore a little bit of his strength. 1 hour later, Chen Bai was still fighting the biomaniac, who kept using its high-speed regeneration to heal, and as Chen Bai found it interesting, he asked if it was an infinite regeneration. Chen Bai used his skill, Status Read. The hourglass of time renewed his body to its mint condition when it was saved, and Chen Bai announced that he would like to see if the biomaniac was really immortal. An hour later, the biomaniac lost a limb, and as Chen Bai observed that it was taking a long time to heal, he asked if it was going to stop healing at some point. Another hour has passed, and as the biomaniac trembled and slumped on the floor, Chen Bai was disappointed, and he lamented that he hadn't played enough. 1 hour later, the biomaniac had reverted to its previous form, the blob of meat, and Chen Bai concluded that it looked like it couldn't recover anymore. Chen Bai admitted that it was fun, but it was almost time to end it. He stepped on the blob of meat, and it spurted all over the place. The system immediately notified Chen Bai that he had killed the level 8 boss, Biomaniac, and gained 10,000 experience points, which made him level up to level 5, so he gained 2 free attribute points and that he may exit the dungeon at any time the dungeon is successfully cleared. The system notified Chen Bai that the dungeon-cooled incinerator has been made permanent with a cooldown of 3 days, and it asked him if he would like to upload the clearance process as a paid video guide, where the payment will belong to the uploader. It notified Chen Bai that he could choose to hide his face, ID, and name, and he could also set the viewing price, so Chen Bai agreed and instructed that it could upload and hide his appearance. Meanwhile, in Song Zikyong's villa in the Dongshan Villa area, Su Xin was in a room with Song Zikyong, healing her. Song Zikyong looked surprised when she found something white, which puzzled Su Xin. She saw an announcement in the group chat that stated that Evolver White has released the Nightmare level Mystery Dungeon Cooled Incinerator clearance video with a viewing price of 1 copper coin. Both Song Zikyong and Su Xin simultaneously agreed that they should watch it. Other Evolvers in Chen Bai's group chat watched it too. Some of them looked excited, while others looked worried. Aylin was astonished when she saw the video, and she exclaimed that it was so fast that she had to slow it down to see it. Another member, a young man, was ecstatic and exclaimed that it was awesome, and was a fierce fight. Another member, a muscular man, commented that it was not right because the monster's recovery was better than Chen Bai's, and he asked if it was not right for Chen Bai to fight like that. Another member, a young lady, looked glad as she mentioned that Chen Bai had fully recovered. Members started to message Chen Bai in the group chat. The one named Heir to the 5 Lightning Whips declared that her legs and lilies will always bloom for him. The one named Leaf admitted that she was awful and asked Chen Bai when he was coming to Yingcheng as they would be there to welcome him. The one named Tyrant noted that Chen Bai's instant recovery power seemed to be limitless. The one named Crow observed that they were already at their limit with 10 zombies and asked if there was such a big difference between SS rank and SSS rank talents. The one named I'm really not a sword fairy questioned the level 5, 10 bosses for being so strong, and as they remarked that it was not logical, they asked how they could grow to that level at level 10. The one named The Only Trash in the group inquired if it was possible that there was another way to solve the dungeon. But Chen Bai's power has broken all the rules. And the one named True Void agreed that they think the only trash in the group was right, that Chen Bai was too strong to find a solution. On the other hand, inside the cooled incinerator dungeon, Chen Bai just finished absorbing the mutant zombies he defeated, and the system notified him that he had consumed a special complex mutant, so he had gained 300 Black Light Virus evolution points. Chen Bai explained that the Black Light Virus has its own evolution points, which are different from those of the virus points of talent, and he could only evolve the abilities and skills of the Black Light Virus. But he noted that it was also pretty good. The system notified Chen Bai that the Black Light Virus had evolved, increasing the speed of recovery by 300%, which triggered the Black Light Virus passive ability, acquiring the Biomaniac skill grade as Cell Regeneration. The system notified Chen Bai that Cell Regeneration is a passive skill where he could use a certain amount of his stamina or other energy to regenerate as quickly as possible, allowing him to regenerate a severed limb that could be turned on or off, and when Chen Bai saw that, he remarked that it was great because there was a low probability of getting a passive skill, and it was still in a level skill. Chen Bai noted that finally, he would take a look at what the Nightmare level boss dropped. He approached the 3 shining items lying on the floor. One of the items the boss dropped was an 11 unique Biodemon Professional Scroll, an evil profession that absorbs other living beings to improve itself, which has the ability to stimulate its own cells to greatly enhance its strength and recovery capabilities, but excessive absorption may cause gene disintegration or mutation, and the consequences are unknown. It has a requirement of Evolver level 10 with a greater than 15 physique, and when Chen Bai saw that, he exclaimed that it was in a class unique profession with both risk and benefit, but he already had the Black Light Virus. Another item was the Grade C Genetic Essence, a perfect genetic essence that could be used to greatly improve one's physical condition. But each evolver could only take it once, and Chen Bai opened up the vial as he remarked that it was not bad. Chen Bai drank the genetic essence, and the system notified him that it permanently improved his strength by 2, physique by 6, and agility by 3. He picked up the last item the boss dropped. As Chen Bai stretched it in front of him, he noted that it was strange and asked if it was a special item or a piece of equipment. The system notified him that it was a Grade D Special Defense Faceless Skin, a special skin product with multiple genes, excellent defense, and could alleviate the problem of sagging skin, which also increases agility by 10, physique by 10, and defense by 10. It could be used as body shaping, and long-term wear could improve body shape with better effect on women, or dynamic skin where one could change the color and shape of any part of one's body according to their own ideas after wearing it. Chen Bai thought about what he read for a moment, and he commented that the description of the dynamic skin was a little ambiguous, and he asked if it was a body change or an equipment item. When he was about to store the faceless skin in his inventory, Chen Bai saw and remembered that he had also picked up some of the monster's dropped items before. Looking at them, Chen Bai mentioned that they were all ordinary equipment that could be worn as inner armor, but they were okay. Chen Bai saw a skill book and observed that it was nice. The system notified him that the skill book was a D-rank active skill, active cells, that increases cell activity for a short period of time, which raises the recovery ability dramatically, with a cooldown time of 10 hours. But if one already has the advanced version of that skill, cell regeneration, that skill book is invalid, and when Chen Bai saw that, he remarked that it doesn't matter because those life-saving skill books could be traded for other things in the chat room. Grabbing the blob of meat, Chen Bai announced that it was almost time to leave, and as long as he handed over that part of the boss body to Lord Leto, the mission would be completed. Chen Bai muttered that Lord Leto must not have imagined that he would complete the task so quickly. He was reaching out to the system screen when he thought about the goblins and the god of trade, and he paused. The system was asking Chen Bai if he wanted to leave the dungeon when Chen Bai realized something, and he exclaimed that something was not right. Chen Bai remarked that Lord Leto is not a wandering trader in the game who moves aimlessly, so he must have come there for a reason. He recalled what Lord Leto mentioned when he left, and Chen Bai thought that Lord Leto commented that he was an unexpected bonus, so his original purpose was most likely that special dungeon. But Chen Bai mused that with the amount that he was getting there was no need for a divine avatar to come down there. So he asked himself if it could be that Lord Leto's purpose had nothing to do with the dungeon or if he was missing something. Chen Bai turned his attention to the incinerator beside him. He crouched through the door and observed that if there was anything he hadn't seen in that dungeon, it was inside that incinerator. As Chen Bai entered the incinerator, he noted that there were iron sheets, fire outlets for incinerating bodies, and the walls were covered with oil and grease, and there was nothing special about that. Seeing the huge hole above him, Chen Bai asked himself if it was not in the pipes and commented that it looked like he needed to go up and have a look because if he doesn't investigate thoroughly, he might miss something. Chen Bai jumped to enter the pipes. A few moments later, as he was running inside the huge pipe, Chen Bai noted that the pipe was quite long and that it had far exceeded the height of the room. Suddenly, Chen Bai was startled when he noticed something ahead of him. He saw that his path forward was blocked, and he asked if that was it, a dead end. Chen Bai elbowed the metal to test it out, and as he noted that it couldn't be, he asked if there was really nothing. Chen Bai was startled when a golden face suddenly appeared in front of him. He immediately went and punched the face, but Chen Bai was speechless when he realized something. The system notified Chen Bai that it was an unknown mask and that the main cause of the incinerator's phenomenon was an unknown thing, and the appearance of the mask, which seems to have miraculous functions and effects. Chen Bai was surprised that it was actually an item, and as he grabbed it, he exclaimed that it has an unspecified name with a question mark, so it was most likely a fragment of an SSS class item or an item related to God. As he inspected the mask, Chen Bai remarked that it was amazing and that it looked like it was what Lord Leto was aiming for, so he had to find a way to keep it. It was already evening, and at the Zhongcheng University underground incinerator, the woman was still waiting for Chen Bai, and she greeted him when he came out of it. She excitedly ran towards Chen Bai and mentioned that he was too strong as she watched his video, so she loves him. Chen Bai asked the woman if he had copper coins, and the woman replied that others were fighting zombies and she had a last-ditch attack. He thought that he didn't know how many gold coins he had at the moment, and the price to watch the video was 1 copper coin, so there should be a lot of people watching. The system notified Chen Bai that he had 869 gold coins, 93 silver coins, and 15 copper coins, and it kept increasing until it reached 912 gold coins, 75 silver coins, and 32 copper coins, but Chen Bai thought that it was not enough as he needed 1,000 coins to unlock the storage. Chen Bai thought that the storage was protected by the will of the universe from all detection and that it was the safest way to leave the items undetected, so he guessed that he would have to wait before he turned in his mission. A few moments later, Chen Bai and the woman were coming back to the Zhongcheng University Medical Faculty main building when the woman asked Chen Bai if they were going to the Dongshan Villa area, which he mentioned, but Chen Bai responded no because there are many unknown dangers at night, so they should find a place to spend the night first. The woman suggested that not far from the university there are a few high-class hotels, and it was not a holiday, so there won't be many people, and they are all tall buildings, so it should be safer. Chen Bai agreed, and he instructed that the woman should lead the way. A few moments later, they were at a love hotel near Zhongcheng University. They entered one of the rooms, and the woman changed into a nurse outfit. But Chen Bai expressed that he didn't like that one, to which the woman apologized and explained that she thought he picked that hotel to see such a thing. Chen Bai admitted that he would like to see such a thing, but he didn't like what she was wearing at the moment. The woman stated that she would go find another one. She changed into a police outfit, but Chen Bai noted that she doesn't have the spirit, so she should change. The woman changed into a teacher's outfit, but Chen Bai commented that she was not well behaved enough, so she should change. She changed into a school uniform, but Chen Bai complained that it was boring because she was a student to begin with, and he asked if there wasn't a more interesting costume there. The woman changed into a revealing cat costume, and as she asked Chen Bai's opinion about it, he thought about it for a moment, and he seemed satisfied. Chen Bai acknowledged that it was not bad and that the woman would be his pet that night, so she should come towards him. A few moments later, the woman was fast asleep on the bed when Chen Bai sat up and announced that he should enable the storage function. The system notified Chen Bai that the storage space had been opened, which cost 1,000 gold coins. It also notified him that he could choose his successor, and it could not be detected by any ability or skill as it was absolutely private and secret, protected by the will of the universe, so Chen Bai should use it carefully, and it was followed by the notification that the unknown mask had been stored in the storage space. When Chen Bai saw those notifications, he declared that it was time to proceed to the next part of the mission. He flicked the coin that Lord Lido gave him. While still mid-air, the coin created an array, and it notified Chen Bai that it was summoning the god of Goblin and Trade. Chen Bai was anticipating the arrival of Lord Lido. At a love hotel near Zhongcheng University, Chen Bai was out on the street summoning Lord Lido, and he thought that there was a saying in his previous life that was widely circulated. When trading with Lido, emotions are part of the bargaining chip, which meant that Lido would adjust the rewards in order to take care of the emotions of the transaction or task object. Chen Bai thought that, of course, the premise is that he has enough value in Lido's eyes. He prepared and grabbed the lump of meat in his pocket. When Lord Lido arrived, he remarked that he didn't expect Chen Bai to summon him so soon, and he asked him if he had completed the task to prove his ability. Chen Bai confirmed, and as he threw the lump of meat towards Lord Lido, he mentioned that it was the proof, the part of the creature's body from the dungeon required for the task. Lord Lido was silent for a moment when he saw the lump of meat dropped in front of him. He noticed that the lump of meat was wizened, not fresh. Lord Lido was curious, and he observed that it looked like that thing had been dead for a while. He inquired why Chen Bai must have completed the task last night and asked him why he didn't call him right away, which rendered Chen Bai speechless. Lord Lido smiled sinisterly as he questioned Chen Bai if he didn't want that scroll very much. Chen Bai explained that it was because he couldn't figure it out. He admitted that Lord Lido was someone he admired and respected so much, and he questioned why he hid the difficulty of the dungeon from him. Chen Bai acted upset as he explained that it wasn't until he entered the dungeon that he realized that it was a nightmare level, and if he hadn't had some tricks, he would have died in there. Lord Lido acknowledged Chen Bai's frustration, but he also explained. He clarified that, in fact, it was also part of the test because there was no way he would hand over such a treasure to someone who couldn't handle the unexpected, and he asked Chen Bai if he understood. Chen Bai paused for a moment, and as he let out a sigh, he confirmed that he got it and asked what the reward and the next task were. Lord Lido admitted that it was wrong of him to hide the information in the first place, and Chen Bai has also proven himself. He revealed that the reward for that mission is for Chen Bai to choose, and the next task will be the final round task. As Lord Lido inquired how Chen Bai felt about that, Chen Bai bowed and expressed his appreciation for the understanding and generosity of Lord Lido. Lord Lido invited Chen Bai to come on and take his pick with the highest quality B rank items as the upper limit. Chen Bai was startled when he suddenly got surrounded by a lot of B rank item cards. He grabbed a scroll of recovery and chose that one. Lord Lido was amused, and he identified that it was the scroll of recovery, a production blueprint. He praised Chen Bai for being knowledgeable and having clear goals, and he assigned him the final task. Chen Bai was astonished when he saw something in front of him. It was a task alert that the system gave Chen Bai, and it stated that the god of goblins and trade, Lido, has issued an SSS level task to him. Ultimate investment, the final round, which was to get 2 SSS level profession scrolls, and the system asked Chen Bai if he would accept. Chen Bai was surprised when he saw that it was 2 SSS levels, and he exclaimed that it was too difficult. He protested that Lord Lido must know that even gods are not born with SSS level professions. Lord Lido grinned and acknowledged that, of course, he knew because his first profession was a level. He emphasized that it was his best treasure, so it must go to the best place. Otherwise, he would have a hard time parting with it. Chen Bai agreed and stated that it seems that he has no choice but to accept it. On the other hand, in the Dongshan Villa area, a huge rat was carrying a man's body as it walked towards the houses. It was a level 5 mutant giant rat, and it was wreaking havoc in the area. While hiding behind destroyed walls, Aylin exclaimed that it was much bigger than what appeared before. She reported that 2 teams that encountered it have been completely wiped out, and as Song Zikyong noted that its attributes were 3 to 4 times higher than theirs. Aylin observed that their people were unable to deal with it and asked what they should do. Song Zikyong turned towards the men and commanded that they couldn't deal with the mutant giant rat at the moment, so they should stay away from it at the moment but keep him under constant observation. Suddenly, Aylin was alarmed when she noticed something. The mutant giant rat found them, and as it charged to destroy the walls, Aylin immediately moved to protect Song Zikyong, and she warned that everyone should get away. Aylin's warning was a bit too late, as the mutant giant rat crashed on the ground and sent the other men flying. Aylin helped Song Zikyong up, and she urged that she must escape from there immediately, but Song Zikyong lamented that it was too late because the mutant giant rat is too fast. As if right on cue, the mutant giant rat suddenly appeared above them, and it was ferocious. Suddenly, someone appeared in the sky in a portal filled with electricity. It was Chen Bai, and he easily kicked the mutant giant rat and crashed it on the ground. Song Zikyong was glad when she saw Chen Bai and called his name. Chen Bai looked at the area, and he remarked that it seemed that he had come back in time. He instructed that Aylin should call the men to clean up the battlefield and to make sure to compensate and reward those who died in the battle, while Song Zikyong would come back with him and explain the situation. Back at Song Zikyong's villa, Chen Bai was reading a report and described that the zombies were cleared out and they were checking the place out when suddenly there were a lot of those mutant rats, and the original location was east of the villas, to which Lu Lai apologized to him and reported that those beasts suddenly appeared and destroyed 6 of their warehouses, and the total number of casualties exceeded 100. Lu Lai gave another document to Chen Bai and identified that it was the specific list, and when Chen Bai got it, he remarked that what Lu Lai did already wasn't bad, and it looks like she hasn't been resting, so she should go rest first, as he will clean up the remaining mutant rats in the villa area and find out the source along the way. Song Zikyong chimed in and thanked Chen Bai for his concern, but she proposed that it would be bad if they all went to rest and there was no one around to take care of him, so she wanted to recommend someone to him, to which Chen Bai agreed. Song Zikyong called someone named Linghu and invited them to come in. The door slowly opened. As a woman stepped into the room, Song Zikyong introduced that it was Qin Linghu, who was rescued when cleaning up the villa area, and they have known each other for a long time, and she was a lawyer so she could help Chen Bai with the rules as she was willing to be his people. Chen Bai allowed that Qin Linghu could stay, and they could all go and rest. A few moments later, only Qin Linghu and Chen Bai were left in the room, and she was blushing as she offered that if Chen Bai needed her to do anything, he should just tell her. Raising her chin, Chen Bai recalled that he heard that Qin Linghu was quite sharp-tongued in her profession, so he asked her if she could come and let him experience it. Qin Linghu immediately agreed. Qin Linghu was kneeling in front of Chen Bai, and as she called him master, she thanked him for the reward, and Chen Bai mentioned that her technique is really good and he is very satisfied. Chen Bai stood in front of the huge glass window and instructed that Qin Linghu should come over there, to which she agreed. He declared that he would say a few words about their rule-making requirements there. But he was startled when he saw that Qin Linghu was bending over in front of him while requesting something from him, so he asked her what her request was, what was with the posture, and if she did not hear what he just mentioned. Qin Linghu apologized and explained that she didn't hear it, and it was probably because of her B-level skill focus, which allows her to increase the speed of her thinking and the sensitivity of her senses when she's concentrating on thinking, feeling, or doing something, but it blocks out all other information from the outside world. Chen Bai stated that he asked Qin Linghu to come over there because she could see all 3 areas of Dongshan. He informed that there are villas there. Chen Bai also mentioned that there are high-end residential areas on the hillside and lower mountain neighborhoods. He indicated that he needed Qin Linghu to make different rules according to different areas. Qin Linghu confirmed that she could do it and asked Chen Bai if he had any other requests, and Chen Bai clarified that it was a simple request as he was curious about her abilities. Chen Bai suggested that they should see how far her senses can be stimulated when she concentrates on her feelings. Qin Linghu blushed intensely and she stuttered as she agreed with Chen Bai. She immediately used her skill, focus, as she bent over in front of Chen Bai, and she confirmed that she was ready. The place was filled with pleasurable moans. The next morning, at Dongshan Sewerage Outlet, Chen Bai was with Song Zikyong, Aylin, and a group of people, and he indicated that he found that place yesterday through the architectural drawings and traces of mutant rats, and after entering, there was a lair of those mutated rats. Chen Bai mentioned that although he could clean that place himself, he wanted to quickly train strong men who could be trusted, reliable, and could protect everyone when he's not around, which is why he picked them guys and brought them there to level up. He urged that they should become the backbone of their villa and asked the guys if they were all ready. Everyone, including Song Zikyong and Ailin, knelt, and as they called Chen Bai their master, they confirmed that they were ready. Chen Bai instructed that they should get up because it was strange for a bunch of men to call him master, so from that point onward, they should just call him Brother Bai. He was pleased when everyone looked excited as they agreed and called him Brother Bai. Chen Bai went down on the water and stood in front of the fence that was blocking the outlet. He effortlessly ripped it off and directed that they should get started. The system suddenly notified Chen Bai that they had triggered the special mission sewer hosts, and when Chen Bai saw that, he inquired if the others had won too, to which Song Zikyong replied and confirmed that she received it too. Ailin explained that the mission requires killing all mutant rats and the Rat King and investigating the source of the mutation in the rats with rewards that depend on completion. And one of the men called Chen Bai and mentioned that they also received the same mission. A few moments later, when they entered the sewer, Song Zikyong stated that it was dark in there and it was a good thing that she already asked them to make torches, while Chen Bai remarked that it was cleaner than he thought. Suddenly, Chen Bai heard rustling, so he signaled the others and warned that they should be careful because the mutated rats were coming. Multiple ferocious mutated rats were coming towards them at an incredible speed. Chen Bai immediately used his skills, Heavy Hammer and Bone Claws, as he shouted that there were a lot of them. Everyone started to run and charge towards the mutated rats. As they killed the mutated rats that were in their way, Chen Bai warned that everyone should watch out for the ones who aren't dead. A few moments later, while Ailin was finishing up killing the mutated rats, a guy exclaimed that he picked up rat skin equipment there. Meanwhile, Song Zikyong was talking to Chen Bai and reported that that section of the pipe was almost cleaned out, and they had cleared 16 long and short sections of the pipeline, to which Chen Bai agreed. Suddenly, the guy behind Song Zikyong pointed ahead and alerted that something was happening again. But there was only one at that time. And when Song Zikyong heard that there was just one, she volunteered that she would handle it. As Song Zikyong faced the mutant rat ahead, Chen Bai reminded that she shouldn't forget to use her scouting skills first, and Song Zikyong confirmed that she certainly would. Song Zikyong used her skill, Insight Crystal. She was astonished and announced that it was a level 7 boss. Song Zikyong mentioned that she couldn't see any specific attributes, but his strength was 30, his agility was 40, and she trailed off as she was about to say something about his physique. She was startled because Chen Bai was already using his skill, Bone Claws, and was charging towards the boss, and she urged that he should be careful. But Song Zikyong looked surprised and relieved at the same time when she saw what happened. Chen Bai mauled the boss and defeated it in one attack. The system rang as the grade E set of defense, Plague Boots, was dropped, and it increased agility by 5, has poison protection, which reduces the effects of poisonous debuffs, and was a 5th plague set, which increased all attributes by 1. And has a requirement of evolver level greater than or equal to 5. When Chen Bai saw the equipment, he commented that the Rat King could actually drop a full set of equipment, and he equipped it. As he wore the boots, Chen Bai remarked that although it was a lower grade, if he collected all of them, they would be several times stronger than normal equipment of the same grade. Chen Bai stated that the Plague Rat King had been killed, so the only remaining task was to investigate the cause of the mutation. A few moments later, Song Zikyong commented that they had been through 5 pipes already, and as she asked why there weren't any more rats, she was startled when Chen Bai suddenly declared that they should stop. The system notified Chen Bai that he got 10 virus points for absorbing the Spore Plague for the first time. He got 23 virus points for absorbing the Bone Spur Plague for the first time. He got 15 virus points for absorbing Rotting Plague for the first time. He got 14 virus points for absorbing Mutant Dark Green Spore Plague for the first time. And he got 20 virus points for absorbing Black Death Plague for the first time. Chen Bai thought that it was normal to absorb viruses and some germs in the sewers, but the viruses he had absorbed at the moment were something that didn't exist on Earth before the trials, and moreover, the type and quantity could even harm the evolvers. He thought that it seemed that the source of the mutation was not far ahead. Chen Bai instructed that Song Zikyong can't go any further, so they should go back immediately, to which she agreed. When Chen Bai moved forward, he was bombarded with system notifications, and he thought that it was interesting because with each step, the virus points grew faster, so he wondered what the growth rate would be when he found the source. A few moments later, Chen Bai was about to turn up a corner on the pipes, and he announced that it looked like it was right there. There was a mysterious corpse with a scroll in hand emitting poison, and Chen Bai thought that the place was heaven for him. Chen Bai stood in front of the corpse that was tied in place. He was surprised when he saw the corpse, and he asked himself if it was the source of the mutation and plague virus. Chen Bai was examining the corpse, and he stated that he was basing it according to the concentration of the plague virus. He mentioned that the source should be the scroll, the one that the corpse was holding. Chen Bai pulled the scroll out of the corpse's hand. When he opened the scroll, he inquired if there were no properties or instructions. Chen Bai read that it was from the plague cult, and he noted that he had never heard of them in his previous life. He remarked that anyway, after absorbing all the viruses there, he would be able to make a great breakthrough in his strength, and he used virus absorption on the scroll. Chen Bai was extremely surprised, and he cursed when he saw that his hand had suddenly mutated. There were two types of energies swirling around Chen Bai. When Chen Bai's hand turned back to normal, the corpse fell down, and the system notified Chen Bai that the special mission sewer host was completed, so he had gained 2,000 experience points. A random reward was drawn, and the system congratulated him for obtaining the item Wall of Flesh. A symbol suddenly appeared in Chen Bai's palm, and the system notified him that it was the Seal of Plague, which was a proof of a core member of the Plague cult, condensed from countless numbers of horrific plagues, and will change if another Seal of Plague is within a certain radius. The system notified Chen Bai that he was not corrupted by the plague but obtained the Seal of Plague, so he has achieved the trigger conditions for subsequent missions, and the mission Plague cult has been issued with a difficulty level of SSS. Chen Bai was surprised when he saw that it was a SSS level mission. The system showed Chen Bai the mission description, which indicated that the plague cult has sacrificed the old gods and brought countless treasures to that world in order to welcome the true god of their prophecy. And if he has the Seal of Plague, he is qualified to become the true god of prophecy, so he should find the members, a plague bringer of the plague sect, and take their test. When he saw the mission description, Chen Bai commented that it was a mission related to God's authority. Chen Bai expressed that if he became the god of plague, he would be qualified to fight Helois head-on, so he would definitely find the plague bringer. Suddenly, a portal appeared in front of Chen Bai, and he remarked that a dungeon was being generated. Chen Bai reached out to the portal to inspect it. The system notified him that the Hell difficulty dungeon plague sewer is being generated. The remaining time is 29 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes, and 59 seconds, and when Chen Bai saw that it was Hell difficulty, he noted that it was harder than the Cold Incinerator's Nightmare level. Chen Bai pointed out that it will take a month to generate, so it seemed that the level of that dungeon is definitely high, so he will come back in a month to check it out. On the other hand, a portal also appeared to where Song Ziqiang was, and she announced that a dungeon of the Dongshan sewer area has been generated, which has normal difficulty and the recommended levels of 1 to 10, with a limit of 3 entries per day. Song Ziqiang was surprised when Chen Bai suddenly appeared and mentioned that levels 1 to 10 were just right for her to level up. After acknowledging that Chen Bai was back, Song Ziqiang indicated that she had sent someone to tell everyone to come up in groups to level up in that dungeon because with 3 entries a day, there is no time to waste, and Chen Bai praised her saying she did well. 20 minutes later, as the people gathered in front of the dungeon entrance, Chen Bai instructed that the sewer dungeon does not have a large space, so it was best to enter in groups of 4 to 8 and that they should remember that life comes first and profit is second, which everyone acknowledged. Talking to the 3 ladies, Chen Bai advised that they will enter the dungeon with him, but they are on their own, as he is not going to do anything unless it's necessary. Song Ziqiang, Su Xin, and Ailin all agreed with Chen Bai. Chen Bai suggested that they should team up and join the chat group. The system notified Song Ziqiang that Evolver number 1, Bai, invited her to join the chat group White Emperor Palace, and she was surprised when she saw number 1. Chen Bai explained that the numbering is just the order in which one becomes evolved, so there was no need to be so surprised. Suddenly, Song Ji confronted Chen Bai and inquired why she didn't get the invitation to the chat group. Chen Bai responded that it was because he didn't invite her. He loomed over Song Ji and declared that it is his harem and only loyal and capable people are allowed to join in, so a little girl who was scared shitless of a zombie doesn't get an invitation. Song Ji seemed embarrassed when she recalled what happened before, but she remarked that Chen Bai shouldn't underestimate people too much because she was all grown up. Chen Bai showed Song Ji multiple items and directed that she should pick up her equipment and get into the dungeon to let him see how much she has grown. A few moments later, Song Ji entered the dungeon, and she was sneaking behind a couple of mutated rats. Suddenly, she stopped Ailin and Song Ziqiang and indicated that there was no need to help because she'd do it herself. Chen Bai turned to Lu Lai and mentioned that he still doesn't know what talents she and Song Ji have. Lu Lai stated that her talent is B-level illusion, which allows her to create disembodied phantoms based on her imagination, and it plays a minor role in combat. As Song Ji went ahead and charged at the mutated rats, Lu Lai remarked that Song Ji's talent is a C-ranked natural aptitude, which accelerates the growth of experience and proficiency by 50%. Chen Bai commented that a growth accelerator is not as helpful in combat as Lu Lai's phantom, to which Lu Lai agreed. Song Ji managed to defeat the mutated rats quickly, and as she asked Chen Bai how it was, she stated that she killed 3 of them herself, and those rats were much more powerful than zombies. Chen Bai remarked that it was not bad, and since Song Ji is trying so hard to be part of his harem, she will make an exception. While blushing, Song-ji acted like she didn't care and stated that she didn't want to join Chen-bai's harem and that she just wanted to prove herself. Chen-bai immediately agreed and remarked that he respects her choice, so he won't send her an invitation, which made Song-ji panic and ask Chen-bai to wait, and Chen-bai inquired what it was. Song-ji bashfully mentioned that it was nothing and she just wanted to join in, so she asked if she could, but Chen-bai remarked that it seems that she was reluctant, so he might as well not send it. Song-ji was surprised, and she was lost for words. Song Zikyong suddenly chimed in, and she requested that Chen-bai stop teasing Song-ji because she wants to join, and she explained that that morning, Song-ji was angry because she introduced him to Qin Lingyu and not her. Chen-bai mentioned, for her mom's sake, Song-ji should accept the invitation. The system notified Chen-bai that evolver number 10,261,521, Song-ji, had accepted his invitation to join the White Emperor Palace, and she looked excited. Song-ji seemed so happy as she walked away and announced that she was going to kill some monsters, that Chen-bai remarked that she was a tsundere little princess, and Song Zikyong commented that Song-ji is just a tough talker, that was all, and that Chen-bai shouldn't worry and wait until the dungeon is finished and they go back to the villa. Song Zikyong remarked that she promised to make Song-ji call Chen-bai daddy, and Chen-bai stated that she was very decisive. Song Zikyong remarked that, of course, she has to be decisive because the world has changed. She commented that for a young lady like Song-ji, who has never suffered before, having a daddy like Chen-bai would mean a lot to her. In a bathroom of a luxury suite in a hotel somewhere, a lady was relaxing in the bathtub, and as she exclaimed that it was comfortable, she expressed that thanks to the advice of the group leader, she was able to live so comfortably in the end of time. Suddenly, the system sent out an alert that Evolver Bai's team made the first clearance of a normal level dungeon of the Dongshan sewer, and has released a video of his team clearing it with the price to watch as 10 copper coins. The lady's eyes were wide in surprise when she saw Chen-bai in the video, and when she recognized that he was their group leader, she exclaimed that he cleared a dungeon again. As she was about to play the video, she commented that it was awesome, as she had never seen a dungeon before, and that it cost 10 coppers, so she was going to go bankrupt. The lady watched the video, but the faces of the people in it were hidden. She wondered why there were many women in the video. Meanwhile, a man was watching the video as well, and he remarked that those girls were talented and good, but they're not very good at combat, and what he wanted was to see Chen-bai fighting, so he would fast forward it. Another man was watching the video, and he observed that the monsters in the depths are of a high level, so even with Chen-bai's guidance, they couldn't beat them, so he will finally take action. He announced that the boss was coming, and it looked very strong. On the other hand, a group of foreign men were also watching the video, and as one of them asked how it was and what the power of the Eastern Bastard was, the other man replied that it would be fine and that they were unlucky that they hadn't found any dungeons so far. But there's no way Chen-bai is better than their S-rank, Tom. But Tom disagreed and declared that Chen-bai killed the boss in one shot, so he is much stronger than him. Meanwhile, the lady at the hotel was mesmerized, and she noted that it was a level 10 boss, so their group leader is really strong, and the fighting methods he taught those girls were also very useful. She was lying in her bed, and she wished that if only she were in Chen-bai's city too, and that she envied those girls being instructed by him and all. On the other hand, at Song Zikyong's villa study room, Chen-bai stated that after everyone had gone through the sewer's dungeon, they must have gotten a lot of low-grade equipment, so Song Zikyong, Qin Lingyu, and Lu Lai would work together to create rules for the base's economy and equipment trade as soon as possible, to which Song Zikyong agreed and asked him if he had any other instructions. Showing a bunch of items to Song Zikyong, Chen-bai mentioned that he still has something for her. Chen-bai pointed out that Song Zikyong should be able to see the importance of those things, and Song Zikyong was surprised when she took a closer look. Song Zikyong grabbed the walls of flesh and blood, a wall material that could grow by devouring flesh and blood, which is stronger than any wall they could build, and it's a powerful barrier if utilized properly. Grabbing the scroll, Song Zikyong commented that it will take 10 seconds to return to the marked city, and the effect depends on the material used to make it, which is something that could save one's life, and with that, they could definitely become the sole ruler of Zhongcheng in a short time. But Song Zikyong looked disappointed when she grabbed the faceless skin, and she remarked that it improved the appearance of the body and could be transformed into any appearance. Noticing her reaction, Chen-bai asked Song Zikyong if that felt less important than the first two. Song Zikyong responded that there was no way that could be when Chen-bai is the real owner of all that, and that is why the equipment that pleases him is the most important thing in all of that. Chen-bai stated that he doesn't know much about women's clothes, so he wondered if Song Zikyong could surprise him, and Song Zikyong revealed that there is a surprise, but not just from her. Song Zikyong informed that she promised to make Song-ji officially call Chen-bai daddy, and she was going to dress her up immediately, so she requested that Chen-bai wait. A few moments later, all the lights in Song Zikyong's villa were already turned off, except for one room. A man was carrying a woman who was wearing a revealing leopard costume. It was Chen Bai, and he was carrying the sleeping Qin Lingwu into the villa bedroom. In a huge bed, Su Zin, Song Zikyong, Ailin, and Lu Lai were sleeping, and Chen Bai placed the sleeping Qin Lingwu in the same bed. Chen Bai took a good look at them sleeping on the bed. A few moments later, when Chen Bai equipped the plague robe, the system notified him that he had equipped 2/5 of the plague set, so all his attributes increased by 5 and he has resistance to weakness debuffs. And Chen Bai observed that that day's sewer dungeon only dropped 1 plague set after 3 attempts. Chen Bai commented that if he could get 1 plague set part after every 3 attempts, he could collect the full set in 3 days. Suddenly, the system notified Chen Bai that chat group 1 member Dreamy had initiated a private chat with him. Chen Bai was puzzled when he saw that notification and the name Dreamy. Dreamy greeted Chen Bai politely and mentioned that they watched his strategy video, and he gave guidance based on each person's talents and abilities, but he was not good at combat and also wanted to get his guidance. So they asked if that was okay, and when Chen Bai read that, he realized that it turned out that someone was looking for guidance. Chen Bai responded and stated that guidance requires him to have a certain understanding of their talent, so if they trust him, they should send their talent details to him, and he could help them after taking a look. Dreamy was startled when she read that Chen Bai declared that if she doesn't want to reveal her talent details, her attribute details are fine too, but with just that, he won't be able to help her much. She immediately responded and replied that if it depends on talent details, she will give them to him immediately. Meanwhile, Chen Bai mentioned that he had never heard of someone named Dreamy in his previous life, but the people in the group are at least pioneers, so she's got to be good. Chen Bai's eyes widened in surprise when he saw something. He saw Dreamy's talent, Dream Butterfly, and she currently has 31 dream points. Chen Bai immediately recognized that it was SSS level infinite growth talent, and he remarked that there was no way that power could be unknown, so it seems that in his previous life, she died. Dreamy was surprised when Chen Bai responded and stated that SSS level talents are very complicated and asked her if she could tell him the effects of her talents and skills. She agreed and explained that Dream Butterfly has the ability to enter the dream world, which is the same as the real world, and it could also be used to enter other people's dream worlds, and she could also take out some things from the dream world. Dreamy explained that she has been dream weaving, and it was about adjusting anything in the dream world. But there is very little she could adjust at the moment, and to dream with her, she has to invite others into her dream world by creating a dream totem, and Chen Bai was taken aback when he read that. Chen Bai uttered that as long as no one found the true body, it was practically invincible. Dreamy was typing vigorously on her system screen, and she suggested that she could send Chen Bai a dream totem in the form of a picture, and he could come and guide her in her dream world. Chen Bai immediately responded that he couldn't agree to that because he had no protection in her dream world. But Dreamy insisted that Chen Bai shouldn't refuse because she could sign an evolver's contract with him, promising not to do anything harmful to him, and Chen Bai was astonished when he read about the evolver's contract. Chen Bai replied and noted that the evolver's contract, recognized by the will of the universe, cost at least 10 gold coins, so if she could get 10 gold coins, he couldn't understand why she needed to ask him for combat advice. Dreamy explained that the monsters she kills in the dream world die in real life, and she could adjust the explosion rate of the monsters in the dream world through dream weaving so she has just enough gold coins, but she could also give him other rewards. She mentioned the D-level skill book, spiritual perception, and the grade F special item, City Building Order, and Chen Bai remarked that it was a powerful ability and it could be considered no worse than his Virus King. Dreamy bit her lip, and she looked desperate as she pleaded with Chen Bai and explained that although she is strong in her dreams, she is weak in reality, and she has a strong feeling that if she doesn't improve her combat skills, she will die sooner or later. Chen Bai commented that Dreamy's instincts were right because her ability has no physical improvements whatsoever and is an incredible weakness. He agreed and suggested that Dreamy should send the Evolver contract to him, while he reasoned that since she was willing to sign the contract, he would help her because such a powerful talent must be recruited for his use. The system notified Chen Bai that the Evolver Dreamy sent him a copy of the Evolver contract, which states that Dreamy promised not to make any dialogue or take any actions that would cause any harm or negative impact on Chen Bai, and anyone who violates the contract will lose their identity as an Evolver, and it is valid for 24 hours, to which Chen Bai agreed. A few moments later, Chen Bai was lying on a bed in the second bedroom of Song Zikyong's villa, and he remarked that the dream totem needed him to relax and focus for 3 minutes, and it takes longer if the person is guarded. Suddenly, Chen Bai received the image of the dream totem Dreamy sent. Chen Bai expressed that if that ability evolved to the point where they could see in dream, that would be terrifying. He closed his eyes. A few moments later, Chen Bai was brought into a room where Dreamy was standing in front of him. Dreamy greeted Chen Bai while addressing him as group leader Brother Bai, and she revealed that her name is Meng Meng, as in Dreamy, and she has just signed a contract with him. Chen Bai introduced himself, and as he mentioned that Meng Meng could just call him Bai. He asked her if it was the world of her dreams and remarked that the place was not suitable for combat training. Meng Meng replied that it was not the place. She opened a portal and stated that she cleaned up a gym not far from there, and Chen Bai was astonished. Chen Bai was taken aback by what he saw. He observed that the entire city was being replicated in the dream. Chen Bai took a peek into the portal, and as he inquired if it was the gym, he noted that it seemed her dream world was very big. But Meng Meng explained no, because the dream world is independent and does not belong to her, and she, as a dream traveler, could only enter and modify it, and based on her explorations the past days, it appeared that the dream world reflected the real world. Chen Bai acknowledged that he understood, so they should get started and head to the gym immediately to begin training. Meng Meng agreed and led the way into the portal. A few moments later, they arrived inside a basketball court inside the gym in the dream world, but it was dark. Meng Meng snapped her hands and declared, "Let there be light." The lights in the gym lit up. Chen Bai commented that Meng Meng looked like a middle school girl after that, and Meng Meng giggled as she mentioned that she was a novelist before the apocalypse. Chen Bai pointed out that what Meng Meng wanted was to strengthen her abilities in the real world, so the best way to do that was to fight, and she shouldn't try to use dream world abilities against him, as she should let him see her current fighting level. Meng Meng explained that in the dream world, her attributes were boosted to the level of her mental strength, and her mental strength was 48, so Chen Bai should be careful. Chen Bai reassured her not to worry and just attack with all her strength, to which she agreed and announced that she was coming. Meng Meng yelled as she charged forward, trying to deliver her punch. But Chen Bai dodged Meng Meng's attack easily, and as she lost her balance, he pointed out that the weight was unbalanced and she couldn't hit and retreat, so she should try again. Meng Meng felt embarrassed. She yelled and started throwing punches with her eyes closed. Chen Bai asked Meng Meng if it was the turtle punch from children's martial arts. Meng Meng lost her balance again when Chen Bai dodged her attack, and he instructed her that she must control her balance first because a punch that cannot be recovered is the weakest. Chen Bai sighed when he saw that Meng Meng was punching away from him, and he advised that the second thing was that she needed to determine the target and avoid hitting randomly. He quickly moved to appear in front of Meng Meng and added that the third thing was that she needed to watch her opponent and not just focus on her own attack. Chen Bai acknowledged that he understood her current level, so she should remember those 3 points and she would improve. He noted that earlier, the speed of his punches was about 20 and Meng Meng couldn't handle it, which made Meng Meng apologize, and she admitted that she was bad. Chen Bai reassured her that there was no need to apologize and encouraged Meng Meng to work hard in training. Meng Meng agreed and promised that she would work hard. After 7 days, it was already evening in the Dongshan Villa area, and one room remained lit in Song Zikyong's villa. Song Zikyong was in the room with Cheng Bai, and she informed him that all the laws had been posted, and there were also people in front of each billboard responsible for explaining them, to which Chen Bai acknowledged and commented that the Dongshan area was already on the right track. Chen Bai remembered something and mentioned that he had been cleaning up the Dongshan area in the past few days, so currently, the management there would be left to Song Zikyong because he would leave early tomorrow morning. Song Zikyong asked Chen Bai if he was already leaving and reminded him that she had said he would stay for a while because, after all, his plague set was missing one piece. Looking at the attributes and effects the plague set had, Chen Bai explained that he didn't have time to wait for an E-grade set because there were many opportunities and precious treasures out there, so he had to go out and grab some of them. Song Zikyong hugged Chen Bai from behind and urged him to think about them too and come back. Otherwise, if the Emperor Bai's palace flooded, no one would be able to control it, and Chen Bai, who was amused by what Song Zikyong said, asked if there was a flood on his land. Chen Bai suggested that Song Zikyong go and summon them all because they would have a good discussion that day about how to close the water outlet, and she confirmed that she would do as her lord ordered. Later that night, the ladies on Chen Bai's team were all in bed, and they were filled with pleasure as Chen Bai used his vine-like aura on them. Chen Bai was pleased as he watched the ladies get filled with pleasure. He leaned back with contentment on his face, and everything was filled with butterflies and roses. The next morning, Chen Bai was about to leave the room, and he was looking back at the naked ladies sleeping soundly on the bed. When Chen Bai closed the door, he noticed that Ailin was approaching him. Chen Bai asked Ailin if she was looking for Kyung's clothes and informed her that she hadn't woken up yet, but Ailin denied it and explained that she was looking for him, so Chen Bai inquired about the matter. Ailin reported that someone was causing trouble in the settlement at the foot of the mountain, and when Chen Bai heard that, he asked her why she was looking for him for that kind of thing and if the Dongshan RLSE hadn't already been posted. Chen Bai asked Ailin if it wouldn't be better to do things according to the rules. Ailin apologized to Chen Bai for bothering him and informed him that they had already controlled the person, but they claimed to be Chen Bai's classmates. Chen Bai instructed Ailin to take him there, and she immediately agreed. A few moments later, Ailin led Chen Bai to the foot of the mountain, and when the person causing trouble saw him, he exclaimed that Chen Bai was there and he saw him. Ailin explained that those were the people who were dissatisfied with their daily fee of 1 copper coin and wanted to get free security and stability without paying the price, which made Chen Bai ponder. As Chen Bai continued to walk down the stairs, Lai Chen called out to Chen Bai, and as he introduced himself, Chen Bai responded that he knew him. But Chen Bai argued that their rules were not harsh because, to get 1 copper coin, they only needed to kill 1 zombie. And even if they couldn't kill, there were jobs in the settlement where they could earn money, so he asked them why they were causing trouble. Lai Chen argued that it wasn't a matter of how much money, as Chen Bai was wrong because when the end comes, they must be careful and help each other, and since Chen Bai had the resources, he should help everyone overcome the difficulties. Lai Chen advised Chen Bai, as the student council president, that canceling those rules would be in the best interest of everyone, and everyone would appreciate him. Chen Bai sighed and remarked that he didn't want to waste his time with someone like Lai Chen. He called everyone's attention and instructed them to listen up. He announced that it was the rule there, so if they didn't accept it, they should leave immediately because anyone who didn't leave after 3 minutes would be shot without mercy. Chen Bai stated that those were the rules there, so anyone who didn't accept them should leave immediately, and anyone who didn't leave after 3 minutes would be shot mercilessly. He called Ailin and told her that she should start counting, to which she agreed. Lai Chen replied that there was no need for 3 or 5 minutes and that he wouldn't leave at all because he was trying to save money for everyone, so everyone would support and thank him. One of the guards was pissed, and he retorted that Lai Chen should stop with the nonsense because 1 copper coin wasn't a burden on anyone there, and those who didn't pay were either worthless or selfishly stingy, and they didn't protect those types of people. Another guard chimed in, and as he called Lai Chen trash, he asked him if he couldn't even kill 1 zombie a day. Another guard mocked that if Lai Chen couldn't earn a single copper coin, he should come to his house and be a guard dog because he would pay him 2 copper coins. And another guard declared that Lai Chen should get out of there because they were the ones who built that camp, and he had no connection to it. Lai Chen was agitated, and he got pissed with what he heard. He yelled and shouted that he would leave if he had to because he didn't want to join that cursed place, but Chen Bai should just wait because he would regret kicking him out. Suddenly, Chen Bai ordered that Lai Chen should wait, and Lai Chen inquired if Chen Bai already regretted it. Chen Bai used his skill, Bone Claws. He swung his claws and attacked Lai Chen, who was not able to react and saw that it was coming. Lai Chen was astonished when he saw his blood spurting all over him. As Lai Chen fell to the ground, everyone got terrified by what they saw. Chen Bai commented that Lai Chen was right because when someone holds a grudge against him and brags about it, they will definitely regret it. Ailin announced that there was only 1 minute left and asked the others if they wouldn't leave. One of them quickly knelt and pleaded that he was ready to comply with the rules of that place and accept the consequences for the trouble they had caused the settlement, so he requested that they give him 1 chance. Chen Bai remarked that he was an intelligent man, and with 5 copper coins, things would return to normal after a month, to which the man quickly agreed and thanked Chen Bai repeatedly. The others followed what the man did and proposed that they were also prepared to do that and requested that Chen Bai grant them 1 opportunity. And Chen Bai replied that the rest was up to Ailin, to which she responded that she understood, and there was no need to worry. As Chen Bai walked back, he was startled when he got notified that Meng Meng sent a message. Meng Meng stated that it was very difficult to improve her abilities in reality because despite her heightened spiritual energy, she lacked any offensive skills, and as Chen Bai suggested that she should be patient and take things slowly because he would help her search for books that enhance spiritual energy attacks. Meng Meng asked Chen Bai in which city he resided and shared that once she could go out, she would make sure to visit him. And when Chen Bai responded Zhongcheng, Meng Meng exclaimed that it was wonderful because he was very close as she lived in Wucheng. Chen Bai offered that if Meng Meng would like to join him, he could come to meet her, which made Meng Meng ask if it was real and remark that it was fantastic. Chen Bai explained that in his previous life he received an S-grade professional mission related to Wucheng, and although it was not an SSS grade, it could still be used as capital for exchanging materials or information he needed. He said that in that case, he would go to Wucheng first. On the other hand, inside a hotel in Zhongcheng City, a man was looking out the window and asked how much food they had left, and the man behind him replied that there was not much and they could hold out for only 3 days with 10 people. The man by the window was Zhang Lupei, and he complained that it was all because of the cursed special zombie, as it killed 5 of their men effortlessly, and on top of that, it had unbelievably sharp senses. Zhang Lupei mentioned that as soon as they descended to the 10th floor, it became aware of them, so escaping through the back door was not worth mentioning. The other guy, Song Jai, commented that it seemed like they were trapped there. Suddenly, one of the ladies pointed ahead and urged them to look over there. She was pointing at Chen Bai, who was moving extremely fast at the top of the buildings. Zhang Lupeng inquired what that thing was, and as he remarked that he could barely see anything but just a faint illusion, he asked if it was a new type of zombie too. He noted that it could jump on walls, so it was extremely dangerous, and they needed to close the curtains. But the lady stopped him and argued that there was no need because she insisted that it was human. When Song Jai heard the lady declare that it was human, he questioned how it was possible, and Zhang Lupeng asked the lady if she didn't see that wrong. The lady was Wai Shihu, while the other lady with her was Zhang Yishui, and she assured that she certainly was not mistaken and that they should not forget her abilities. Wai Shihu noted that it was heading towards them. When Chen Bai landed on the building near the special zombie immediately noticed him and got alarmed. When Chen Bai saw that the special zombie was a tyrant, he exclaimed that it was great luck and was an unexpected reward because coincidentally, he had a weapon plan that required a tyrant's bone. Looking at the tyrant that was roaring at him, Chen Bai muttered that he shouldn't use his heavy hammer because that would affect the tyrant's bone drop rate and its safety. Chen Bai used his skill, Bone Claws, and as he charged forward, he stated that it was better to decapitate it. Meanwhile, at the hotel, Song Jai mentioned that he couldn't see clearly and asked Wai Shihu what the situation was at the moment, but Zhang Yishui warned that it was better not to look because it was extremely dangerous. Wai Shihu observed that the battle had begun, and when she noted that the man's hand transformed into claws, Zhang Lupeng insisted that he told her that it was a monster and questioned who had ever seen a regular human with claws. But Wai Shihu continued watching, and she observed that the monster was dead and it seemed to be being absorbed by the other monster at the moment. She urged them to wait and stated that she saw its face. Back into the fight, Chen Bai easily defeated the tyrant with his bone claws, and it was already lying on the ground. The system notified Chen Bai that a mutated zombie from the plague virus, an elite model with enhanced offensive and defensive type, was killed, so Chen Bai earned 2,000 experience points, and he also devoured it so all black light virus abilities were enhanced. He also gained 800 virus points and received 500 special evolution points for the black light virus. The system notified Chen Bai that the black light virus acquired a new form, muscle enhancement and shield, and Chen Bai immediately tried it out. Chen Bai commented that muscle enhancement could strengthen any part of the body, unlike other forms that affect body shape and cause discomfort, and the defensive strength of the shield was almost double his base strength, so it was a really good reward. On the other hand, Wai Shihu recognized Chen Bai, and she quickly opened the curtains while calling his name. Chen Bai was also surprised, and as he looked up, he inquired who it was. He saw the open curtain up in the building, and he was puzzled. Looking up at the building, Chen Bai was puzzled. A few moments later, Chen Bai hung out the window, and when he saw Wai Shihu, he mentioned that it was Song Ji's friend and that he wondered who it was. Wai Shihu inquired if Chen Bai knew how Song Ji was doing and if she was alright. A few moments later, Chen Bai and Wai Shihu's group gathered, and he explained that he established a settlement in the Dongshan Villa area, and currently, about a few hundred people were living there. He added that Song Zikyong was helping him manage the settlement, so Song Ji was very safe. Wai Shihu asked Chen Bai if it was real. On the other hand, Zhang Yishui was speechless and in disbelief. Zhang Lupeng looked and asked Chen Bai to confirm if he had established a settlement with hundreds of people. Song Jai questioned Chen Bai if he was joking when he claimed that the Queen of Jiancheng, Song Zikyong, was helping him manage it. Chen Bai assured them that they would understand once they went there because he wouldn't lie about something so easy to uncover. Suddenly, someone opened the door to the lobby. Chen Bai's roommate entered and called Chen Bai, and Chen Bai recognized him as Kai Zheng. Lin Kaizheng was with their other roommates, Lai Feng and Zhao Mu, and when Lin Kaizheng remarked that he knew he heard someone calling Chen Bai's name earlier, Zhao Mu confirmed that Chen Bai was really there. Chen Bai asked them what they were all doing there. Lin Kaizheng explained that on the day it all happened, Zhang Lupeng brought a group of students to support Wai Shihu at the script killing shop where she worked part-time. Zhao Mu mentioned that they wanted to ask Chen Bai if he was available, but Lai Feng thought he was probably busy. Chen Bai asked them if many of their classmates from Jiang University were there and invited them to the settlement in the Dongshan Villa area if they were willing. He explained that there is a rule requiring them to hand over 1 copper coin each and asked if they could manage that, to which they responded that of course they could. Zhang Lupeng remarked that if the monster hadn't trapped them there, they might have even found gold coins, but the road to the settlement was dangerous, so he requested that Chen Bai accompany them. Chen Bai declined, stating that he had other things to take care of, but reassured them not to worry because on his way from Dongshan, he only saw one tyrant, which made Zhang Lupeng realize it wasn't a common monster, and he commented that they were really unlucky if that was the case. He summoned skill cards. Chen Bai called Lin Kaizheng, Zhao Mu, and Wai Shihu as he placed the skill cards with some items on the table, and he mentioned that those were low-level items that he didn't need, so he was giving them to them. He stated that he was in a hurry and needed to hit the road, and since they knew the location of the settlement, he would leave first. Zhang Lupeng thanked Chen Bai. Chen Bai waved at them as he walked out of the room, and Zhao Mu told him to take care. A few moments later, Chen Bai was already traveling from one building to another. Suddenly, Chen Bai stopped moving when Meng Meng initiated a private chat, and she explained that King Hanwang was complaining in the group, and she mentioned that her new ability could help him, to which he responded and noted that there were too many people in the group, so she should just tell him directly what the situation was. Chen Bai thought about King Hanwang and a person named Han Zio. Meanwhile, Zhao Mu spoke to Zhang Lupeng and suggested that they should go to the settlement because a settlement with more evolved individuals was also safe, so it was crucial for them. Zhang Lupeng agreed, but he noted that they needed to prepare well for that, especially since getting to Dongshan from Zhongcheng was almost a cross-city journey. Lai Feng suggested that they wait a moment and was about to share what he thought, but he was interrupted. Everyone noticed Chen Bai and Wai Shihu and asked why he had come back again. Chen Bai went in through the window, and as Wai Shihu asked him if there was something wrong, Chen Bai affirmed and explained that he suddenly needed a room to handle something. Zhao Mu immediately offered his and Lin Kaizheng's room to Chen Bai. Chen Bai went with them, and as Chen Bai mentioned that he needed to be alone, Lin Kaizheng reassured him that there were no worries because he could be in the bedroom while they could watch over them in the living room. Suddenly, Wai Shihu remembered something, so she called Chen Bai and asked him to wait for her. A few moments later, when Wai Shihu caught up with them in the hotel corridor, she remarked that she just remembered something and asked Chen Bai if he knew Song Ji's evolved identifier number because she wanted to add her as a friend. Chen Bai immediately replied that it was 990,225. Lin Kaizheng asked Chen Bai what his number was because he wanted to add him along with Zhao Mu, and Chen Bai responded that it was 1. Chen Bai looked at Lin Kaizheng with a straight face, while Lin Kaizheng looked at him in disbelief. Lin Kaizheng laughed and remarked that they were all evolvers at the moment, but Chen Bai's dry humor hadn't evolved at all. But Zhao Mu called Lin Kaizheng and noted that he would understand once he had added Chen Bai, and Lin Kaizheng was puzzled. The system notified Lin Kaizheng that Evolver number 1 accepted a friend request, and while Lin Kaizheng screamed in disbelief, Chen Bai called him and urged him not to just stand there and hurry up to catch up. 10 minutes later, the three of them were in the living room, and as Lin Kaizheng remarked that Chen Bai's ID number was really an absolutely good number, Zhao Mu explained that Chen Bai revealed it was the sequence to becoming an Evolver, so he was the first to become one. Zhao Mu asked Lin Kaizheng if he remembered what Chen Bai posted in the dormitory group chat, asking if there was any news about the school changing the date of the physical fitness test to mid-June, and Lin Kaizheng confirmed, noting that they ended up exercising for over a week because of it. Lin Kaizheng realized something, and he asked Zhao Mu if he meant that Chen Bai already knew about the end of days back then. Zhao Mu suggested that it might just be a coincidence, but they did benefit from the exercise. Lin Kaizheng stated that they did indeed benefit from the information provided by Chen Bai, and Zhao Mu agreed that it was right. Meanwhile, Wai Shihu blushed while she looked at her system screen, and when Lai Kaizheng noticed that, he asked her why her face was red. Wai Shihu replied that it was nothing, and as she prepared to walk out of the room, she mentioned that she was going back to her room and that they shouldn't forget Chen Bai's instruction. Whatever they did, they shouldn't go into his room. She closed the door behind her. Wai Shihu stood by the door for a moment, and her face was still red as she thought of Chen Bai. She remembered her conversation with Song Ji. She introduced herself when she messaged Song Ji, and when Song Ji asked her how she knew her code, she explained that Chen Bai told her, to which Song Ji responded that she knew Chen Bai would get into trouble the moment he went out, and Wai Shihu was puzzled. Song Ji asked Wai Shihu if she was her best friend, and when Wai Shihu affirmed of course, Song Ji remarked that it was great because from that point onward, when they were all together, she wouldn't be the only one calling Chen Bai daddy, and Wai Shihu inquired what she was talking about. Wai Shihu grew flustered as she wondered if it couldn't be what she was thinking and how it could be. She thought about Chen Bai, Song Ji, and everyone together. Suddenly, Wai Shihu heard that Lai Feng insisted that Zhang Lupeng should listen to him because the matter was not that simple. Lai Feng declared that Chen Bai was definitely lying to them because there were too many loopholes in what he explained, and Zhang Lupeng agreed, stating that he also felt it was a bit fake. Zhang Lupeng questioned what Chen Bai said about Song Zikyong helping him manage the settlement, and noted that no matter how they looked at it, it sounded like boasting. Why Shihu remained silent as she listened to the conversation. On the other hand, the system notified them that it was the Dream Space Magic City in Han Zio's home, and Chen Bai greeted everyone and mentioned that he made some arrangements in the real world, so he was a bit late. Chen Bai noted that it seemed like he was the only one left. Meng Meng was waiting in the living room with two other guys. One of them was Han Zio, aka King Han, and as he introduced himself to Chen Bai, he exclaimed that he had finally met the Bai Emperor, and that he always knew Chen Bai would be handsome. But he was even 3 times more handsome than he imagined. Meng Meng chimed in and commented that Han Zio really knows how to flatter, but Han Zio insisted that he wasn't flattering as he was telling the truth. The other guy greeted Chen Bai as their group leader and stated that his name is Crow. He mentioned that Meng Meng said she could bring one more group friend with her and he just happened to come to make up the number. He stated that his talent was SS grade Fear Embodiment. Realizing that Meng Meng had an SSS grade Dreamwalker and Crow had an SS grade Fear Embodiment, Han Zio became dejected and asked if it meant that his S grade mental control was the weakest there. Chen Bai noted that although Han Zio's talent was lacking, his luck wasn't bad because if he had encountered that situation the day before yesterday, Meng Meng wouldn't have been able to help him. He explained that it was because, back then, Meng Meng could only bring them into the dream world using her own position. Chen Bai noted that the ability to bring everyone to Han Zio's house using his dream totem as the core was something Meng Meng just learned the other day, and Meng Meng agreed. Han Zio laughed and commented that he had always been pretty lucky. Chen Bai stated alright and that Meng Meng doesn't have much time to maintain the 4 of them in the dream world, so Han Zio should explain quickly why he was complaining in the group. Han Zio explained that it was a dungeon with a mission specific to him, so he would send Chen Bai a screenshot of the mission. He mentioned that it was not close by, so they should talk as they went. It was Family Mystery, an S-grade exclusive mission, and it stated that Han Zio found a medical record from Red Star Psychiatric Hospital in his father's belongings with the name of an aunt he had never heard of, and it mentioned a family genetic disorder which piqued his curiosity, and the Red Star Psychiatric Hospital seemed to hold the key to the mystery. A few moments later, they arrived at the Red Star Psychiatric Hospital 16, and as they stood in front of a portal, Han Zio mentioned that when he found it, it had already become a dungeon. Han Zio explained that he went in once but quickly gave up. He mentioned that the level 5 to 12 nightmare difficulty monsters were just too much for him to handle, and he couldn't wait to level up and come back because after he first abandoned the dungeon, the Cosmic Will informed him that someone had noticed his presence and might leave with everything. Chen Bai immediately reached out to the portal and responded that he understood. The system asked Chen Bai if he wanted to lead the team into the Red Star Psychiatric Hospital dungeon, and Chen Bai answered yes. A few moments later, they were in the Dream Space Magic City inside the Red Star Psychiatric Hospital dungeon. Crow called everyone's attention and announced that there was a little monster, and as Meng Meng commented that she had a bad feeling about that place. Han Zhao noted that the monsters right at the start of the dungeon weren't weak, so they should be careful. It was a monster nurse, and she moved forward with a strange posture. Crow advised everyone to hold on and let him test its strength. The monster nurse suddenly charged toward Crow at an incredible speed. Crow used his SS grade talent, Fear Embodiment, and the monster nurse quickly stopped in its tracks. The monster nurse was terrified, and she fell on the ground. Her heart beat loudly, and she couldn't take her eyes off the scarecrow. Crow urged the monster nurse to fear more and used his skill, Lawful Explosion. The monster nurse trembled on the ground as her heart exploded, and the system notified them that a team member killed a crazed nurse, so the experience was shared. Meng Meng remarked that it seemed way too much like a villain boss, and Han Zhao commented that it was a powerful ability, while Chen Bai concluded that it was good. They received the D-rank active skill, Sharp Screeching Thought Explosion, which launched a mental attack with a sharp screech, causing mental damage within a certain range, and it would also attract the attention of nearby monsters. Crow called everyone's attention and mentioned that they were lucky because they got a skill drop. Chen Bai noted that Han Zhao and Meng Meng both had mental talents, so the two of them should decide who gets it. And Han Zhao stated that he didn't need it as he just wanted the items for his exclusive mission, and besides, his talent already had a similar skill. Meng Meng stated that she wouldn't hold back, and as she obtained the skill card, she thanked Crow. She immediately used the card, and the system notified her that she had learned the Sharp Screeching Thought Explosion. Chen Bai requested that Meng Meng use the skill, but she explained that the skill's damage range wasn't large, but the sound range was wide, so it might even lure out the monsters in the wards. He stated that it was exactly what they needed because searching room by room was too much trouble and that Meng Meng shouldn't worry because it would be fine, so she agreed. Meng Meng used her skill, Sharp Screeching Thought Explosion. In an instant, a lot of monsters emerged and rushed toward Chen Bai and his group. Chen Bai observed that the effect of attracting monsters was really good. Han Zhao stated that there were many monsters in that dungeon. Crow warned that everyone should be careful and not get distracted. On the other hand, Meng Meng asked Chen Bai if they would be okay with all those monsters. Chen Bai replied, of course, and that there was nothing to worry about. He remarked that it was the perfect time to try his newly upgraded skills. Han Zhao summoned multiple daggers, and he expressed that he was relieved to hear that from their group leader, so they should kill. He threw his daggers and eliminated multiple monsters in one go. Meanwhile, Crow used his skill, Fear's Source, Darkness. The shadows he created wrapped around the monsters, and Crow commented that it should strangle them. Suddenly, Meng Meng created a huge explosion. Crow and Han Zhao were astonished when they saw that Meng Meng was casually holding a rocket launcher. Meng Meng exclaimed that it felt so good and that she should try again. Han Zhao observed that the ability to create things in dreams was abnormal, and as he asked if Meng Meng would be able to build a Gundam in the future, Crow affirmed that she surely could. Something suddenly caught Crow's attention. While he restrained some of the monsters, he silently observed Chen Bai, who just stood there, and he wondered why their group leader hadn't taken action yet. On the other hand, Chen Bai noted that the power had finally reached its limits, but the skill was a little slow to power up, so it looked like it would be hard to fully power up in the middle of a fight. Chen Bai acknowledged all right. He slammed his claws on the ground and used his skill, full-charged earth spikes. Huge spikes emerged from the ground and impaled the monsters. Han Zhao and the others were astonished when they saw the range and intensity of Chen Bai's skill. Meng Meng commented that Chen Bai was strong, while Crow pondered if it was a single skill and if Chen Bai killed them all, and Han Zhao declared that it was the White Emperor. While Chen Bai dusted off his hands, 2 monster nurses appeared behind him. Han Zhao was surprised and panicked when he saw them. He quickly threw his sharp aura and shouted that 2 were still alive so he would take care of them. But Chen Bai grabbed Han Zhao's sharp aura and ordered that he should wait. Chen Bai restrained the monster nurses with his vine-like aura and explained that those were mini-boss nurses he left on purpose. Meanwhile, Han Zhao muttered that Chen Bai caught his attack with bare hands, and Crow let out a sigh as he tapped Han Zhao on the shoulder to comfort him. The system notified Chen Bai that the Black Light Devour ability had evolved, so he could choose to view part of the memory of the swallowed target and have a low probability of obtaining any of the opponent's mastered skills. Chen Bai decided that he would read and absorb the target's memories and that he hadn't used the skill much since he got it on the eve of Doomsday. He saw the body of a woman that had marks on it, and she asked what it was. The woman was being hanged on an upside-down cross, and she screamed as she asked what it was. There were a lot of upside-down crosses where women were hanged, and as a nurse crawled sinisterly on the ground, one of them screamed and begged her not to come, while another person standing called her Nurse Kang and advised that she should calm down. The person inquired Nurse Kang how she could be so mentally weak and stated that he was going to offer her to his master, so it was a pity that the crazy woman could only be used as a sacrifice next month. On the other hand, at the hospital, 2 nurses were talking to each other, and as the other remarked that Nurse Wang shouldn't feel too bad when people don't accept her because of what happened to Nurse Kang, Nurse Wang admitted that she knows because she also liked Nurse Kang. Remembering how Nurse Kang kept saying 16 while being restrained on a bed, Nurse Wang recalled that she was such a nice person and asked how she suddenly went crazy. Back to the present, Chen Bai thought about the number 16 and the demonic formation he saw, and he remembered something. Chen Bai recalled that when he was a demon hunter in his previous life, he once heard that a dungeon in a mental hospital is related to demons and could even summon demons. But at that time, his level had already exceeded the dungeon limit, so he just read the posts in the evolutionary forum and didn't pay much attention to it afterwards. He suggested that they should go and find clues for Han Zhao's exclusive mission, but they should be careful and everyone shouldn't spread out. Chen Bai warned that there are probably quite powerful monsters there. Half an hour later, as the group walked up the stairs, Han Zhao inquired if he was right that all the monsters in that building had been lured out because it had been so long that they hadn't seen a single one, and they had searched 3 floors and there was nothing. But Meng Meng pointed out that it was not like there were no clues at all, and Crow mentioned that the number 16 appears very frequently there. As they continued to move forward, Crow stated that no matter what, he just wanted to know why there had been no movement from the dungeon boss until that moment, and he asked if it could be that he was too frightened by Chen Bai to show his face. Suddenly, an ominous aura filled the hallway, and someone commented that the young man was too arrogant. Everyone quickly prepared themselves to fight, and Han Zhao demanded who was there and ordered that they should come out. Huge Claws suddenly took a step out of the darkness. A huge monster appeared, and he announced that he was the director of the Red Star Psychiatric Hospital. The director introduced himself as the Messenger of Solomon, the 16th of the 72 Pillars, the God of Demons, and the Insomniac. Han Zhao got nervous when he heard about the demon, and Crow was surprised when he heard that the director was the demon god's messenger. The director insisted that pretending to be calm is of no use at all, and they will be sacrificed for his master's sake, which was their only outcome. But he added that if Meng Meng was willing to serve the master faithfully and bear his offspring, he could save them from death. Meng Meng retorted yuck and that it was a nice try, so the director should go and give birth to a child for his master himself. Chen Bai scoffed that for a lowly demon transformed from a human, the director was too arrogant. He used his bone claws and challenged that if he was really that capable, he should show it to his grandpa there and stop talking nonsense. The director declared that Chen Bai was a human who didn't know how high the sky was. He summoned a huge version of himself as he called his master and stated that he should give him strength. The director's summons was huge, and it loomed over Chen Bai and his group. Han Xiao quickly fell into despair. As Han Xiao and Crow knelt on the floor, Han Xiao asked what that awful feeling was. On the other hand, Meng Meng was bleeding, and she called for Chen Bai. Meanwhile, Chen Bai cursed in his mind as he muttered that it was the type of demon he hates the most because they could cause a steady stream of mental oppression. And although his mental strength is not low, he doesn't have any mental skills, so it was extremely unfavorable for him to continue. Chen Bai charged forward, and he murmured that he should make it quick. The director swung its arms to attack Chen Bai, but Chen Bai managed to dodge it and dug his bone claws into the director's abdomen. But the director seemed unfazed, and he remarked that it was not bad. He released a powerful and sinister flame. Chen Bai blocked the director's attack using his shield. The director acknowledged that Chen Bai does have some strength because he could actually resist. Seeing how Chen Bai's companions were suffering and Chen Bai dispelled his attack, the director proclaimed that Chen Bai wouldn't be able to break through his black flames, and the result of dragging things out would be his death by mental oppression. Chen Bai was having a hard time, and he looked nervous. The director warned that there was no way out, so they should struggle and cry in the midst of their deaths and show despair to amuse him. But suddenly Han Xiao regained his sanity and laughed. Han Xiao expanded a powerful barrier that protected the group, and while Crow was surprised that the mental pressure was already gone, Meng Meng inquired why Han Xiao didn't use the skill sooner. Han Xiao responded that he didn't know what was going on, but it seemed that they could resist the director's mental pressure if he released his psychic energy a little. When the director heard Han Xiao's name, he realized that it turned out to be a descendant of the Han family, his master's bloodline. The director warned Han Xiao that he shouldn't think he would be okay just because his bloodline is resistant to his mental oppression because his black flames could still turn him into ashes. Han Xiao questioned the director if he wasn't his master's loyal dog and why he still wanted to kill his master's descendants, and he retorted that he should be careful or his master might kick him to death. The director countered that Han Xiao was just a family member who was trying to betray the master, and he might even get a reward for killing him. He demanded that Han Xiao should become ashes in his black flames and began taking a deep breath to prepare his attack. Crow quickly charged forward, and as he shouted that they couldn't let the director breathe fire so they should interrupt him, Han Xiao and Meng Meng immediately followed. But suddenly, the director sneezed, disrupting his attack. Crow and the others stopped in their tracks, and as Crow asked the director if he had a cold, Han Xiao questioned if it was his new trick. On the other hand, Chen Bai observed that it took effect a little later than he thought, so it seemed that the director's physique is pretty good among low-level demons. The director was coughing uncontrollably, and as Chen Bai approached him, he demanded to know what Chen Bai had done. Chen Bai explained that it was just a skill that makes the enemy sneeze continuously, and he had recently upgraded it. He described that the skill was called influenza lung infection, a skill that, when unleashed on a target, enters the first phase in 1 second, 10 minutes, depending on the difference between the two sides' physiques. The director, who was at the first phase, where all attributes would slowly decrease, 3 minutes 5 kinds of disease debuffs would appear randomly, and all charged spells would be affected by the sneeze effect, causing inaccuracy, slowdown, or failure, and when physique drops below half, it enters the second stage, continued coughing. He exclaimed that it was impossible and demanded to know how he could possibly get sick. Chen Bai followed the director as the director weakly walked away, and while he was showing signs of entering the second phase, where all recovery abilities would decrease 90%, he would have difficulty concentrating. 10 types of disease debuffs would appear randomly, and the ability to breathe began to fail. He protested that he had already become a higher being, so he demanded how that could be. The director entered the third phase, where he lost the ability to breathe, and he began trembling as he coughed and gasped for air. Chen Bai commented that it worked because, after all, demons also needed to breathe, so it was well worth the large amount of virus points he used. The director collapsed on the floor, and the system notified Chen Bai that they had killed the boss, Hell Apostle, Zhao Changlin, which was level 12, and gained 30,000 experience points based on the battle contribution. Chen Bai turned to look at his companions and saw that they were all speechless and trembling. He was puzzled, so he asked them what they were all doing, and they were all startled. Without opening their mouths or breathing, Han Xiao exclaimed that it was the virus, Meng Meng admitted that she didn't want to catch a cold, and Crow just simply agreed. Chen Bai assured them that they shouldn't worry because they wouldn't get caught unless they were targeted, and everyone was relieved and immediately started breathing. They were all catching their breath, and as Meng Meng praised Chen Bai, saying that he was awesome and that his skills were invincible, Han Xiao gave Chen Bai a thumbs up. But Chen Bai insisted that they shouldn't flatter him because it was just the weakest demons that get that effect, and besides, there are plenty of demons who don't need to breathe. Chen Bai informed them that he got the notifications about the dungeon clearance and the release of the strategy videos, and he asked Han Xiao about his mission. Han Xiao checked his mission, and as he wondered how it was not completed yet, Chen Bai concluded that it meant that the clue to the mission was still hidden somewhere in the dungeon, so they should find it quickly. Chen Bai announced that he was going to post a video on how to clear the dungeon and asked the others if they wanted to show their faces and become famous. Crow requested that Chen Bai hide their appearance. Meng Meng stated that she would hide hers too. Han Xiao suggested that they should keep a low profile and see what good stuff comes out from the boss, and urged them to hurry up and help him find the mission clues. A few moments later, the dungeon strategy video to clear the nightmare level dungeon Red Star Psychiatric Hospital was uploaded, and the viewing price was 5 copper coins. Song Zikyong and Ailin were both startled when they got the notification. Lin Kaizheng, Wai Shihu, and the others at the hotel also got the notification, and Wai Shihu was in awe. Meanwhile, a guy who seemed like Shuichuan smirked when he saw the notification. Chen Bai's face was covered up in the video. Meanwhile, in a room on the 15th floor of a hotel in Zhongcheng, Zhang Yishui remarked that although the appearance was hidden, she still remembers those claws, and the White Emperor in the video is definitely Chen Bai. Wai Shihu asked Lai Feng why he didn't say anything and if the two of them didn't just say that Chen Bai is a fraud. Lai Feng asked if Chen Bai wasn't in the hotel. He commented that even if that was Chen Bai, the video only proves Chen Bai's combat abilities, and it doesn't prove that the settlement he mentioned was real. Zhang Lupeng agreed and added that it would be even more terrifying. He asked if they had ever mentioned that Chen Bai might be exploiting everyone to support himself and asserted that it was how he became so strong. Wai Shihu pointed out that everyone knew that Lai Feng and Chen Bai don't have a good relationship because Chen Bai distributed the equipment to everyone but didn't give Lai Feng any, and she asked Zhang Lupeng if he was just mad. She suggested that they should look at the video she just sent. They saw the wall of flesh that was placed in the Dongshan Villa area. Zhang Yishui asked Wai Shihu what it was and what kind of monster it was, and Wai Shihu replied that Song Ji just sent it to her so they should watch it together. Lai Feng was lost for words with what he saw. In the video content of the Zhongcheng Villa area settlement, Song Ji explained that it was the wall of flesh, which was a defense system outside the settlement, and it only eats corpses, and she asked Wai Shihu if she was scared. Song Ji asked if she didn't say that she wanted to see the settlement, and she noted that recording videos isn't cheap, so she only bought 10 minutes, which should be enough to see the whole mountain. She mentioned that the foot of the mountain is the most crowded place and anyone could enter there with 1 copper coin per day, but if they wanted to cause trouble, it would be fatal. Song Ji added that the mountainside is where many of their relatives live, and they were planning to expand many leisure and entertainment areas. She stated that the villa area was at the top of the mountain, and she still lives at her home, and Wai Shihu knew her house, and there aren't many people at the top, but it was absolutely safe as not just anyone could enter there. Song Ji predicted that Wai Shihu might end up living there as soon as she arrived because, even though she mentioned that Chen Bai hadn't made a move on her yet, it was only a matter of time as he was that big pervert. She urged that Wai Shihu should come there quickly as she still had a lot to tell her, and that she went to a dungeon to improve her physique. Otherwise, even if they all come together, they won't be able to deal with Chen Bai. When Zhang Yishui heard what Song Ji shared, she asked Wai Shihu if she asked Song Ji how many women Chen Bai has, and Wai Shihu responded that it was not the point. Wai Shihu was flustered, and she admitted that she should have watched the video herself before sending it to others. Lai Feng acknowledged that there was no more problem and that he didn't expect Chen Bai to be that strong. He stated that he just suggested some possibilities, but Zhang Lupeng cut him off and interjected that Wai Shihu can't be Chen Bai's woman. Wai Shihu asked Zhang Lupeng what he meant and when she ever expressed that she wanted to be Chen Bai's woman. Zhang Lupeng agreed, adding that Chen Bai is too flirtatious and has too many women, so she definitely wouldn't like him. And he claimed that he was different because he only wanted Wai Shihu. But Wai Shihu demanded that Zhang Lupeng should stop and not come any closer. She declared that who Zhang Lupeng wants or how many he wants has nothing to do with her, as she has rejected him many times even before the doomsday. Wai Shihu reiterated that she would say it again that she doesn't have any feelings for Zhang Lupeng and she doesn't like him. On the other hand, at Dream Space, the magic city inside the dungeon of the Red Star Mental Hospital, 4th floor, everyone was speechless as they watched Chen Bai devour the demon, Zhao Changlin. Suddenly, Chen Bai was surprised when he got a system notification. The system notified him that the organism has a special blood factor in its body and Chen Bai could choose to continue to devour, or expel it, and as Chen Bai asked if the demon gives bloodline to the dogs too, he announced that he wanted to expel it. The system notified Chen Bai that he devoured a special species and obtained 500 evolution points exclusive to the Black Light virus. He had absorbed the target's skills and gained the A-level skill Hellfire, and the blood factors have also been expelled and turned into an item. It was a weak demon's blood essence, and after swallowing it, Chen Bai could obtain a weak demon's bloodline, and Chen Bai asked if it was the blood factor. Chen Bai observed that expelling it actually forms an item and that he thought it would just disappear. He asked the others how it was and if the boss dropped anything good. Han Zhao exclaimed that it was not just good. It was very good, as it was the A-level Hell Messenger Professional Scroll and the Hell Black Flame Skill Book, which was also a level. Meng Meng added that there was also an armor design of a D-level equipment. It was the Hell's Cry Shepherd's Horn blueprint. When Chen Bai saw that one of the required materials was the pureblood demon's horns, he mentioned that he knew where they could get them. Chen Bai decided that he will keep the blueprint. The job scroll will be left for Han Zhao, who has the demon bloodline, and the skill goes to Meng Meng, and since Crow also contributed, the equipment goes to him. Han Zhao agreed that it was a reasonable distribution and that Chen Bai is awesome, while Crow thanked Chen Bai, and Meng Meng was just speechless. Han Zhao reminded that the last step was to help him find clues for his mission, and he was thankful to all of them for their help. Everyone was speechless with what Han Zhao did. A few moments later, they went to Zhao Changlin's office. Han Zhao speculated that the clues were most likely there unless the demon director has another secret room somewhere. He slowly opened the door. Han Zhao cursed and asked what it was when he saw what was inside. A huge demon statue stood in front of him. Meng Meng remarked that the statue has such a strong aura, and as she asked what kind of demon that was, Chen Bai explained that it was Jpai, the 16th demon of Solomon's 72 demons, and the master that Zhao Changlin mentioned. Chen Bai noted that the reason why the statue has such a strong aura was because Jpai has access to that statue in some form, and it was really interesting, so he was wondering if they could find a way to summon that demon god in that hospital. About 100 years ago, there was a woman in the Han family who fell in love with the avatar of Jpai on the Blue Star. Since then, every generation of the Han family has given birth to a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. The girls will live at the hospital forever after they become adults to become Jpai's brides, and the boys, without knowing it, got married and started a family. Meng Meng mentioned that more than a decade ago, Han Zhao's father, Han Yang, learned the truth about the Han family's inheritance from somewhere, and he did something in order to escape that fate and to prevent his daughter from being forced to live in the mental hospital for the rest of her life to serve a demon. She revealed that Han Zhao's father chose to kill his newborn daughter. Meng Meng explained that Zhao Changlin discovered and stopped Han Yang and reported the matter to Jpai, and Han Yang was deprived of his bloodline because of that betrayal. She added that afterwards, Han Zhao's sister was taken away by Jpai to be raised. Meng Meng stated that Zhao Changlin also received the demon's blood as a reward. She concluded that it was about it, and in the diary of that idiotic director, it was mostly envy of the Han bloodline and curses of Han Yang's stupidity. And there was also a large section on the Oath of Allegiance that follows merit and reward, which is the limit of what she could put together. Han Zhao remarked that he got the next mission when Meng Meng finished reading, and as he thanked her, he confessed that he honestly gets a headache when he sees big paragraphs, so he thanked her a lot, and Meng Meng responded that he was welcome because she likes to look for clues like that. Meng Meng noted that Chen Bai studied the statue since the beginning, and she asked him if there was anything wrong with it. Chen Bai responded that, of course there was. Suddenly, the room shook and another door opened. Crow asked what it was, and as Han Zhao replied that it was a secret room, Meng Meng asked if it was a hideout. Their footsteps echoed through the building as they walked towards the secret room. Chen Bai asked if they had gone from the 4th floor to the ground floor with that height, and Han Zhao replied that they were at least 2 or 3 floors underground as he had counted the steps. Chen Bai observed that they should be there soon, and if he was not mistaken, the next thing should be the summoning room. He suggested that it could be a place to communicate with Jpai and worship him. They saw multiple inverted crosses surrounding a magic circle. Crow noted that it has a strong smell of blood, while Meng Meng asked Chen Bai what he found. Chen Bai announced that he had opened up the sharing so they could see for themselves. It was a special item, the core of the teleportation formation of Hell, which could be used to activate the spell that summons Jpai in the dungeon of Red Star Mental Hospital and requires the sacrifice of 16 lives with their souls and blood. The system notified them that the summoned demon is subject to the dungeon rules, so its level will be limited to level 12, and after summoning, the dungeon will be increased to Hell level. Meng Meng exclaimed that if they summoned the demon and killed him, that would make them a fortune. Chen Bai stated that he was level 8, and as he asked about their level, Meng Meng answered 5, Crow replied 4, and Han Zhao added 3, and it will be 4 soon. Chen Bai warned that if they summon J-Pai, they will die immediately because they are not even level 10, have no profession, and have no equipment, and he asked them where they got the courage to kill a level 12 demon. Han Zhao explained that it was because Chen Bai was there and Chen Bai was speechless. Chen Bai insisted that even if he were there, it wouldn't work as there is a huge gap between the demon god and a demon with a thin bloodline. And Han Zhao should know that clearly, so they will come back when they have leveled up to the dungeon's limit and gain their professions. Crow requested that they take him with them next time, and Meng Meng agreed, stating that she will definitely give him priority. A few moments later, they came out of the dungeon, and as Meng Meng noted that it was the end of that dungeon raid and asked if there was anything else Han Zhao would like to do, Han Zhao admitted that there was something he didn't understand. Han Zhao wondered if being a demon offspring and having a sister didn't just appear out of thin air because the doomsday came. Chen Bai admitted that he doesn't know whether they came from nothing or have always existed, but they currently exist, and he asked Han Zhao why he was asking that all of a sudden and if he remembered anything strange about his father before the doomsday. But Han Zhao responded no, because they didn't have a close relationship, so to him he is just an ordinary man. Han Zhao explained that his father has lived an ordinary life, and the most unique thing is that he turned into a zombie that was different from the others. As Crow asked if it was a demon zombie, he remarked that it was cool. But Han Zhao denied it, stating that it had nothing to do with the demon. He explained that Han Yang turned into a plague zombie covered in purple and green plaques, and those plaques gave him a strong sense of crisis, so he didn't dare to touch him at all. Han Zhao noted that as a result, he was pushed to quickly master his psychic powers, and it was kind of like his father's last teachings for him. Han Zhao suggested that it must be because of the chemical factory where his father worked, because his colleagues also had plaques on their bodies. When Chen Bai heard about the chemical factory, he speculated that maybe it was related to the SSS level plaque cult's mission. Chen Bai expressed that he is very interested in that chemical factory, so when he goes to Shanghai, he would request Han Zhao to take him there to have a look, and Han Zhao agreed, stating that it was no problem. Crow suddenly called Chen Bai and mentioned that he had some questions about his abilities, and Chen Bai responded that if Crow had any questions or information, he could take that opportunity to share them. A few moments later, Chen Bai remarked that it was a good thing that he got a lead on the Plague Lord mission. When Chen Bai came back to reality, he heard a lot of coughing around him. There were men coughing around him, and he asked them what was wrong with them all. A few moments later, Chen Bai asked them what happened, and if he didn't tell them not to enter his room. He explained that he has released a lot of viruses to prevent any unexpected mishaps, and as one of the men complained that he has more than 24 disease-type negative buffs, the other added that he has like 30 of them, and all of his attributes have been reduced to 0, so he was going to die, and he asked Chen Bai if he has any antidotes. Chen Bai informed that he has removed all the virus from their bodies and their attributes will be restored in a few moments, so they should stay there while he will go get Zhang Lupeng. But he forgot his full name. Wai Shihu approached Chen Bai and revealed that Zhang Lupeng actually came in there to kill him. Chen Bai asked Wai Shihu what Zhang Lupeng's reason was. Wai Shihu explained that the reason was that Zhang Lupeng and Lai Feng didn't believe what Chen Bai said about the settlement being real. So in order to verify it, she asked Song Ji to shoot a video and send it to her, but she did not expect what Song Ji did. A few moments later, Wai Shihu finished explaining what happened. She recounted that after she rejected Zhang Lupeng, he came at Chen Bai, screaming names at him, and tried to kill him because it was all because of him that the problems arose and that it would be better if he killed him. And Chen Bai asked if Zhang Lupeng was an idiot, and what kind of logic that was. Wai Shihu stated that Zhang Lupeng was retarded, and he threatened every single person she has ever interacted with and even forced her childhood friend to drop out of school. She explained that because of Song Ji protecting her, Zhang Lupeng couldn't force himself on her the way he forced himself on other girls. Wai Shihu admitted that she could have been ruined by Zhang Lupeng long ago. She confessed that being stuck there in that hotel with Zhang Lupeng has been really hard for her, but fortunately, his talent is not strong, so he couldn't force her. Wai Shihu expressed that she was really happy seeing how strong Chen Bai was and that Song Ji was still alive. A few moments later, Wai Shihu and Chen Bai went to Zhang Lupeng's room, which was quiet. Wai Shihu observed that Zhang Lupeng has been trapped by Chen Bai for so long, and she asked if he could be dead already, but Chen Bai denied it, explaining that the properties of a large number of common viruses are weakened quickly, but it will take some time for them to be lethal. Wai Shihu announced that she had an idea, and as Chen Bai asked her what she was up to, Wai Shihu declared that she hated that guy so much that she wanted him to die with open eyes. They opened the door and saw that Zhang Lupeng trembled and huffed inside. Zhang Lupeng was surprised when he saw Chen Bai kiss Wei Shihu. Chen Bai asked Wei Shihu if one kiss would be enough if she wanted to piss Zhang Lupeng off, and as Wei Shihu confirmed that it was enough, she asked Chen Bai what else he wanted to do when that was her first kiss. 2 days later, Chen Bai traveled at Wuchang Forest, in the mountains outside the city. Suddenly, the system notified him that Song Ziqiang initiated a voice chat via private chat. Chen Bai asked Song Ziqiang what was up. Song Ziqiang informed that it was just a quick report and that their men had picked up Wei Shihu along the river and headed back, and Chen Bai remarked that she did well. She added that there was one more thing, and that in recent days, many people in the Evolution Forum discussed a mysterious chat group that is full of experts, and rumor has it that Chen Bai was the leader of the chat group and that the group was full of pioneers who have awakened their gifts before the doomsday. Song Ziqiang asked if that was true. Chen Bai asked if it was Group 1, and as he confirmed that of course it was, he asked her if she forgot the post he asked her to promote before the doomsday. Song Ziqiang asked Chen Bai if all those experts wouldn't be able to help them in the future, and also asked about the Evolution Forum's post discussing chat Group 1. Chen Bai assured that Song Ziqiang shouldn't worry about that in the meantime, as he will make a decision after reading the posts, so she should just send him the titles of the most discussed posts, to which Song Ziqiang agreed and promised that she will do it right away. Song Ziqiang immediately sent the titles of the posts to Chen Bai. Chen Bai noted that it looked like it was time to make Chat Group 1 famous. He added that not only will that have a huge influence and deterrent effect, it will also have a significant impact on the public, and it will also give the group a great sense of unity and honor, so in the future, it will be easier to bring in the best of the best. Chen Bai continued to walk into the forest. Suddenly, everything around him withered. Chen Bai was surprised when he saw that his surroundings were filled with withered trees and corpses. The system notified him that he had entered a secret village that believed in demons. Chen Bai remarked that he finally found it and that in his last life, he was given the S-rank Demon Hunter transfer quest in that secret land. There were 3 tasks in that secret land. The first was to stop the villagers from summoning a demon, the second was to kill all contaminated villagers, and the third was to kill the demons summoned by the villagers and kill all the polluted villagers, and one could leave the realm after completing each task. Chen Bai recalled his previous life where Chen Yiqing explained that they were going to explore the realm, complete quest 2, and leave, and they will use the party function to set up a fair roll, and if they don't roll anything, they will be compensated in gold because he will never treat them all badly. He recalled how he believed the lies of Chen Yiqing in his previous life in order to earn some gold coins and joined his team and came to that secret place. Chen Bai admitted that he didn't expect Chen Yiqing to intentionally fail on purpose at that time, and his mistake made the villagers summon demons. But he took his team and withdrew from the battle because the purpose was to use their lives to weaken the demons. Chen Yiqing declared that there is only one way for them to survive, and that is to weaken the demon to a level that satisfies him. And by the time everyone realized it was a trap, Chen Yiqing had already made arrangements, surrounded the battlefield, and ruthlessly killed the evolvers who wanted to escape. Nearly 100 people that Chen Yiqing recruited were all lone rangers and small teams struggling to survive nearby, so no one was able to organize an effective resistance in time. Many people did in vain under the double teaming of the demon and Chen Yiqing's team. After realizing the fact that there is no escape, the rest of them could only turn to fight the demons, trying to catch a chance of life that didn't exist. Only when the last person fell did Chen Yiqing lead his team to rush towards the exhausted demon. But he did not expect that Chen Bai was alive. Chen Bai knew that he would be killed if they found out, so while they fought, he fled to the edge of the secret realm with extreme effort. At that time, Chen Bai tried to escape by utilizing the mechanism that allowed him to leave by completing tasks 1 and 2. Coincidentally, just before Chen Bai left, Chen Yiqing and his team also killed the demon and started the roll. The system notified Chen Bai that he had obtained the S-level item Demon Hunter Job Transfer Mission Scroll. Chen Bai commented that the drop roll function Chen Yiqing set up to lure cannon fodder cost them the best loot of all, and that heaven has a way of turning around. Back in the present, Chen Bai was in the secret realm's outer alley, and he recounted that after that, Chen Yiqing searched for him madly, so he had to leave Wucheng to look for a new place to stay. And he lamented that it was a pity that he didn't get to see what Chen Yiqing's expression was like at that time. Suddenly, Chen Bai noticed something. He saw a dead contaminated villager, and as he observed that there was someone in the realm, he recalled that Chen Yiqing killed the demon and cleared the secret realm for the first time in his last life, so there should still be 2 months left. Chen Bai stated that he didn't have to worry about someone getting there first, but he wondered who could have discovered that secret realm so early. Meanwhile, at the secret realm's central square, the system notified Chen Yiqing and his group that they had completed task 2, gained experience, and could leave the secret realm. One of Chen Yiking's men commented that he was right, that completing task 2 will allow them to leave that place, so they should go and come back next time to kill the boss. Suddenly, one of Chen Yiking's men called him and reported that someone was coming. Chen Bai asked them if they were leaving. He asked Chen Yiking if he mind if he took that boss, and Chen Yiking replied no, so Chen Bai should do as he pleases. Chen Bai realized that it turned out to be Chen Yiking and that he didn't expect that they discovered that secret realm so early. One of Chen Yiking's men warned that Chen Bai should be careful because the boss was a level 11 demon, and Chen Bai thanked him for the reminder and bid goodbye. A few moments later, the demon remarked that Chen Bai was an interesting little worm, as he didn't seem to be afraid of him, and he asked him if he knew that he was going to die and accepted it. Chen Bai replied that he just thought that it has been a long time since he has had to face a single fishy demon because he has always killed low-level demons like him in groups. The demon sneered that Chen Bai was just a mere human, so the bastard should die. But Chen Bai retorted that as a demon hunter for decades in his past life, he couldn't tell the demon how many demons he had killed. Chen Bai declared that he knew every move, every weakness of demons, and he knew exactly how their each and every muscle moves. The demon's body was immediately filled with cuts after Chen Bai used his skill, Bone Claws. The system notified Chen Bai that he had killed a level 11 boss and gained 13,500 experience points, and he had completed task 3, so he received 5,000 experience points and obtained a low-level grade C demon blood potion. Chen Bai muttered that it was a familiar feeling, and it seemed that his skills have not deteriorated. On the other hand, one of Chen Yiking's men exclaimed that he got the participation reward of 5,000 experience points and bloodline items, and another one added that he got it too. One of Chen Yiking's men asked him if Chen Bai had absorbed the corpse of the boss, and Chen Yiking suggested that they should go over and take a look. Meanwhile, the system notified Chen Bai that he had devoured a special species, obtained 350 exclusive evolution points for the Black Light virus, and had chosen to expel the bloodline factor and obtain grade ordinary demon bloodline potion. Chen Yiking and his men arrived at the place where Chen Bai was. Chen Bai asked them why they were back and if they wanted to share some of the spoils. Chen Yiking laughed, and as he stated that Chen Bai was joking, he inquired how he could share the spoils when Chen Bai killed the final boss alone. Chen Bai mused that Chen Yiking was reasonable, but it was a shame that he had already seen his true colors. He questioned Chen Yiking if he was being real because the boss dropped a lot of good, and he remarked that Chen Yiking should look because there were B-grade lesser demon bloodline potions, A-grade demon bloodline potions, and there are even S-level demon hunter job transformation scrolls. Chen Bai quizzed Chen Yiking if he was not interested at all. Suddenly, Chen Yiking gathered the potion they acquired. Zhang Long voiced that it was all the bloodline potion that everyone just got, while Chen Yiking commented that it would be a lie to say that he didn't want it. Chen Yiking expressed that he is not ignorant and that Chen Bai should get everything of the reward because after all, he completed the mission. Chen Bai mentioned that Chen Yiking uttered it well. He interrogated Chen Yiking if he didn't come back just to congratulate him, and as he noted that Chen Yiking should just say it if he had anything to say. Chen Yiking declared that it was not really a big deal and that he just wanted to make a friend and ask him where he lived. Chen Yiking announced that it was because he had been cleaning up the western outskirts of Wucheng, and it would be bad if he accidentally hit Chen Bai's territory. Chen Bai considered that it seemed that Meng Meng was in a neighborhood near the western outskirts gym. He pondered that Chen Yiking was trying to be nice, but he was trying to get a hold of someone on his territory. Chen Bai conveyed that Chen Yiking shouldn't worry because his settlement is in Zhongcheng, and in the western outskirts of Wucheng. He only knows of one gym. He reflected that they should see what they could find out about their influence in Meng Meng's neighborhood. Chen Yiking spoke that they just took over the western outskirts gym a few days ago and were currently supposed to be cleaning up the perimeter, and with Chen Bai's strength, he must have a considerable influence in Zhongcheng, so they could make friends and help each other. Chen Bai was surprised when he heard that Chen Yiking had already taken over the gym area, and he surmised that what those people call cleaning is nothing more than a euphemism for conquering and killing. He realized that it was the reason why he never heard about Meng Meng in his past life because she was most likely cleaned up by those people. Suddenly, the system notified Chen Bai that Meng Meng sent a message, and Chen Bai excused himself from Chen Yiking for a minute. Meng Meng revealed that a lot of evolvers suddenly came to her neighborhood, and they seem to be going house to house searching for something, and she thinks they will come to her place soon. To which Chen Bai replied and indicated that they are clearing out the zombies and the evolvers, so she shouldn't let them into her house and that he will be right there. Chen Bai suddenly summoned his vine-like aura, and Chen Yiking probed him what he was doing. Chen Yiking tried to run away, and he cursed when Chen Bai grabbed him from behind. Chen Bai used his skill, Evolution Devour, Memory Reading, and he assumed that with Chen Yiking's memory fragments, there is no way to determine the exact location of Meng Meng's neighborhood or the gym location near her apartment. Meanwhile, Chen Yiking's men started running away. Chen Bai observed that it seemed that he had to leave someone alive to lead the way, and the guy who warned him about the boss seemed to know a lot. On the other hand, Meng Meng was in her room at Wucheng's western outskirts, Jinhui International Community, Building 16, Unit 1. One of Chen Yiking's men requested if anyone was in there and explained that Meng Meng should open the door. He recounted that he will count to 3, and if no one says yes, they are going to go straight in. Meng Meng testified that they are not welcome there, so they should leave immediately, and if they force their way in, they shouldn't blame her for being rude. One of the men called the others and relayed that there is a girl. Another man queried Meng Meng how she wanted to be rude, and another man reported that Meng Meng shouldn't be nervous and that she should get ready because they are coming in. Meng Meng suddenly screamed. She used her skill, Sonic Blast. All the men bleed from their eyes, nose, and mouth. On the other hand, Meng Meng dropped her bat. She got weak and slumped on the floor. Meng Meng cursed in her mind as she believed that the skill required a certain level of physical strength, and it only took a second, but she lost her voice and half her strength. She concluded that there was no movement outside, so with her mental strength, they should have at least fainted. Meanwhile, one of the men outside coughed weakly. He called his brothers and requested that they gather at Building 16. 12th floor, as there was a chick that could do mental attacks, and he asserted that everyone on his team died, so they should come and take her down as she won't be able to use such a strong mental attack again in a short period of time. 10 minutes later, more men came, and they banged loudly on Meng Meng's door. Meng Meng wondered if they were there again and deemed that she had to fight. Suddenly, the door got forced open. A group of men quickly walked inside Meng Meng's room. One of the men was amazed and described that Meng Meng was actually a pretty girl. He wondered Meng Meng why she was sweating so much, if she was tired, and why she didn't scream at that time, and he signaled that Meng Meng was pretty, but her scream was ugly, so he was there to teach her how a woman should scream. Meng Meng reasoned that with what was left of her physical and mental strength, she could probably release the black flames of hell once more. She used her skill, Black Flames of Hell, and suspected that the men should go to hell. Meng Meng's flames burned fiercely, and it started to wane. She presumed that Chen Bai was right that the 4 attributes complement each other and it was not a good thing for a single attribute to be too high. Another group of men came in. One of the men verbalized that it looked like Meng Meng was already completely drained, and as another man responded that Meng Meng should choose if she wanted to die or wanted to lick him. Meng Meng recognized that she felt so dizzy that she guessed that she was about to pass out. Meng Meng judged that she didn't want to fall into their hands. One of the men petitioned the other what he was asking and if Meng Meng didn't choose death a long time ago, while another man clarified that they should tell all the brothers to come up and play. They pronounced that they should stop Meng Meng and that she was a witch that was quite troublesome. Meng Meng could only ask for help in her mind. Suddenly, Chen Bai's figure appeared on Meng Meng's window. Chen Bai effortlessly broke through Meng Meng's window and entered the room. He immediately kicked the 2 men that were grabbing Meng Meng. After kicking the men, Chen Bai quickly grabbed Meng Meng and took a step away from them. Meng Meng recited that Chen Bai was there, and as she apologized and contributed that she isn't very good at learning. Chen Bai articulated that Meng Meng shouldn't blame herself because she has done a good job, so she should take a break and leave the rest to him. Chen Bai proclaimed that anyone who dares to bully his student will not be able to get out of there alive. One of the men stated that there was another one while the other inquired if Meng Meng had some reinforcements. One of the men uttered that no one cares, so they should attack and kill Chen Bai. Chen Bai quickly used his bone claws to attack one of the men and his shield to protect himself from one of the men's attacks. He pushed the man with his shield, and the man crashed on the wall. Chen Bai questioned if there was no one left. Suddenly, Meng Meng called Chen Bai. She remarked that she was exhausted. Chen Bai declared that because of exhaustion and excessive use of mental power, Meng Meng is suffering from headaches and hallucinations while Meng Meng called him and queried him where he was. He grabbed Meng Meng's hand. Chen Bai mentioned that he was there. Suddenly, a man appeared, and he was about to attack Chen Bai from behind. Eliminating the man, Chen Bai noted that Meng Meng shouldn't be afraid because he will protect her. Chen Bai dug his arm deeper into the concrete floor. He eliminated more men simultaneously, and he pondered that no one could hurt Meng Meng. An hour later, Chen Bai considered that Meng Meng's complexion had improved a lot. He looked at the pile of dead men on the floor in front of him. Suddenly, Zhang Long grabbed the doorframe to enter the room. Chen Bai noticed him and was immediately alarmed. Zhang Long immediately asserted that it was him. Chen Bai announced that Zhang Long had arrived. He probed Zhang Long if he was right that it meant that all of Chen Yiking's forces had been wiped out. Zhang Long commented yes, and that according to Chen Bai's instructions, he found a way to trick them into coming up to kill him, so currently, Chen Yiking's confidants and direct subordinates are all dead. Chen Bai quizzed Zhang Long if the only ones left are his own trusted subordinates. Zhang Long immediately voiced no and that he didn't have any trusted subordinates or confidants. He only had a wife and children. He expressed that he has the A-level talent True Vision, which is why Chen Yiking forced him to join by using his family members. Jiang Long conveyed that if he had a mediocre talent, his family would have been raped and murdered just like his neighbors and friends. Chen Bai signaled that he could see that Jiang Long had a great talent, and he was the only one who warned him to be careful of the boss, so he appreciated it, and he demanded Jiang Long if he would like to follow him to Zhongcheng City. Jiang Long hesitated and couldn't answer Chen Bai's question. Chen Bai reported that it was okay if Jiang Long didn't want to because he doesn't like to oppress through power and means, so he will respect his choice. Jiang Long observed knowing that he would, of course, like to, but he just hesitated because there are many people in Chen Yikang's settlement who are enslaved just like his family. Chen Bai indicated that he could take them in as well, but if there are a lot of people, it won't be easy to take them directly to Zhongcheng City, so he suggested that Jiang Long also stay there and stabilize the situation first. He was puzzled when he noticed something in his storage space when he took out a potion. Chen Bai pointed out that he will give Jiang Long the potion, and he should use it to improve his strength. He pronounced that he has also sent Jiang Long a friend request, so he should contact him when the situation stabilizes, and at that time, he could decide according to the situation whether to develop in Wuchang or come with him to Zhongcheng together, and Jiang Long thanked Chen Bai. After Jiang Long left, Chen Bai opened his storage again. Chen Bai looked at the mask he got from the secret realm and reflected that it became like that when he took the potion out for Jiang Long earlier. The mouth of the mask was open wide, and it was looking to its side. Chen Bai reasoned that he remembered that when he was putting items into storage in the secret realm, the mask hadn't mutated at that time. He mused that what new item he put in was the job transfer scroll and those demon bloods. Chen Bai clarified that he would try moving items around a bit. The eyes of the mask quickly moved, and it was looking at the demon blood. Chen Bai believed that it was the demon blood potion, as the mask's eyes are always looking at the potion, and he proclaimed that its mouth opened, so he pressed himself if it could be that the mask wanted to consume those potions. He recounted that those inferior bloodline potions are useless to him, so he might as well feed them to the mask and see what happens, and he deemed that after all, it was a treasure that even Lido wanted. Chen Bai surmised that it was alright and that the mask should just eat all the potions. 5 minutes later, the mask's expression was happy after it consumed the potions. Chen Bai petitioned if it was all gone and if all of his bloodline potions were just for one burp, and he specified that the mask was sure something because it was able to consume such high-level treasures. Suddenly, the mask spit out a blob of meat. Chen Bai requested if the mask used the same place to eat and drain, ventured what it vomited, and if he had to clean up the mask's fish after feeding it. But when Chen Bai picked it up, he immediately saw that it was an A+ item, the ordinary demon blood essence. Chen Bai spelled out that the mask could actually purify demon blood. Plus, with the secret realm where he could get a demon's blood, he would have an inexhaustible supply of high-grade demon blood. Chen Bai revealed that he was in such a hurry to help Meng Meng that he hadn't even had a chance to look at the job transfer mission scroll yet. It was the S-grade Demon Hunter job transfer mission scroll. The system notified Chen Bai that the mission requirement was to use the scroll to enter the first layer of the abyss, kill 100 inferior demons and 100 fallen demons in the abyss to complete the mission and leave, and Chen Bai signaled that at that time, he was not going to finish the job the hard way and leave in a hurry. Chen Bai insisted that the demon's home base, the abyss, is a place full of dangers and opportunities. Suddenly, Meng Meng started opening her eyes. She sat down and started rubbing her eyes. Meng Meng was surprised when she saw Chen Bai. She wailed as she called Chen Bai, and Chen Bai maintained that he was there and everything was fine as he had killed all those bad guys. Meng Meng answered that she is still too weak in the real world, so she wanted to double her physical training. But Chen Bai reasoned that there won't be much improvement from that, so she should just maintain the exercises he has arranged for her, as her main goal at the moment is to level up, as well as understand and control skills. But Meng Meng proposed that the experience required to level up is too much, and besides, she has already cleared the nearby monsters in her dream world, and there are only a few left. She disclosed that she doesn't have the ability to rush, nor does she have the ability to find a dungeon. Chen Bai petitioned Meng Meng how she feels at the moment and suggested that they go back to Zhongcheng when she gets better health because there are plenty of dungeons to go around. Meng Meng emphasized that she is feeling great, so there is no need to rest, and they should go to Zhongcheng immediately. But Chen Bai clarified that Meng Meng should wait. He professed that even if Meng Meng ran by foot, they wouldn't make it to Zhongcheng until next month. Chen Bai enumerated that Meng Meng should hold on tight, not open her eyes, and if she feels that the wind pressure is too strong, she should pat him. He began to travel and jumped along the building rooftops. After a while, Chen Bai and Meng Meng arrived in a forest. It was the mountain area outside Wucheng, the secret village entrance. The system notified them that they had entered a secret village that believes in demons. Meng Meng testified that the scenery around them changed all of a sudden, so it was a secret realm. And Chen Bai echoed that one of the differences between a secret realm and a dungeon is the entrance, as only secret realms that have been cleared will have entry prompts. Therefore, for the evolvers, the danger of straying into a new secret realm is extremely great. As Meng Meng described that she would remember it and that Chen Bai knows everything, she implored if he needed her to attract the monsters next. Chen Bai admitted that it was not a dream world, and every skill Meng Meng uses is crucial, so it is safer near the entrance, and she should wait for him there. Meng Meng was speechless as she watched Chen Bai quickly move away. Meanwhile, Chen Bai deduced that Mission 3 had changed. He reckoned that it was no longer about killing demons, but instead, killing all the demon followers and dark priests, and there were no more bloodline potions for the mission rewards, so he wondered if it was impossible to get more bloodline potions. Chen Bai regarded that he should go and kill the first boss anyway. A few moments later, Chen Bai arrived at the secret village central square, and Qian Hai concurred that he was an intruder. Qian Hai averred that Chen Bai should become a sacrifice for the demon god, but he was startled when Chen Bai suddenly disappeared. Chen Bai quickly moved behind Qian Hai and used his skill, Evolution Devour. He absorbed Qian Hai while the other demon followers charged at him. Chen Bai quickly used his shield to block the demon followers' attacks. The system notified Chen Bai that he has gained 45,000 experience for killing the dungeon boss level 15 Dark Priest, Qian Hai, and that the creature has a special bloodline factor that allows it to continue to absorb or separate the bloodline potion. Chen Bai avowed that it was good that he could still use Evolution Devour for the demon bloodline, and that in that case, he won't be polite. He used his skill, Evolution Devour, and devoured all the demon followers around him. The system notified Chen Bai that a C-grade weak low-level demon blood potion has been separated, and Chen Bai pointed that the mini-boss could indeed separate the bloodline potion, and it is of the same quality level as the boss. Chen Bai continued to use his skill, Evolution Devour. He concluded that elite monsters could actually separate bloodline potions, but normal monsters don't, but that was normal. On the other hand, at the secret village entrance, Meng Meng exclaimed that Chen Bai has already killed the boss and also a lot of mini-bosses and elite monsters. Meng Meng wondered if Chen Bai didn't forget her, and she realized that she didn't do anything, and she didn't have any experience either, so even if Chen Bai took her to touch the boss, that would have been fine. Suddenly, Chen Bai called Meng Meng and exulted that she should prepare her skills. Chen Bai acknowledged that Meng Meng should use the most lethal skill she could and that she shouldn't worry because it is not in its full strength, so she will be fine with her mental strength. Meng Meng retorted alright. She used her skill, Sonic Blast, and the system notified her that she had killed a lot of contaminated villagers, and she earned a total of 1,750, so she leveled up and gained 2 free attribute points. Meng Meng was amazed when she saw the multiple notifications the system gave her. The system notified them that they could choose to leave at any time after completing all tasks and killing all monsters. Meng Meng called Chen Bai and countered that that was a lot of experience points, so she has reached level 6.5, and Chen Bai imparted that he has also reached level 9. Meng Meng thanked Chen Bai for luring the monsters there and reiterated that she loves him. Suddenly, the system notified Chen Bai that Song Ziqiang was initiating a video call via pirate chat, and Chen Bai bellowed to connect it. Chen Bai immediately interrogated Song Ziqiang what was wrong and what happened because they didn't look well. Song Ziqiang roared that they need Chen Bai's help immediately because a goblin who claims to be the god of trading has arrived in the settlement. Chen Bai immediately knew who it was when he heard the god of trading. He appealed if it was Lido and how he ended up in the settlement. Song Ziqiang consulted Chen Bai if he knew Lido. Outside the secret realm, Song Ziqiang stated that, long story short, after a day's stay in the settlement, Lido came to her and mentioned that he wanted to offer a class of Silver City Founding Order as an investment. Song Ziqiang declared that Lido would do that only if the Goblin Guild is established in the best part of the city after constructing the Silver City Foundation Order, and the Goblin Guild will also be exempted from taxes for life. Chen Bai remarked that high-level Silver City founding orders are extremely rare, and the city-state recognized by the will of the universe also has many convenient functions, so that investment is of great benefit to them. Song Ziqiang noted that it was great that she thinks the same as Chen Bai, but there is still a problem because the Silver City order is not to be used whenever they want. They must be used immediately. Chen Bai observed that the monster attack triggers when the class of city order is used, and it is hard for their current settlement to resist. But he mentioned that Song Ziqiang shouldn't worry because he will be back in a day. Song Ziqiang inquired Chen Bai if she should delay for a day for Chen Bai to accept the investment. Chen Bai explained that it was Lido's investment in Song Ziqiang, as he had already taken other investments, and he stressed that Song Ziqiang could complement Lido more and mention him to Lido. Song Ziqiang responded alright and that Chen Bai shouldn't worry. Chen Bai called Meng Meng and urged that she should come to him, and Meng Meng replied that she was coming. He revealed that it was all his equipment that could increase Meng Meng's physique, so she should take what she could use and increase her physique as much as possible, and Meng Meng agreed, but she queried what it was for. Chen Bai mentioned that there is an emergency at the settlement, so he is afraid that Meng Meng won't be able to bear it if he goes at full speed. Meng Meng acknowledged okay. A few moments later, Meng Meng informed that she was ready and her physique was currently over 30 and she got a lot of defense, to which Chen Bai commented that it was okay and that was good enough. On the other hand, in Song Ziqiang's villa living room, Song Ziqiang apologized to Lido for the wait and pronounced that she has decided to accept his investment. Lido pointed out that Song Ziqiang is a capable and decisive little girl, so it was no wonder that such a huge settlement was established in the early days of Doomsday. And what was even more remarkable is that she was able to keep those evolved people in order. Song Ziqiang affirmed that Lido is too kind because surely her management and business skills are not even a fraction of what he, the god of trading, is capable of, and it is an honor for their entire settlement to be chosen and invested in by him. Lido asserted that Song Ziqiang is a humble little girl and that he was becoming more and more certain that she could run the place as the best city-state in the world of evolvers. He requested that Song Ziqiang take care of their goblin guild when the time comes, and Song Ziqiang concurred that of course she will. Song Ziqiang disclosed that to be honest, some of the managers of their settlement have admired Lido for a long time, and when he found out about the goblin guild in the city, he has given up on exploring the outside world and is on his way back. Lido was intrigued, and as he questioned who it was, he added that not many evolved people knew about him and the Goblin Guild. Song Ziqiang indicated that Lido should know him. She announced that his name is Bai and he has also accepted Lido's investment. Lido was stunned when he heard about Chen Bai. He blurted that it was that little kid, and as he pondered about it, he insisted no and that the investment won't work. Song Ziqiang wondered if Lido can't invest. Lido answered no and that he didn't expect Chen Bai to be in charge of that settlement, and with that kid around, a Class S was more appropriate. Song Ziqiang was surprised when she saw that it was a Golden City Founding Order. Lido clarified that it was right. It was an S-Class Gold City Founding Order because a Class A City Order should not be too difficult for Chen Bai. He predicted that if Chen Bai gets back in time, they might even have a chance to take down the S-Class Monster Siege. The system notified Song Ziqiang that Lido sent her an investment mission, S-Class Gold City Founding Order, and she was taken aback. The system gave Song Ziqiang the mission description, which says that after 1 day of preparation, all monsters around the place will launch an endless attack on the location of the City Founding Order, and will be completed by persisting under siege for 5 days with the rewards of the place, with an area radius of 10,000 meters centered on the palace where the City Founding Order was used, becoming a city area recognized by the universe's will and receiving a gold-level city construction reward. Song Ziqiang highlighted that the range was much bigger than in a class. Lido emphasized that the danger is, of course, much greater, so he probed Song Ziqiang her opinion about it and if she still dares to accept his investment. Song Ziqiang avowed, of course, because with Chen Bai there is nothing she won't do. 1 day later, Song Ziqiang was waiting at the villa's large terrace when she saw Chen Bai arriving. Chen Bai expressed that it took longer than he expected to come back, as monsters were already gathering, so they had to clear part of the road, and Song Ziqiang conveyed that it was great and that she was glad that Chen Bai was back. Chen Bai advised that he would go put Meng Meng in Song Ziqiang's room and that Song Ziqiang should tell him briefly about the current situation. Song Ziqiang uttered yes and that it should be less than 20 minutes before the siege. She specified that they arranged 3 lines of defense according to the terrain, and the direction facing Zhongcheng is the key defense area, so they have prepared some defense scenarios. A few moments later, in the villa's bedroom, Song Ziqiang imparted that it was all they could prepare at the moment, to which Chen Bai agreed alright and that Song Ziqiang did a good job. Song Ziqiang relayed that they have been clearing the sewer dungeon those days and finally got the rest of the plague suit. Chen Bai thanked Song Ziqiang and proclaimed that choosing her was the best decision he has ever made, and Song Ziqiang voiced that being chosen by Chen Bai is also her greatest luck. Song Ziqiang confessed that she was actually very nervous, but seeing that Chen Bai was still in the mood to carry a girl back makes her feel better. Chen Bai elaborated that Meng Meng is not a woman he brought back. She is his apprentice, and her talent is not inferior to his. He suggested that Song Ziqiang should ask Song Ji to come over and take care of Meng Meng later, and that she should let him know as soon as Meng Meng wakes up. Chen Bai articulated that Song Ziqiang is the key to their defense of the settlement, so they shouldn't neglect her, to which Song Ziqiang confirmed yes and that she understands. Chen Bai stated that they should go and it was time to meet the monsters that are attacking their settlement, and Song Ziqiang affirmed yes. On the other hand, the monsters have gathered outside the city wall at the foot of the mountain of Dongshan settlement. There were different kinds and sizes of monsters. Chen Bai inquired if it was the siege for the S-class city founding order. He reflected that in his last life, when his White Emperor city was founded, it was only a B-class, and he compared it to the number of monsters on that S-class. Chen Bai looked down on the horde of monsters just over the wall he stood on. He remarked that it was really worlds apart. There were still 3 minutes until the monster siege began, and the monsters waited outside the city wall. Song Ziqiang used the ability of a child to amplify her voice, and as she called for everyone in the Dongshan Mountain settlement's attention, she declared that they were about to face a 5-day, 5-night siege by monsters, but they shouldn't worry. Everyone at the settlement listened to Song Ziqiang's announcement. Song Ziqiang noted that they have the strongest walls in the world as well as the most robust resources and most stable support. She mentioned that they have hundreds of B-class talents. Song Ziqiang added that they have nearly a dozen A-class and S-class talents. She also observed that they even have the 2 most powerful individuals with SSS-class talent. Song Ziqiang claimed that they don't have to worry about the failure at all because in 5 days, they will have the biggest and the best territory in the world. And at that time, everyone in the settlement will be able to enjoy various benefits at a discounted price. Everyone cheered when they heard what Song Ziqiang proclaimed. Song Ziqiang commented that there is only 1 minute left and she wondered if they are ready to start reaping money and experience. Everyone replied yes and cheered. Chen Bai asserted that it was a good speech and was very impressive, and Song Ziqiang conveyed that thanks to Chen Bai and the little girl he brought back, Meng Meng, it makes her feel very confident. Chen Bai indicated that the little girl Song Ziqiang was with has a pretty good talent for transmitting and amplifying sound, so Song Ziqiang should send her to a safe place, to which Song Ziqiang agreed. He called Lu Lai, and as he queried how the live broadcast preparation was going, Lu Lai responded that as he instructed, she chose the most advanced and controllable live camera provided by the Will of the Universe system. Chen Bai opined that it was good, and Lu Lai could start live streaming. Lu Lai replied alright. There was 1 minute left until the monster siege began, and at the Evolver's forum, the live stream was posted. Black T commented and wondered if it was a clickbait title because one needed a gold coin to watch it. Peerless Handsome maintained that he is sure it is the boss they fought in their settlement that dropped the Class D city building order, but Ghost Girl replied no and that it was true as there are so many zombie monsters. Erickson probed if anyone knew where the place was because if they succeed in building a city, he will definitely go there to settle down. New World Emperor amused how come it was an eastern country. Meanwhile, the 5-second countdown for the monster siege began, and Chen Bai expressed that it was almost there. The system notified the people that the preparation time for the defense was over and the monsters had been strengthened. As the siege began, Leng Shuang inquired why the monsters strengthened when the siege began, and she commented that they should have killed some of the zombies before the siege began. Song Ziqiang mentioned that Chen Bai already knew that monsters would be strengthened, but he asserted that strengthened ones would give them more experience points and gold. Meanwhile, Chen Bai has jumped off the wall. He considered that the zombies' attributes were tripled, but the gold coins and experience were also tripled. Chen Bai grabbed one of the monsters and used his skill, Plague Infestation, which was an additional skill given to him by the plague set he was wearing. He threw the monster towards the other monsters and knocked them over. Chen Bai's skill infects an enemy with a rapidly spreading infectious plague that deals damage over time and weakens their stats. He believed that it was a good skill because although the damage isn't high, the infectious ability combined with the weakened attributes makes it a great skill to have, and it will make the siege a few times easier. Chen Bai mused what the psychic fluctuation was and explained that the infected zombies are gathering, while other zombies are distancing themselves from them. He believed that there must be a lord among those zombies who could control them, and it was no wonder those zombies didn't push or trample each other but moved forward in an orderly manner. Chen Bai surmised that once he found and dealt with the lord, the uncontrolled zombies would be twice as easy to deal with, but the location of the lord is unknown, and it will take a long time to find him. He reasoned that if he went after the lord at that time, he wouldn't be able to deal with the monsters in front, and the zombie lord is controlling the zombie waves to attack with full force, so everyone defending the city is bound to suffer casualties. But Chen Bai concluded that if he didn't find and kill the lord at that time, by the time zombies from other directions started threatening the settlement and their people got distracted, he wouldn't be able to get any further away from them. Chen Bai reckoned that it seemed that for the perfect solution to the current situation, he was going to need Meng Meng's help. He summoned his shield to defend himself from the oncoming attack. Chen Bai deduced that Meng Meng should quickly wake up. A few moments later, Meng Meng slowly opened her eyes. Noticing Meng Meng, Song Ji indicated that she was awake. Meng Meng inquired who she was, and where her master was. After some time, Chen Bai received Song Ji's message, which indicated that Meng Meng woke up, and she told her about the current situation, and Chen Bai expressed that it was great. Meng Meng messaged Chen Bai, and she expressed sorry to him as he went too fast that she couldn't handle the wind pressure, so she passed out from exhaustion, and that she had learned the situation from Song Ji, so she would go into the dream and help him kill the monsters. Chen Bai replied to Meng Meng that there was no rush. He assured that he would explain what the zombie looked like and she should use her ability to enter the dream and find that zombie as soon as possible. Meng Meng confirmed that it is a normal human body with raised shoulders similar to shoulder pads, a huge head, and it is wrapped in a fine mesh exoskeleton, with several tentacles extending downward from its shoulders and has a strong mental power. Meng Meng stated that she was going to sleep, and as she requested Song Ji not to let anyone get close to her and thanked her, Song Ji wondered why she was sleeping again and how come she fell asleep so quickly. At the dream space of the Dongshan settlement, Meng Meng stood at the city wall at the foot of the mountain, and she remarked that there were so many zombies. Meng Meng quickly used her skill. She used her skill, Dreamweaver, to lift huge rocks. Meng Meng let those rocks fall into the zombies below her, and she believed that dream space was great. She considered that she should go find the zombie that Chen Bai mentioned. Meng Meng stated that she can't delay the task assigned by Chen Bai. It was the evening of the first day of defense, and Chen Bai, out of breath, landed back on top of the city wall where Song Ziqiang waited. Chen Bai inquired what the details of the casualties and damage to the city walls were, and Song Ziqiang observed that thanks to him, no one died, and the few times they went out to kill when the zombies thinned out underneath the walls, they only sustained a few injuries. Song Ziqiang indicated that the damage on the walls was minimal too, so she concluded that Chen Bai could be rest assured and let others continue to guard. But Chen Bai replied that no and that the situation is not optimistic at the moment. A few moments later, Song Ziqiang was astonished when she heard about the Lord rank. Song Ziqiang queried if there was still a zombie like that out there, and Chen Bai explained that on that day, only the enhanced version of those zombies appeared, and the number of special zombies that appeared could be counted on one hand. Chen Bai conveyed that he has a feeling that the Lord is probably building up his strength and is getting ready to strike. Suddenly, Song Ji and Meng Meng called Chen Bai. Meng Meng came running towards Chen Bai while Song Ji commented that she should slow down, and their appearance surprised Song Ziqiang and Chen Bai. Chen Bai immediately informed that Song Ziqiang should tell Lu Lai not to do the live streaming there, and Song Ziqiang confirmed that okay. A few moments later, Song Ziqiang noted that Lu Lai has already moved all the live broadcast camera drones away, and Chen Bai asserted that Meng Meng's ability is very unique and must never be revealed to others. Chen Bai wondered why she was so anxious and if she found the Lord Zombie, and Meng Meng answered no. Meng Meng expressed that although she sensed a few energy fluctuations, each one was brief, so she could only confirm the general direction, and she didn't have any locking or tracking skills, so she apologized to Chen Bai. Chen Bai opined that Meng Meng shouldn't always be sorry because he knew she had tried her best to find it. But Meng Meng declared that she didn't come up empty-handed, and she pressed for the map. Meng Meng mentioned that although she didn't find the Lord, she found some suspicious special zombie gathering points, and each location has hundreds of special zombies. She disclosed that near the Jiancheng Farmers Market, there are 200 or 300 2-meter-tall, red-eyed fat guys. Meng Meng claimed that Donggang Square was filled with strange zombies with no arms or jaws. There was a dense crowd of fast-moving zombies crawling on the Riverside TV tower, and the shopping streets of Ronghu are filled from end to end with powerful zombies with big arms. Chen Bai averred that the Giant Fatty, the Tank, the Predator, and the Whistler are all Stage 2 evolved zombies, and Song Ziqiang maintained that Chen Bai was right that they really intend to accomplish their goals in one fell swoop. Song Ziqiang probed what the strength of those Stage 2 evolved zombies he mentioned was. Chen Bai relayed that Stage 2 evolved zombies are at least level 10 according to Meng Meng's description, and he is afraid that they have gathered in herds of thousands. He contended that if those evolved zombies target just him, there is still a way to win. But Chen Bai avowed that under the Lord's command, those evolved zombies will never siege him. He affirmed that they will try to break into the city and massacre it, and it will be a game of who could kill faster, so hardly more than 10% of them will survive. Song Ziqiang notified that the Lord must be eliminated in advance. So she will go check at that moment to see if there are any evolvers in the city who have talents like searching for monsters and tracking the energy fluctuations. Chen Bai assured that Song Ziqiang shouldn't worry because he thinks he has a suitable candidate. A few moments later, Chen Bai messaged Han Zio, as he interrogated if he had the ability to track the source of energy fluctuations. Han Zio inquired if he was joking and professed that his talent is mental control, so he is naturally very sensitive to energy fluctuations. And as Chen Bai suggested that Han Zio should do him a favor, Han Zio speculated if it was related to the Lord Chen Bai mentioned in the live broadcast, to which Chen Bai responded that it was right and Han Zio should let him explain the situation and the plan to him first. The morning of the second day of defending the city, Han Zio was brought to the Dream Space Dongshan settlement, and as they met at the villa area, Han Zio excitedly exclaimed that it was Chen Bai's settlement. And the live broadcast only shows the city wall, so he didn't expect there to be such a large villa area. Han Zio inquired if he could get a villa to live in if he moved there, and Chen Bai attested that he could because there are many empty villas on the top of the mountain, and he could choose any one he likes. Han Zio affirmed that Chen Bai is so good to him, so he had to do his best that day. He insisted that he was ready and wondered whether they should set off. Mang Mang deliberated which special zombie they should kill first. Chen Bai proposed that they should go to the Riverside TV Tower. A few moments later, they arrived at the Zhongcheng East City Riverside TV Tower. There were a lot of zombies climbing on a slanted building. Chen Bai related that the Whistlers are the only zombies that could ignore the city walls, and it is also the species that poses the greatest threat to settlements. He declared that the Lord will definitely not let them kill the Whistlers, so it will all depend on Han Zio's performance, and Han Zio replied that Chen Bai should leave it to him. Chen Bai advised that Mang Mang should come with him, and Mang Mang agreed. Being left behind, Han Zio wondered if he should also learn how to fly with his psychic abilities too. A few moments later, Mang Mang used her skill, Sonic Blast, on the Whistlers climbing the building. Mang Mang laughed and proclaimed that she is the strongest in the dream space. Suddenly, the Whistlers came charging towards her even if she kept her distance from the building. Mang Mang reflected that they were so fast and that it was over as she didn't have time to dodge. The Whistlers all jumped off the building and reached out to grab Mang Mang. Chen Bai called Mang Mang and declared that she shouldn't move. He moved swiftly and used his skill, Hellfire, to burn all the Whistlers coming at Mang Mang. Multiple dark spikes emerged from the building and impaled the remaining Whistlers. Chen Bai and Mang Mang quickly worked together to eliminate the remaining Whistlers. A few moments later, Chen Bai remarked that it was the last one, and the system notified him that he had devoured the elite mutant third-stage speed-type hunting zombie. So he gained 200 virus points and 50 exclusive black light virus evolution points, but had the multiple devourers yield adjustment of 60%. Mang Mang stated that there were 297. And it was only the second day of the siege, yet so many elite zombies had gathered in there. To which Chen Bai noted because speed-type zombies gather quickly, and those are probably all the zombies that could be brought from the entire Zhongcheng city and even nearby towns. Chen Bai mentioned that there will be more later, but by the Lord should be dead, and without the Lord's leadership, their scattered attacks are worthless. Mang Mang inquired if they should go and clear out another gathering point. Suddenly, Chen Bai noticed a dagger flying towards him. He asserted that it seems that there was no need for them to clear out another gathering point. Chen Bai explained that it was from Han Zio, and he has already pinned down the Lord's position. A few moments later, they arrived at the mountain area in the northeast of the settlement, and as Han Zio observed that the source of the psychic energy fluctuation was right in the mountain pass ahead. Chen Bai added that it was actually behind them, so it seemed like the Lord was not lacking in intelligence. Han Zio asserted that they should head straight for the boss because he can't wait any longer, but Chen Bai maintained that he had to return to the real world to fight the Lord, and Han Zio inquired why. Chen Bai explained that it was to live broadcast it because the Lord is the best stepping stone to becoming famous. He remarked that Han Zio helped a lot at that time, so if anything drops that is suitable for him, he will keep it for him, and Han Zio thanked Chen Bai. Chen Bai indicated that he should already wake up, and as he queried if she could take Han Zio to go and clear out some stage 2 elite zombies, Mang Mang wondered which type. Chen Bai expressed that it would be the Screamer because those types of zombies are of the spiritually evolved type, and Mang Mang could just suppress them, and they don't have the ability to fight in close combat, but they can scream and are a threat as the elite enhanced zombies. Mang Mang acknowledged that she understood, and Han Zio confirmed that they would make sure to complete the mission. A few moments later, Chen Bai went to the northeast of Zhongcheng settlement in the mountain area, and he believed that the Lord was there. Chen Bai considered that it was very close because although he doesn't have detection abilities, he could sense the scent of a high-level evolved virus. Suddenly, a hunter lunged at Chen Bai from behind. There were 2 of them, and Chen Bai managed to quickly evade their attacks. Chen Bai assumes that they were a speed-evolved type that is even more advanced than the normal hunters. He figured that they are most likely the Lord's bodyguards and that kind of zombie likes to fight freely, and its speed is not much slower than his. Chen Bai concluded that he had to pretend to be weak, reveal his flaws, and trick them into attacking him. He reckoned that otherwise, if he startled them and started fighting, it would drag on for a long time, and it would be bad if the Lord took the opportunity to slip away. Seeing the other hunter positioned behind him, Chen Bai recognized that it was coming. Chen Bai quickly used his strength to swing the hunter he was holding towards the hunter charging at him. The 2 hunters were too surprised and confused, and they could not react. Chen Bai took the opportunity to punch their heads and smash them into pieces. A few moments later, the system notified Chen Bai that he had devoured the stage 4 speed-type hunting zombie, so all abilities of the black light virus were enhanced. He gained 1,900 virus points, 750 exclusive black light virus evolution points with the multiple devour yield adjustment of 10%. The system notified Chen Bai that the black light virus has gained a new form, the blade form. Suddenly, Chen Bai felt a mental shock, and he perceived that it was such a strong psychic energy. Chen Bai stated that he believed that the Lord would take that opportunity to escape. He queried if it surmised that it could kill him. Chen Bai maintained that the Lord was gravely mistaken. He quickly went and slashed the Lord in half with his blade form. But Chen Bai deemed that the boss was a bit weak. He was surprised when Song Zikyang called him. Song Zikyang thanked Chen Bai for killing the Lord, and as she noted that it was much easier to deal with the siege without a commander, Chen Bai queried what they were doing there. Song Ji mentioned that they were there to celebrate with the bad guy Chen Bai, and as Lu Lai remarked that Chen Bai is so reliable, Qin Ling Yu addressed him as master. Chen Bai expressed that the Lord accurately grasped his weaknesses and preferences, but his face suddenly turned serious. Chen Bai swung his arms and sent all the ladies flying as he slashed them. Song Zikyang and the others' image slowly disappeared. Chen Bai insisted that it was better for the Lord not to bring out illusions of that level and embarrass itself. He opined that although the Lord created a perfect illusion, it did not interfere with his basic judgment, so from that, it seems that the Lord's mental energy is lower than his. The Lord was astonished, and it trembled in fear when it saw what Chen Bai was capable of. Chen Bai addressed the Lord as Mr. Zombie Lord. Comments flooded the livestream broadcast while Chen Bai faced the Lord Zombie, and they were surprised to hear about the illusion because they couldn't see it. Suddenly, someone commented and said that everyone should switch to stream 3 because the attack on the front line has begun. Huge zombies appeared at the Zhongcheng settlement wall, and it grabbed one of the normal zombies. They were the second order, physically evolved zombie, Berserker, and they were throwing the zombies in the air. Multiple zombies flew above the wall as the Berserker threw them. Song Zikyong warned everyone and said that everyone should be on guard and kill any corpses that are thrown. The evolvers with B-level talent, throwing expertise, C-level talent, arrow control, and C-level talent, invisible resistance quickly worked together to defend the settlement. Huge rocks and arrows were thrown into the air to hit the zombies falling into the settlement. A screamer managed to set foot in the settlement. It roared loudly, and everyone was in pain as they covered their ears. One of the men said that the 4th sector wall has been broken, while another man said that the berserkers have started throwing zombies at the 4th sector wall. Song Zikyong said that the men shouldn't panic and that they should keep their position. She used her skill, Amethyst Spinning Blade. Lang Shuang also helped eliminate the rest of the zombies. Song Zikyong noticed another screamer preparing to attack. She scoffed and snapped his fingers towards the screamer. Song Zikyong used her skill, Amethyst Spike. She said that everyone should stay calm because Chen Bai will soon kill the Lord who is commanding the zombies, and if they could get through that wave, they would definitely win. The people of Zhongcheng settlement started chanting and said that they should kill, while in the livestream broadcast. An audience commented that Song Zikyong was a strong woman when someone suddenly commented and said that they should check out Chen Bai's side because they couldn't believe that there are still so many high-level zombies there. At the mountain area of the northeast of Zhongcheng settlement, Chen Bai infected his enemy, the tyrant, Chaser, with plague. One of the livestream broadcast audience cursed in the comments and questioned what kind of zombie it was. Another commented and said that it was an amputated form of tyrant zombie called the Chaser. And as someone commented that they knew a lot and questioned if they had seen those zombies before, another questioned if he was new there and said that Chen Bai gave the zombies those names. As the fight continued, one of the people commented that he would tell the newcomer that Chen Bai waited for the Lord to call for help before he started to act. Another commented that Chen Bai is an arrogant guy, and he will definitely pay the price for his arrogance. And another commented and said that some guys just couldn't stand seeing others do well. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred, and Chen Bai managed to step away from it. It was the attack from the apostate, and in the livestream broadcast, someone explained and said that it was a psychic mutant on the same level as the Lord. And as another questioned if it was an offensive type and why Chen Bai was ignorant of it when it had been attacking him. Another commented that Chen Bai was going to fight with the Lord first. To which another agreed and commented that if the illusion interferes with a combat like that, it is over. Chen Bai jumped off the ground and charged towards the meat mountain. One of the people on the livestream broadcast commented that it was the last helper of the Lord, a physical mutant meat mountain. Another commented and said that he had seen an even bigger mutant and he was not bragging. But the whole city of Quan was swallowed by a meat mountain that looked like mud, and he was in the neighborhood of Quan so he could see it from a distance. Chen Bai questioned if it wanted to stop him. He used his skill, Hellfire. The Lord Zombie panicked when he saw that Chen Bai had managed to pass through the meat mountain. Chen Bai questioned Zombie if it wanted to run and said that it was already too late. Suddenly, Chen Bai noticed that the meat mountain was reaching out to grab him. A huge explosion occurred as the meat mountain slapped the ground. But instead of grabbing Chen Bai, the meat mountain was holding onto the Lord Zombie. While the Lord Zombie was trembling in pain in the meat mountain's hand, Chen Bai quickly jumped in the meat mountain's arm. Chen Bai questioned who gave it permission to eat him. As Chen Bai cut the meat mountain in half, one of the audience questioned why he doesn't absorb monsters. Another commented and said that he thinks it was because it's inconvenient during the battle. Another commented that when Chen Bai was fighting against the zombie wave, he absorbed them casually. And another commented and questioned how those minions could be the same as those mutants. The Chaser swung its tentacles towards Chen Bai. Chen Bai quickly maneuvered and evaded the Chaser's attack. He said that the Chaser's strength is weaker than before, so it seems that the plague has weakened it quite a bit. The Chaser was taken aback when Chen Bai suddenly appeared in front of it. Chen Bai said that the Chaser is pretty good at resisting psychic flames, so he would borrow it. He used the Chaser as a shield against the apostate's flames. Chen Bai quickly moved and sliced the apostate in half and said that he was done. Chen Bai looked at the zombie corpses around him. Lucky him, he never expected that the material he has been wanting for so long would come together so neatly. and they are all a level above the requirements, and he feels that they could be combined to produce something good. In the live stream, one of the audience inquired if it was something they could watch. Another remarked that they couldn't believe it was made from zombie material. Another requested if he could show them the attributes of the finished product. And another lamented that they could only wish because there is no way he could show them the attributes of that thing. Meanwhile, Chen Bai queried if it was a C level. He got the biohazard special weapon, Fist Glove Class C, and in the live stream, one of the audience commented that he was looking at the attributes and he wanted to see it too. Another observed that his expression was a bit unhappy, so that thing must be good. Another speculated that it seems that he is not satisfied with C class. Another assumed that they also thought it was not right because C grade is not worthy of those zombies. The Lord's brain could permanently control 3 creatures whose mental power is not higher than his own, while the mutated tyrant's bones increase agility and strength by 30%, and offensive actions by an additional 50% with a duration of 50 minutes and a cooldown of 3 hours. The mutated strength type Meat Mountain's flesh could trigger a recovery state when killing an enemy, which could restore special energy, mental strength, injuries, and physical strength. And every time an enemy is killed, all basic attributes except mental strength will be increased by 1 without a stacking limit with a duration of 20 minutes. While the apostate's heart releases a mental magnetic field that is both offensive and defensive to defend against mental attacks and release mental oppression. The equipment triggers the rare forge effect, giving it the special ability Catastrophe Evolution. And after killing 100,000 biohazard hostile targets and 100 high-level mutants with that equipment, it will evolve into a growth-type weapon. He mentioned that although some of the key parts of those guys were removed to make materials, they still have high absorption value, so he doesn't know if Blacklight Virus will evolve more. He devoured the 4 mutants and obtained 5,200 virus points. The Blacklight Virus also acquired a new form, Palm Whip, unlocked the ability Thermal Tracking, Virus Tracking, and Earthquake Slam, and achieved 30% of its base awakening, so the advanced skill tree was unlocked. He tested the new form and opened the Blacklight Virus Awakening panel and Skill panel. He was checking out the Awakening panel. He also checked his Skill panel. He suggested that they should invest all the exclusive evolution points of the Blacklight Virus first. It was a treasure that could evolve into a growth-type weapon and has a wide range of new abilities, so he can't wait to try it out. He then used his skill, Air Dash, to leave the place. On the other hand, in a room in the villa area of Zhongcheng settlement, Lu Lai contacted Song Ziqiang and informed that the situation at Chenbai had been completely resolved and he was heading to the city wall. So she was adjusting all the live cameras to the frontline battlefield. Song Ziqiang was inside a tent in the settlement wall, and she acknowledged okay. She thanked Su Zin for her hard work and noted that she had not rested since the siege began, so as soon as the attack was over, she should go and rest. Su Zin replied that she was still okay and there were quite a few casualties in the attack earlier, so she couldn't just leave them alone. Song Ziqiang insisted that she must rest because she is not the only one with healing talent, and Chen Bai won't be happy if she's worn out. Moreover, if her recovery talent isn't there for the private celebration session after the siege, they will suffer. Suddenly, Qin Lingyu contacted Song Ziqiang and notified that their current situation was not very optimistic. Though the command for the siege was lost with the Lord's death, and the zombies have stopped charging towards the walls at full speed, the zombies within 1 kilometer of the city walls have already gained steady hatred for the settlement, and are still attacking in rage. What was worse, the Lord's gathered high-ranking mutants, although they have lost their command, are still all together, and according to Wai Shihu's observation, they have 3 sections of the wall that are about to be breached. The most dangerous area is the West 6 to West 8, where the tanks are gathering, and their firepower is completely useless to stop them. At the lookout point inside the walls of the Zhongcheng settlement, Song Ziqiang contacted Wai Shihu and inquired how she was doing. She replied that according to her analysis, the western 6th section of the wall could hold out for a maximum of 3 minutes, so she needs backup, and the wall of flesh and blood is being eaten faster than it could restore itself, so it won't last much longer. She was using her A-level talent, at a glance, which could zoom, mark and lock any target in the field of view and consumes mental energy to quickly combine all the information in her field of view. Qin Lingyu explained that since the siege began, Wai Shihu has been using her abilities to observe the overall battlefield and help with mobilizing commands, and her current status isn't very good. Song Ziqiang reflected that Song Ji had a good eye for friends and men. She stated that she is going to support the front line while Qin Lingyu should send someone to take over Wai Shihu and let her rest, to which Qin Lingyu concurred. Meanwhile, on the wall of Zhongcheng's settlement, Song Ji contacted Leng Shuang and reported that she had brought people to help her. But Leng Shuang replied that she should stay back because they are fast and she won't be able to help her. The zombies attacked, and Song Ji got worried for her. Leng Shuang ordered that everyone should follow her. Suddenly, Chen Bai remarked that Leng Shuang told Song Ji not to join in, but she was still causing trouble. He used his skill, Swift Slashing, and instructed that Song Ji should take the men and tell everyone that the Lord is dead, so they should leave the rest to him. Song Ji relayed that the Lord was dead and Chen Bai was back. He used his skill, the Earthquake Slam, and she proclaimed that victory was decided. He then used his skill, Palm Whip Form. Song Ji commanded that they should kill the enemy with all their strength because the Lord is dead and Chen Bai is back. Victory is determined. While he was using his skill, Virus and Thermal Tracking, he then used his skill, Advanced Energy Spike. Song Ziqiang urged that they should kill. Meng Meng encouraged that they should kill. 4 days later, the area outside the walls was filled with smoke and corpses. Chen Bai admitted that the losses in that battle to defend the city were much greater than he had imagined, to which Song Ziqiang concurred and noted that the walls were almost completely destroyed, and that was 5 days of constant fighting. They both overestimated everyone's endurance and underestimated the intensity of the battle. And without him and Meng Meng, they would definitely not be able to hold on. Suddenly, Lido suggested that he believed they should be a little happier. Although the battlefield looked brutal, the death toll was lower than he imagined, and he congratulated them as they had completed the mission perfectly. They should build their city-state as it was the first city-state since the Doomsday. The system notified that the S-level Gold City Building Order mission had been completed and the mission reward had been issued. And Song Ziqiang inquired if that was all it takes to build a successful city and nothing else, but Lido denied it. Chen Bai suggested that she should come and they should go to the place where they were going to use the order to build the city. On the other hand, in the Zhongcheng residential area at the foot of Dongshan Mountain, a resident wondered what it was, as another resident replied that he didn't know as it just came out of nowhere. Another resident warned that everyone should be careful. The system notified that it was the heart of the city, and only Song Ziqiang and those authorized by her could use it. And after using it, they could establish a city-state. As one of the residents declared that it was the heart of the city and it belongs to Song Ziqiang, another resident mentioned that she and Chen Bai were there. Chen Bai queried if it was where she used it, and she explained that before using it, she specially asked a professional to plan it, and the location there is perfect. It includes mountainous areas and a plain surrounded by mountains, and some important buildings and resources could be placed there. There are also large areas of plains within Zhongcheng, and a waterway across the settlement could be used for transportation. He appreciated that she has thought that through, so she should go ahead and build the city-state. But she urged that Lido should wait a minute, as she had something to consult him about. She apologized and explained that although it was his investment in her, she wanted Chen Bai to be the lord of that city. Lido remarked that she shouldn't consult him because the heart of the city already belongs to her, and she just needed to fulfill her promise to build a goblin guild in a central location. She instructed that Chen Bai should go ahead, as she has given him the authority. The system notified that he had been authorized to use the heart of the city and inquired if he wanted to use it, to which he confirmed. The system requested that he name the city-state numbered S1, and he contemplated that it was time to renew the hatred. He named it White Emperor City, and the system notified that the naming was successful, and it unlocked the city-state management panel. The system notified that the possessor of the heart of the city would gain 20% in experience and explosives, and within the White Emperor City, all attributes are increased by 100%, while hostile forces inside will have their attributes reduced by 50%. The system then notified that she had been granted the highest level of management authority by the Lord, increasing all her attributes in White Emperor City by 80%. The system notified that Chen Bai founded the city-state White Emperor City and gained 10 reputation points, and the city defense mission they participated in has been completed, so they will receive 100% experience rewards of their current level, and 3 free attribute points based on their contribution. Lido laughed and commented that it was good. Song Ziqiang wondered if he was happy. He replied that Chen Bai gained the lordship of the city and she had supreme authority and dependence, and that was just the way he liked it. It was the perfect deal and everyone got what they wanted. The investment has ended, and he is very satisfied with the results. It was time for him to continue his journey, so Chen Bai had to complete his investment task as soon as possible. Chen Bai admitted that he knew how difficult the task was. He chuckled and affirmed that he believes in him. Chen Bai gave Song Ziqiang 2 items and explained that it was the gold-level city building he just got. As he queried if she hadn't done some initial planning, he proposed that she should put them in a better arrangement. It was a Galaxy-class supercomputing core and an integrated fully automatic production line. He elaborated that the vehicles, guns, and other things it produces could all be used in trials, and with those things, the settlement will be way ahead of the game. She noted that things are already different and it didn't matter even if guns existed. He clarified that the guns produced on that production line are not the kind they used before the apocalypse, but they have attributes, and she needs to get rid of some of the concepts before the end of the world. As she could see, the city-state's management system doesn't seem to be anything special at the moment, but in the future, there will be more and more exclusive city-state building blueprints, and she will be dazzled. For example, the S-level Blueprint Biological Backup Center could clone her body and give her a second life. The S-class anti-gravity base allows them to build a city in the sky, and those are the blueprints that only S-level city-states could use. She acknowledged that she could see that their city-state will definitely become the strongest city-state in the future. Suddenly, Meng Meng called Chen Bai. She mentioned that she had a great time in the dream world at that time, as she got 3 new skills, and he should take a look. She shared the skill description with him, and she got the Dream Totem Enhancement, White Noise, and Sleepiness, and he remarked that it was a good choice because the Dream Totem could already lead people into dreams without staring at them, and combined with Sleepiness, that could also be used in battles in the real world. She revealed that it was the combination he told her after he looked at the skill tree. He should look at the third one, as it is the new unlocked skill tree she chose herself. It was the enhanced ability to enter and wake up from dreams or send the dreamer back and return to reality at any active dream totems, and he pondered if it was like a teleportation ability. She confirmed that it was right, so if she pulled Han Xiao into the dream at that time, she could then use the dream totem he uses to teleport to him. But of course, not only herself, but she could also send him too. He remarked that just in terms of the skill selection level, she could become a master, but she admitted that in other aspects, it was still far from enough to become a master, and then she inquired if he was free because she just wanted to study the effect of her new skill. He consented that she should go to the training ground on the mountainside and wait there, as he will be there soon. He instructed that Song Ziqiang should find a few people with different spiritual power levels to test the actual effects of Meng Meng's new skills, to which she confirmed that it was no problem and she would have them meet at the training ground on the mountainside once she found them. But he shouldn't train too late because everyone is ready to reward the city lord in the evening, and he acknowledged that he got it. She remarked that she heard that Song Ji has prepared a surprise gift for him. Meanwhile, the ladies were at Song Ziqiang's villa. Song Ji remarked that it was not bad and it was good. She questioned if they had the confidence to follow her and defeat Chen Bai in battle that night. Qin Lingyu affirmed that of course she has confidence, but she requested for her not to be like before because she fainted before anything happened. Song Ji assured absolutely not, and she spent all her free attribute points on physique. Chen Bai inquired why Meng Meng was looking for her, and she responded that she queried about the location of a nearby dungeon so she could gain some experience. He instructed her to inform Meng Meng to approach him after finishing the dungeon, as he had something to discuss with her. She confirmed that she already informed her. They would all like him to give them a few pointers on combat skills and skill selection. Song Ji concurred, and it was right. He remarked that her C-level talent tree is literally at the end of the talent list, and there are barely even any branches. Thus he questioned what guidance she required, to which she replied that she merely desired some guidance. He conceded and instructed all of them to send him the screenshots of their skill trees. Everyone got excited. Chen Bai mentioned that the S-level Amethyst Eyes with 3 evolutionary routes is a lot. Song Ziqiang queried him about it and expressed that she thinks the direction of Amethyst evolution is very useful. But he clarified that she is a queen and not a warrior, so her upgrade focus should be on upgrading Amethyst evolution, and secondary upgrading should be spirit enhancement. Amethyst Eyes and Profound Noble Eyes are abilities that let her understand her opponent, and even control them, so those are more suitable for her. She elaborated that Amethyst Eye could see through attributes, and with enough mental power gap, she could even read the opponent's mind. With Profound Noble Eyes, if someone makes eye contact with her, they will enter a confusion state and will lose their sense of direction. Thus it was magnificent. He summoned Wai Shihu and indicated that next up was her A-level skill, but she stated that she only has 2 skill trees. He assured that it doesn't matter if she has few skill trees and advised selecting the threat view first, as it highlights targets in view that could pose a threat, and afterward unlocking the See What I See, as it allows her to share her highlighted vision with her teammates. In the future, she will be an indispensable god-level support. She affirmed and promised she would unlock those 2 skills as soon as possible, and he approved because her basic skills were already very impressive. He summoned Lu Lai and declared that her B-level illusionary image actually has a skill that could create miracles, yet she responded that she has carefully reviewed all her skills, but none of them seem to have any damage capabilities. He disagreed and directed her to consider recognizing the false as true, as the skill has a strange effect where if the enemy fails to see through the illusion will become the reality to the enemy. He verified if she comprehended and explained that if they believed that the nuclear bomb in the illusion was real, then they would really be bombed by a nuclear bomb. It was also the reason why the skill has no damage description because everything is possible. Song Zikyong wondered if her ability was too abnormal, and if it was really a B-level skill. Yet he clarified that her talent does not include the ability to disguise energy fluctuations or auras, and pure illusions are actually very easy to detect, so the success or failure depends entirely on her skills. He then stated that it was Su Xin's turn with the B-level rapid recovery. She could evenly add points to the 3 recovery abilities of stamina, flesh and blood, and spirit because all of her skills take effect on her first. She can't help others until she uses them actively. Her abilities are simple but practical, and so far, he has not encountered a better medical talent than hers. Song Ji queried if Su Xin was done and if it was her turn. However, he clarified that C-level weaklings come last, so next is Qin Lingyu's B-level concentration, and she laughed and thanked him. He observed that her ability seems to be just a quick brain, but it is a god-level talent in a one-on-one fight. She should set a goal and focus on it, and it could speed up thinking and discard all irrelevant information. Thus, she has to choose skills that could help her make judgments about the battle situation, and she should also practice her skills in 1v1 battles against enemies with different talents. She expressed gratitude and requested that he let her express her gratitude for his guidance through actions, and Song Ji remarked that she was so focused on him that even if she stabbed her at that moment, she wouldn't feel anything. He rejected it. He snapped and pulled her out of her focus. He explained that she must be able to control who and when she focuses on, or else that talent is purely negative, and she acknowledged, affirming she will practice her control. Song Ji then repeatedly insisted that it was her turn. He commented that C-level talent intelligence increases experience, acquisition, and proficiency, so it was good. She shouldn't miss any of the skills she could choose because when she maxes out all of them, her comprehension will be 10 times greater. There is also 10 times the learning speed and skill proficiency. In short, their growth is 10 times that of ordinary people, so by then she will have learned all the fighting postures, combat skills, and strategies. Although she will never surpass him in physical strength in that lifetime, with her superb skills, she might be able to conquer him on her own, which made her curse, and she complained that he only knows how to bully her, thus she will bite him to death. Song Zikyong declared that since he has provided guidance on everyone's future growth, everyone should work hard and not let the later members of the White Emperor City look down on them, and they shouldn't embarrass him. They concurred, and they will try their best. Meanwhile, Leng Shuang remarked that she wanted Chen Bai's guidance on skill paths too. A few moments later, Han Xiao woke up. He was in his house in Magic City, and he commented that Meng Meng's skills are really awesome, as she really sent Chen Bai, the group leader, there. Meng Meng messaged Chen Bai and reported that the teleport distance seemed too far, so she felt dizzy, to which he responded and explained that it was the result of a sudden depletion of mental power, thus she should go rest. Han Xiao queried how his city was, and he replied that planning and arrangements are all done and everyone is currently working hard to build White Emperor City perfectly. Chen Bai recalled and queried how many attribute points he got as a reward for building a city because, after all, he and Meng Meng killed a lot of special zombies in the dream world. Han Xiao revealed that it was only one because an accident occurred when he and Meng Meng were killing a group of zombies in the dream space. They all screamed together, thus the mental shock was too much, and because he was flying using his mental power, he fell to his death after being stunned. There was an awkward silence between the two of them for a moment. Chen Bai then instructed that he shouldn't tell anyone outside that he is from Chat Group 1 because he can't afford to lose face, and Han Xiao reassured that only he and Meng Meng knew about that, thus it is not embarrassing, and he should consider that he is about to take him to see the chemical plant. Chen Bai acknowledged, clarifying he was just joking, thus they should head out. Han Xiao repeatedly exclaimed that it was great. Suddenly, the plague mark on Chen Bai's palm lit up. It was given to him by the SSS level mission and has been emitting fluctuations to remind him since he was teleported there. Thus it seems it is indeed related to the chemical plant Han Xiao mentioned, where there are plague zombies. Han Zhao summoned him and directed that they should go that way. Chen Bai rushed there as soon as White Emperor City's order was restored, and he pondered what kind of rewards there would be for the SSS level mission. Chen Bai was afraid to look at the mask in Zhongcheng in case Lido found out that he had hidden it. He didn't expect that those bloodline potions could be purified into an S-level essence, and the most important thing is that there is no requirement for usage. Han Zhao called him and informed that it was just up ahead and that was where the green mist was. The two of them landed safely on the ground. Chen Bai inquired if he knew the interior of the factory, and he confirmed he knew it before the doomsday. Chen Bai acknowledged okay and they should get going, but then he wondered if he had to go too and remarked that the green mist gives him a dangerous feeling. Chen Bai reassured that he shouldn't worry and he should just stay more than 10 meters away from him and he would be fine. And he could also take him to the place where his father used to work. Maybe it could trigger his mission. Han Zhao reluctantly agreed okay. The system notified that the plague mark had been triggered, so he should start the plague cult quest. And the mission objective is to find the source of the plague mutation with a reward of 10,000 experience points and the skill tree a level bacterial cultivation. He declared that they were going. When he reached level 10, his talents were also enhanced, and although it is not mentioned, his control of the virus has greatly increased. It felt so good, as all microorganisms and viruses within 10 meters were completely under his control. Han Zhao remarked that he was really enjoying himself in such a horrible place, so he was really something, and he wondered if he meant that he was a pervert. Han Zhao then warned that there was a monster over there. Chen Bai questioned if it was a mosquito. He jumped up in the air. He sliced the mosquito in half. He remarked that he hates mosquitoes. Han Zhao indicated that he should look over there because the plague mosquito was guarding the mushroom, and it could be a source of plague. Chen Bai cautioned that he shouldn't touch it, but if he wanted to die, he should just smell it, as it should be less painful if it starts in his lungs than if it starts in his hands. It was a combination of plague virus and bacteria. Han Zhao advised that he should be cautious, but he reassured that it was okay as he is immune to those things, and the system notified to absorb the deadly fungal virus and gain 150 virus points. Chen Bai remarked that it was good because the amount of virus in one bite is equivalent to that of several elite zombies. They should go to the factory where his father worked and to the lounge, and Han Zhao agreed okay. A few moments later, they arrived at the Plague Factory employee dormitory in Magic City. Han Zhao explained that he had checked his father's work area, and there was nothing there, so it seems that the clues to his mission were not there. Chen Bai suggested that he should join him in finding the source of the plague, but if he tells him to run, he has to leave immediately, to which he consented and promised that he wouldn't hold him back. Chen Bai mentioned that the concentration of plague and virus is the highest there. He queried if he knew what that place was, and he answered that it should be the sewage disposal tank. The sewage from the chemical plant is collected there. There are 2 very large and deep pools inside, and he has been in there once, but the air in there makes him feel dizzy. A few moments later, they came down to the sewage disposal pool. The place was filled with fungus and other organisms. Han Zhao cursed, and Chen Bai advised that he should wrap himself in psychic energy because, in case he is too far away, it will prevent the plague from infecting him, to which he replied okay. Suddenly, Puka Ziyumi called the children of the plague and servants of the virus. He showed himself as he summoned the children of the cult again. He ran towards Chen Bai. Chen Bai attacked him with his blades, but it couldn't even break his defense, and those blades are his strongest form of attack, so he pondered if the defense of an A-level boss was that strong. Puka Ziyumi stated that to their destined god, they offer the most noble worship and the most devout prayers, so may their destined god ignite the divine fire soon and spread the plague's grace throughout the world. Han Zhao queried if he was kneeling down to worship him, and he replied that he was not sure, but it could be. Puka Ziyumi assured that he is kneeling down to worship him, the destined great god, and he is ready to give him everything, life and soul. Chen Bai saw that he was a level 71 third transformation saint. His highest level in his previous life was only 79, so he reflected how someone of that strength could appear at the beginning of the trial. However, the spiritual sense that Meng Meng gave him when she became his disciple was a D class, but even with such a big level difference, he could sense the name and rank of a saint. He must be really defenseless against him, so he queried if he was his destined god. Puka Ziyumi confirmed that it was right because the high priest gave guidance to the cult at the cost of his life and Chen Bai's appearance when he obtained the plague seal at the beginning of the trial. He must be the god of their destiny, the plague god. In the previous life, Chen Bai recalled that the most valuable thing about every high-level talent is the exclusive opportunity, and it seems that the opportunity is exclusive to the Virus King, and the plague god feels like it's a lot stronger than Han Zio's demon bloodline story. He inquired what he could do for him, and he responded that they paid a huge price to enter the trial early, and it was so that they could help him in the trial. He was lucky to meet him so early, and every one of their members who came there could provide him with a plague cult treasure that matches his strength. He apologized that they are unable to give him all of the treasures directly in order to avoid the will of the universe sensing and interfering with it. As Chen Bai remarked that it doesn't matter, he appreciated him for understanding and queried what type of treasure he needs. Chen Bai inquired if he had a job transfer scroll. Puka Ziyumi felt surprised. He responded that he possessed them. He claimed that he owned the S-level Plague Knight and the S-level Zerg Master. He added that the most precious one in the cult was the SS-level Doom Prince. Han Zio appeared taken aback. Chen Bai sighed and inquired whether he had any SSS level. Puka Ziyumi replied that he might not know, but he believed it was almost impossible to acquire an SSS level profession at the beginning, and many gods rose from S level, A level, or even B level professions to SS level. Chen Bai acknowledged that he understood all of that, but he insisted that he only desired the SSS level job transfer scroll. Puka Ziyumi wept. He argued that it was the future of their god and that it represented the hope for the revival of the plague cult. Chen Bai warned that if it was unavailable, he would search somewhere else. Puka Ziyumi objected and mentioned that they might have a way to obtain an SSS level scroll. Chen Bai inquired if he possibly possessed one. Puka Ziyumi confirmed but clarified that it was not guaranteed, and Chen Bai would have to retrieve it himself. Then he requested to know the way. Puka Ziyumi explained that he could open a special secret space that connected to the greatest plague event in Blue Star's history, and Chen Bai must enter and collect the seeds of the plague recorded in history, then use them to condense a job transfer scroll, making it possible to create an SSS level scroll. Chen Bai stated that since there was a chance, of course he must try. Puka Ziyumi pledged his life, strength, and soul to become the ladder for his god and pave the way for the plague. He triggered the secret space. Green flames engulfed his body afterward. In a flash, his entire body turned to ashes, and only his staff remained. The system prompted whether he wished to enter the exclusive secret dungeon The Howling of 80 Million Souls and informed that the duration of the dungeon entrance was 2 minutes and 58 seconds. Chen Bai contacted Han Zio and informed that it was an exclusive dungeon, so he wouldn't bring him in. Han Zio admitted that since such a powerful boss gave everything to open that dungeon, he wouldn't dare enter either. Chen Bai explained that the portal remained open for a limited time, so he would send him out first because letting him go alone would lead to either death by insects or infection by plague. Moments later, Chen Bai transported him near the plague factory in Magic City. Han Zio remarked that they experienced a lot that day. He messaged their group chat and shared that he was in Shanghai and had just parted ways with Chen Bai, and none of them would guess what he encountered. Izai urged him to tell them quickly what happened, while I'm really not Swordmaster requested him to ask Chen Bai and Meng Meng when they were free because he couldn't clear a dungeon. But Han Zio replied that Swordmaster would have to wait because Chen Bai probably lacked time to assist. Overlord warned that if he kept them in suspense, he should watch out, or they would poke holes in his territory, prompting Han Zio to repeatedly refuse and beg him to put away his gun, promising to reveal it at once. An extremely powerful NPC knelt and offered Chen Bai a job transfer scroll, but it failed to satisfy him. Overlord wondered how powerful extremely powerful was, and Han Zio explained that the NPC wore a robe, and even Chen Bai's full power attack couldn't breach his defense. That was how strong he was. Overlord questioned the plausibility. Pro asked about the levels of the job transfer scrolls, and Han Zio answered that there were 2 S level and 1 SS level. Shui Chuan questioned whether Chen Bai remained unsatisfied with that, and Han Zio confirmed that Chen Bai stated that anything short of SSS level was not worth bothering. Then, the NPC sacrificed himself and opened a dungeon for Chen Bai to obtain the SSS level job transfer scroll. 5 Lightning Whip successor commented that the gap between them and Chen Bai was probably greater than the gap between them and ordinary evolvers, while Overlord confessed that each time he heard news about Chen Bai after slaying many monsters, all his pride vanished. Han Zio advised him to stop tormenting himself and avoid competing with Chen Bai in awesomeness, but instead use him to show off, because being in the same group with him and its Group 1 was cool. Izai agreed, but Han Zio clarified that he didn't want to use Chen Bai to show off. He wanted the reverse. Meanwhile, Chen Bai questioned why the hourglass reacted. He appeared surprised when he saw where he stood. He wondered whether it was the Roman stone gate and whether the secret dungeon was located in Rome, Florence. He supposed that it must be medieval Florence, the true city of art. He pondered why nobody was present. He walked through a dark alley and spotted Alina seated in the shadows. He realized that someone was there. While coughing, she muttered that he should leave because she was filthy, punished by God, and afflicted with illness. He remarked that she was a pitiful soul and asked if she desired to live. The system notified that the Black Death virus was absorbed, increasing his virus points by 3, and he realized that it turned out to be the Black Death. It informed that contact with the Black Death unlocked the Plague Cult's hidden side quest, Seeds of Plague, the howling of 80 million souls. As a reward, the collected plague seeds would form a plague job transfer scroll at the mission's end. He questioned what plague seeds were and how to gather them, and he resolved to figure that out first. Meanwhile, Alina felt surprised as her condition improved. She thanked him as God's messenger for dispelling her sickness, and she vowed to follow and serve him. He acknowledged that he did need followers and fame, as it would help him gather information and locate items more easily. He advised her not to make the sign of the cross because he was not the messenger of that God. She inquired which God's messenger he was. He clarified that he was not a messenger. He identified himself as the plague god and instructed her to inform everyone that he could heal them and to meet him at the Lord's Square. Alina urged that everyone who suffered from the pandemic should listen to her because the god of plague descended upon the world. And at that time, he was at the Lord's Square. She insisted they should go to the Lord's Square because the god of plague would cure them. Someone curiously peeked through their door and watched her. She repeated that everyone who suffered from the pandemic should go to Lord's Square. She warned that if they didn't believe her, they could come out and see her, and she inquired if they all knew her. A man questioned who was shouting outside, and the wife explained that it was Alina and remarked that the poor girl was probably so sick she lost her mind. Alina declared that she was the daughter of Henry, a wealthy merchant who gave his entire fortune to the church, but her family still died of disease, and she urged them to come out and see because she, Alina Henry, was healed. An old lady wondered if she was really okay. As she observed they heard her shouting on the street for so long, she inquired if they heard her cough even once. She proclaimed they should see that the god of plague healed her, and they didn't need donations, they didn't need to bleed, they didn't need to pray, they just needed to go to Lord's Square. One of the ladies touched her forehead to check her temperature. She affirmed that it was real because she wasn't coughing, and she didn't have a fever either. She questioned if her children could be saved. On the other hand, Chen Bai stood at Lord's Square, and he reasoned that, judging from the situation in the city, it should be the 14th century at that time, when the cure for the Black Death depended entirely on faith and bleeding, and the Black Death in Europe in the 14th century killed 25 million people, while it was over 80 million globally. If the plague seed weren't there, he considered whether he had to travel the whole world. Suddenly, Alina addressed him as the great, merciful god of plague. She pleaded for his forgiveness if she didn't know the etiquette and honorifics for an audience with him, and she reported that according to his instructions, she brought as many people as possible. He instructed that they should come closer and referred to them as poor children who shouldn't be afraid. The people were surprised when they saw him. He proclaimed they may be free of disease. He drew the disease from everyone, including the children. He applied his skill, virus absorption. The parents wept when their children woke up and called them. One of them reassured that his mama shouldn't cry because he wasn't sick anymore. As he inquired if she still felt unwell, she comforted him that it was all right because she wasn't sick anymore. One of the people confirmed that it was really better and he felt much more relaxed, while another reported that she didn't have a fever or cough anymore. Another declared that his strength returned. It was a miracle, while another mentioned the great God of light of the Holy Church, but another criticized that he was an idiot because it wasn't the God of the Church of Light, and he shouldn't offend the great God of plague. Another expressed gratitude to him as the great God for saving them from the curse, and another vowed that she would always believe in him. Chen Bai instructed them to stand up, and he reminded that they might still be in some discomfort because the disease damaged them, so they should leave there to go back and recuperate for a few days, and their bodies would recover. He advised them to go quickly because many children were still suffering from the epidemic behind them. He emphasized that their kneeling was not what he wanted, and what he wanted was for the plague to stop. An old lady praised that he was so considerate of them sinners, and she asked how she could praise his greatness. Alina encouraged that they shouldn't disturb the god who drove away the plague, and those who were healed should follow her from the bridge over the Arno, and they should spread God's mercy throughout Florence. Suddenly, a knight arrived at the Lord's Square. One of the people announced that the Knights of the Vatican were coming. One of the knights declared that someone reported that someone there claimed to be a god and was spreading heresy, so they should get out of the way. He questioned if he was the one spreading heresy, and accused that he heard he called himself the god of plague. Plague was a punishment from God, so there was no way there could be a god of plague, and he judged him a stupid heretic. Chen Bai concluded that it was an opportunity. He believed it was his chance to become a god. He allowed the knights to stab his body with their swords. One of the knights proclaimed that the heretic was eliminated, so he advised that the sinners repent for their sins and they should kneel down and repent because they were deceived by heresy, which was why they were suffering from the plague. But they were astonished when they saw Chen Bai. They questioned why he was fine. Alina cursed at them for daring to do such a thing. Chen Bai ordered that she should stop because he wasn't hurt, and she confirmed that she understood that he certainly wouldn't be hurt by those swords. But they dared to attack him. She demanded that he should bring down divine punishment on those stupid and ignorant knights of the Holy Church. The knights remained on guard, but he disagreed and corrected her because they couldn't hurt him, so he wouldn't hold a grudge or punish them. And no matter how many swords they thrust in his body that day, he would continue to save everyone from the plague. One of the people declared that it was the real God, the real merciful Lord, and another professed that for the merciful God of plague, they were willing to follow him forever. The knights were alarmed. At the Holy Light Cathedral, Bishop Haken remarked that the pagan only took 3 days, and at least 90% of the people in the city became his believers. It was Sunday, and only 7 people came to the church. They should have deployed the entire Knights Templar in the Lord's Square that day to kill him, but Archbishop John insisted on stopping him, and now all their men went to him. There were only 5 knights left, not enough to even guard the church. John maintained that he still stood by his opinion, and he also witnessed what happened in those 3 days. His appearance was sudden, and he quickly demonstrated his ability to eradicate the plague. In just 3 days, he traveled the entire city and cured everyone of the plague. He instructed his followers how to prevent and suppress the development of the epidemic. He guided them to drive away the plague, and he also treated those whose bodies didn't recover yet. His doctrines were obscure and difficult to understand, like the new words hygiene, breeding, germs, etc. There were no restrictions on believers or any requirements for them to make offerings. He informed that a merciful God will not make good people fight each other because of their beliefs, so if they attacked him that day, in everyone's eyes, there would be no doubt about who was the God and who was the devil. Haken remarked that he sounded more like a plague cultist. He inquired if he wasn't worried at all about the Church of Light and about their Lord. John replied that their Lord was the supreme true God, so they needed not worry about him, and they should worry about themselves, so he already wrote to the Pope about what happened there. Meanwhile, Chen Bai discovered a plague seed. He stood in a noble room, and he believed that it was formed by all the viruses that he absorbed, and it was good to know how to obtain plague seeds. But Florence as a whole only made so little progress. It was really bad news. The system notified that the condensation progress was at 0.001, and he acquired the plague pillar ability, where those who prayed and were baptized before it could transfer the plague into it and turn into plague seeds. He reasoned that it seemed he had to travel the world to completely condense it. Alina suddenly called him and informed that his most loyal followers were waiting for him, and he agreed. He exited the house. His followers rejoiced when they saw him. They declared that all things perish and all beings are immortal. He stated that the plague in Florence was eliminated, so he would already go to other places, but before he left, he would leave them something. It was the plague pillar, and those who prayed and received baptism in front of it could eliminate the plague. They expressed gratitude to him for granting them that miracle. He reminded that they shouldn't rely on it too much, as it would lose its effect after he took away the plague and left that world. So they must remember what he taught them about the causes, prevention, treatment, and even the key to researching the plague. They shouldn't be afraid because his people could live in that world together, and if they utilized it properly, it would help them as well. Finally, they should never forget the teachings of the plague cult. Alina affirmed that they would definitely keep his teachings and the teachings of the plague sect in mind, and they would also build a plague cult church there and spread his teachings to the world. He thanked her and entrusted it to her from that point onward. They may never suffer from disease, and he bid farewell to his children. The people chanted and proclaimed that all things perish, and all beings are immortal. They kept chanting as he left. He remarked that even from that distance, he could still hear the people reciting his teachings, so the fanaticism of people in that era towards faith was truly beyond imagination. But that was exactly what he wanted, as that would greatly help him collect the plague seeds. God's reputation would draw people to him, saving him a lot of energy on his journey to collect the plague seeds. And if he didn't have the name of God, he feared that it would take him at least 10 years to perfectly condense that seed of plague. But it should be much easier at the moment. He should complete that dungeon as a god. A few days later, at St. Peter's Basilica in Vatican City, Soren hoped that the god may bless the Pope and inquired what he wanted to see him about. And the Pope explained that the failure of the Eastern expedition greatly disappointed the god, so demons took advantage of that opportunity to release the plague to harm all living beings. At that critical moment, a pagan took advantage of the plague to rob the followers of their glorious church. Soren, the Grand Master of the Knights of Templar, asked if he referred to the guy who called himself the god of plague and could drive away the plague, and he wondered if those guys who didn't have firm beliefs had brains because they actually believed in such a scam. The Pope denied it, stating that he came all the way from Florence, and he did indeed eradicate the plague. Soren questioned if he actually eradicated the plague and if it could be real. But the Pope clarified that he could eradicate the plague, so he must be a demon because demons release the plague and take it away, using it to mimic a miracle and urging followers of the Holy Church, harming them, exploiting them, and preventing them from ascending to heaven. Soren exclaimed that he was a cunning demon, and he actually used such a trick. The Pope stated that the heretic arrived in Vatican City, and he already instructed people to lead him to the square, and he also commanded to gather the people and ask them to go to the square. Soren should take that spear of Longinus and slay the demon in front of everyone, proclaim the Lord's mighty name, and, for their Lord and for the believers of the Church, he should cleanse the evil from that world. Soren prayed that the Lord bless them in exterminating the demon and letting the world know the truth. On the other hand, at the public square, a child explained that it was the largest square in the Vatican. He requested Chen Bai to wait a moment as he would go and tell everyone that he was there. Everyone heard about his deeds a long time ago and looked forward to his arrival. As he thanked the child, he instructed him to go quickly as he would wait there. He laughed as he recalled that after leaving Florence, the holy churches in other cities either blocked him outside the city or closed the city gates and proclaimed him a demon. But in there, he was greeted by someone who wasn't even sick at all. He remarked that it was such a clumsy method. He stood by the Holy Church emblem sculpture. He assumed that it seemed they couldn't bear it anymore and decided to get rid of him once and for all in their main camp. But it was exactly what he waited for, an opportunity to completely resolve that troublesome Vatican. So they should come and let him see what methods they would use. One of the people remarked that they should come quickly because the Vatican intended to judge the pagan who cured the plague. He inquired whether he could really cure the plague, and another insisted that it must be fake. Otherwise, there was no way the Vatican would judge him. The Pope declared he was a demon and the Lord God issued a decree to destroy him there, while Soren proclaimed that the spear of Longinus was there, so there was no escape for him. Chen Bai assumed that, judging from their attire, they were the Pope and the Knights of Templar, and it impressed him because they even built the stage. He addressed them as servants of the glorious Lord. As he claimed that he came into the world to take away the plague, he challenged them for daring to slander him as a demon in the name of the Lord God. The Pope argued that they were all lies because God made it clear to him that he was a demon from the abyss, and he used a vicious scheme to shake people's faith in the Lord God. He first unleashed a plague that killed everyone, and currently he pretended to cure them to deceive the ignorant into abandoning their faith in God. One of the people questioned whether he could really cure the plague, to which another affirmed that he truly could and he saw it with his own eyes on the way there from Florence. Another wondered why the Vatican didn't let him cure the plague first and punish him afterward and cried that her child was going to die. The Pope realized that the fear of the plague shattered the faith of the people. He explained that if Chen Bai merely took away the plague, God would be merciful and spare his life. But his mistake was that he secretly bewitched them, so their souls would fall into hell forever after death. As one of the people acknowledged that it turned out to be like that, another accused him of being a vicious demon. Everyone shouted that they should kill him. Soren vowed that he would follow the calling of God's believers, so the demon must die. But Chen Bai blocked the spear with just the tip of his finger. It trembled as it struck toward him with such force. Chen Bai urged him to give up because that spear already committed one wrong act, hurting the Son of God, and currently it didn't want to make another mistake, so he shouldn't force it. Soren couldn't believe it. Chen Bai explained that all the way from Florence, he kept wondering why the church repeatedly prevented him from taking away the plague. Now that he saw him, a demon disguised as the Pope, he finally understood. The Pope laughed, and he mocked him by asking if he was kidding. One of the people laughed, and another wondered how the Pope could be a demon. Chen Bai responded that whether he was a demon or not, everyone would soon find out. He punched the unguarded Pope. One of the knights shouted that he killed the Pope, and another urged them to save the people. Soren confessed that he was bewitched by him and got distracted by his questions, so he was indeed a demon. But Chen Bai countered that the demon who seized the throne of the people should reveal his true self. Soren was stunned. The Pope grew horns and transformed into a demon. One of the people screamed that those were demon's horns, and another questioned what happened to him. The Pope declared that he would kill Chen Bai. Chen Bai concluded that it was just as he expected. His abilities were too great for the people of that era, and using his power would only make people completely believe in the Pope's slander. Debating with him was foolish, and releasing a virus that killed him wouldn't convince anyone. But luckily, when he went to pick up Dreamy, he gathered the 11 demon blood essence. So he smashed it into the Pope's body and also injected the zombie virus as double insurance. Whichever one took effect, the Pope would be exposed to the public and become a real devil or demon. The Pope gathered a fiery energy in his mouth. The people screamed that it was a demon and they should run away quickly. Chen Bai surmised that demon horns and demon fire were the demon bloodline essence effect, so the stage was set as the A-class demon bloodline was very powerful. Soren admitted that the Pope was actually a demon. Chen Bai believed that his body would soon completely collapse because it could not withstand the power of demons. He stated that the demon from hell usurped the throne of the Pope, distorted the teachings, and harmed the God's believers, and currently he even dared to stop him from taking the plague and healing the world, so his crimes were unforgivable. That day, he would bring down divine punishment on him, and he must die. The body of the Pope exploded. The people repeatedly shouted that he killed the demon, while Soren declared that he, the Knight Commander of the Holy Church, acknowledged his sin as he was blinded by the demon and committed a serious crime of blocking him, so he was willing to be punished. Chen Bai commended his courage and his devotion, but he hoped he knew that God would not punish human beings, and he came to that world to do only one thing, and that was to take away the plague. Soren confirmed that he understood the great merciful God of plague, so he would immediately bring all the sick people in the city to him. After the extermination of the demon, the Holy Church declined rapidly, and the plague cult rose quickly, and his movements in Europe were no longer hindered as everyone knew the name Plague God, and all the cities with plagues were ready to welcome him. Plague pillars soon filled every city and village in Europe, but the condensation of plague seeds was far from over. He traveled throughout Africa, Asia, and Oceania, and he saw different races, religions, and dynasties. He recounted that it was 1 year, 5 months, and 12 days, and it was finally completed. All he needed to do next was recover the plague in the plague pillar, and although that dungeon didn't have any powerful enemies, it was deadly difficult. He regretted that if he knew it would take so long before he entered, he really wouldn't have set foot in that side quest because, after all, 1.5 years was a very precious time in the pre-apocalyptic times. The system inquired if he wanted to collect all the plague seeds in the plague pillars. He affirmed yes. At the courtyard with the plague pillar in Florence, Alina expressed that may the great plague god's journey be smooth and he may finish his plans early. She was stunned when she noticed the plague pillar. One of the knights questioned what happened, and she explained that their god had completed his journey and was already returning to the kingdom of gods. They should recite the teachings given to them by him and let him know that they have memorized them. The knight agreed. She explained that they are called plague cult not because they believe in catastrophe and extinction, nor is it because they glorify corruption and death. In the streets of medieval Florence, the people noticed what was happening to the plague pillar. They joined in reciting and stated that it was because they want peace and happiness on earth, and they want people to be healthy and happy. The dark pillar of light surged towards the sky. They explained that it was why they needed to understand the plague so that it could no longer hurt them. That is why they want to control the plague, so that it could help them destroy sin and evil. In their ignorance, they killed each other. They already recognize the plague, and they shall not assault each other. In the future, they will fight side by side to control the plague. The plague will eventually become their weapon. The people of other continents also worship the plague pillar. They declared that they will fight to protect lives. It will make the demons that have plagued the earth tremble. Even uncivilized people in the desert worship the plague pillar. They proclaim that it will scare away bloodthirsty and cruel demons, and it will bring destruction to the enemies of life. All things in that world will eventually decay and rot, but billions of lives will work together to live forever and never die. All things perish. All living things are immortal. Chen Bai believed that they could hear their voices. They declared that the light of their Lord may shine forever on that world, and he inquired if those were their sincere prayers. The system notified that the mission was completed, so he was leaving the dungeon, and he came back to the Magic City Plague Factory. The mission rewards were being generated. He obtained the Life and Death Job Change Scroll, which has the requirement of possessing the talent Virus Monarch. He remarked that it doesn't look like an ability, and he really wanted to change jobs immediately. But Leto's mission requires seeing 2 scrolls, not 2 SSS-level professions. Since he possesses an SSS-level job transfer scroll, he needs to acquire a second one. And as far as he knows, Abyss has an SSS-level job transfer scroll. Suddenly, the system notified that the mission Plague Factory had failed, and he inquired what that meant. and if he didn't find the source of the plague factory. But he considered no, because when he found Pukazumi, there was no notification that the mission was completed. So it seems that the source of the plague the mission was seeking was something that had been altered by his presence, and after he sacrificed himself, the source must have lost its power and also died, so his mission failed. He assumed that it was those mushrooms. A few moments later, he considered that he didn't know what was going on in the White Emperor city at the moment. He messaged Song Zikyong and inquired what the current situation in the city is and what everyone's strength is at the moment, to which she responded and explained that the reconstruction has officially begun and she has chosen a place to place the supercomputing core and product line. And after receiving his guidance a few days ago, everyone has a direction to work towards. However, it has only been 4.5 days, and everyone is also helping to build the city, so there is no change in strength. He was surprised when he read that it was only 4.5 days, and he considered that he clearly spent 1.5 years in the dungeon. It must be because of the hourglass of time. It became one with him when it bonded with him, emerging and disappearing with his consciousness. It appeared in the dungeon by itself, and it was the only thing that could make the years pass like days. Suddenly, Han Zio messaged the group chat and explained that he just got a notice that the Plague Chemical Factory mission with him and Chen Bai had failed. Leaf inquired about Chen Bai and how he was, while Shuichuan tagged Chen Bai to inquire if it was the quest to get the SSS level scroll, and if he got it. Overlord expressed that they should forget about the job transfer scroll because they don't even know if he is alive or not. But Liu Huai assured that he shouldn't worry because it was just a mission failure. Nothing serious will happen. Chen Bai explained that Han Zio also received a mission, but it was definitely not the same as his because, after all, he has the plague seal. He will see what he has expressed in the group those days. He responded in the group chat and explained that the Plague Chemical Factory mission had indeed failed, and Leaf inquired if he was very sad, as she could offer a warm hug, while Liu Huai said that she could provide many warm places, not just one hug. Leaf said that they should duel, while Crow exclaimed that even Chen Bai failed on the mission. Sichuan explained that it was okay, as he was already the strongest he had ever seen, while Overlord expressed that a real man is never afraid of failure. But it was a pity for the SSS level profession scroll, and Han Zio explained that a boss over level 70 sacrificed himself to pen that dungeon, so failure is quite normal. Chen Bai grinned. He explained that the dungeon for the SSS level profession scroll did not fail, and the factory mission failed because the key NPC sacrificed himself to open the dungeon for him, causing the mission target to disappear. Leaf and Liu Huai were confused while Crow inquired if they heard what he expressed. Mizukue congratulated him, while Overlord exclaimed that it was an SSS level profession. Han Zio inquired if they should upgrade their chat group to a league, and as Overlord inquired what the league was, if it was League of Legends, Leaf explained that she knew that after upgrading, they could put the name of the alliance in their speeches or announcements, while Liu Huai said that she was reading about the benefits of upgrading chat groups and there were a lot of them, but it was expensive. Chen Bai explained that he has had that idea for a long time, but he doesn't know whether everyone in the group is willing because the league is like an organization, and it is all about honor and glory, but their chat group is much more relaxed. He initiated a vote on whether to upgrade the chat group to a league group and explained that they should think about it first and not rush to decide, and if more than 2/3 of the people agree, they will upgrade. Han Zio acknowledged that he got it, and he inquired if he wanted to come back to his place and rest because he just finished a dungeon and his bed is warm. Chen Bai explained that no one wants to sleep in his warm bed, so he should show him a villa area in Magic City, and he will go there and rest, and he agreed. A few moments later, Chen Bai arrived at Magic City's high-class villa district, and he explained that the villa area recommended by Han Zio was indeed good. Neither thermal tracking nor virus tracking found any living organisms, so it seemed safe. Meanwhile, in the villa area basement, Yan Zhu called Yan Kai and explained that someone came in, so she was so scared. Yan Kai explained that she shouldn't be afraid because she will kill that guy, but she explained no, she shouldn't kill anyone, and she should just drive him away. Chen Bai expressed that the modern world is so much more comfortable, and he would finally be able to get some rest after releasing some virus, but he should use the medicinal pillow made by the traditional Chinese medicine he brought from the dungeon. He took it out and considered that using that really helped him sleep better, but he was stunned when he saw that it had a status panel. It became a D-level ancient dragon Chinese medicine pillow, and as he inquired how it became an item, he mentioned that it was just an ordinary medicinal pillow in the dungeon. He wondered what was going on and what happened to his things in the inventory. The Song Dynasty blue and white vase, the living Buddha relics, the holy gold coin, and the Eye of Horus gold ring all became an item. He questioned if more than half of the things he brought out of the dungeon had become items and remarked that he had never heard of things brought out of dungeons turning into actual items. He recalled that he also brought back the Spear of Longinus from the dungeon because a sovereign-level powerhouse from his past life possessed the SS rank Spear of Longinus as a weapon, so he wished to take a closer look at it. The leader of the Knights of Templar, Soren, considered that he liked the Spear of Longinus, so he gifted it to him right before he left the Vatican. He noted that the Spear of Longinus had also become an item, but it was an unawakened F-class item. He explained that the Spear of Longinus, which originally existed on Blue Star, became an item due to the arrival of the will of the universe. Everything that became an item had a hidden unique characteristic. Although the reason was unknown, the only Spear of Longinus was currently in his hands. He wondered if Mr. Lorga would still become a sovereign-level powerhouse without that spear. Suddenly, he noticed why his hand hurt a bit. His entire palm turned red, and he questioned if the Spear of Longinus was rejecting him. It seemed he was classified as one of the Thrive types, evil, dark, corrupt, abyssal, or filth, so he couldn't use it. It was only F level, and it could burn him, and if it were upgraded to S rank, he feared it might melt him, so it was truly a weapon that countered him. He decided to let it eat dust in his inventory because that way, there was one less thing in the world that could threaten him. Suddenly, the door to his room opened. He was puzzled as he considered that he clearly locked it. A knife suddenly came flying towards him. He managed to catch it with his fingers. He couldn't see it with either his virus detection or thermal vision, so that should be a spiritual being controlling the knife, and it could only manipulate objects to attack, so its level should be quite low. Using Hellfire would kill it instantly, but the bedroom would be ruined as well. It was a headache because he possessed nearly 300 spiritual power, but he only had one skill that could harm spirits. He resolved to use the virus points he collected from city defense and dungeons to find some more cost-effective skills. He mentioned that the Black Light virus didn't seem to be proficient in spiritual power, so he inquired about the Spirit Power virus series. There was no virus, and it couldn't unlock the tree skill, so they should see what that could have towards spirit power. He already had enough points. The system notified that the virus had been strengthened successfully, and the zombie virus had evolved into the original virus, into the T-virus, until it reached the Spirit Power Enhanced T-virus. Suddenly, the knife was dropped on the floor. He questioned why it stopped attacking and if it ran away, and he remarked that they should let him see what kind of spirit it was. The system notified that the exclusive skill, the Spirit Power Enhanced T-virus, had unlocked the Psychic Master until it reached Psychic Perception, and the virus enhancement was successful, so the Psychic Perception support skill Psychic Vision had been unlocked. He employed the skill Psychic Vision. Yan Zhu mentioned that Yan Kai shouldn't and that they should go, but she stated that she should let her kill him as he was the bad guy who dared to barge into their house. Chen Bai was surprised that it was such a complete spirit, and it seemed to have a high level of intelligence, so it should not be a low-level spirit, which made him wonder why it only knew how to attack with a kitchen knife. He could see onto them with Psychic Vision, so he should see what he could find with Psychic Perception. Yan Kai was an evolver with an S-rank talent of Dual Spirit Body, Evil Spirit, and she stated that Yan Zhu should let her kill the thing that broke into their house and protect her. On the other hand, Yan Zhu was the evolver with the Dual Spirit Body, Good Spirit, and she remarked that he did not try to hurt her, so Yan Kai should calm down. Chen Bai considered that they were both evolvers, and he had not seen many evolvers whose forms changed because of their talents. Yan Kai snapped, and she quickly grabbed the knife. Chen Bai released his psychic energy, and as he inquired if she was Yan Kai, he told her that she should calm down because he would not hurt her. She should be able to feel the difference between them, and his spiritual power was more than 20 times greater than hers, so he would give her one last chance, and if she caused any more trouble, he would kill her and her sister. Yan Kai stepped back, and Yan Zhu requested that Chen Bai not hurt her. He assured them that he would not hurt them, but they had to listen to him. But Yan Kai claimed that he had some kind of perverted thoughts, so he should come at her and not bully her sister. He questioned if he had any perverted thoughts, and as he observed that it was she who had perverted thoughts, she hissed and threatened that she would kill him. He instructed the two of them to stand there as he intended to ask them a few questions. He inquired if they knew what happened in that world and if they could use the Evolver panel. Yan Zhu replied that they knew what happened and knew how to use the Evolver panel. She even read the Evolver forums while Yan Kai scoffed and expressed that, of course, she knew that a lot of people had died, but they were a bunch of pests, so it was a good thing they died. Chen Bai questioned why. If that was the case, they were only level 2 and if they were too scared to go out and kill monsters to gain experience. To which Yan Zhu admitted yes, it was she who stopped her sister. She wondered if they were not once human and claimed that she could not bear to hurt them because, after all, they could not hurt them. He declared that they were foolish because someone who could hurt them would appear sooner or later, and he asked what they would do then, if they would face them with their level 2 strength. They should remember that their talent was very dangerous because their power was tied to their emotions. They should not be controlled by the emotions tied to their power and become foolish saints and crazy idiots. They should close their eyes, carefully feel their power and control it, and use their minds to think about what they should do. Yan Zhu stated that she should help others and be a good person and do her best to help everyone, while Yan Kai declared that she should kill every bastard in that garbage world who bullied her sister, and anyone who might bully her sister must also be killed. He remarked that it seemed their rationality had been severely eroded. If he did not discipline them properly, soon they would become 2 low-level spirits acting purely on instinct and become pure monsters. Chen Bai believed that in order to train those spirits tainted by emotional energy, the first thing to do was reduce the energy's influence on them. He considered using telekinesis to play with them, and he could also refine his control over it at the same time. He decided to try full suppression first, and while Yan Zhu expressed her pain, Yan Kai inquired what he was doing. He explained that that was it and they should resist with all their strength until they ran out of energy. He assumed he should practice shaping and controlling with telekinesis because, after all, in his past life, he did not specialize in mental skills, so he was not very strong in that area. The sisters struggled and tried to resist as he controlled them. He noted that if he controlled 2 spirits at the same time, he could manage their overall positioning, but the finer details were lacking. Plus, they were still resisting, so the movements looked a bit off. A few moments later, the sisters stopped struggling. Chen Bai inquired if they were not resisting anymore and remarked that they obviously still had some energy left. He questioned if it was because their reason had recovered a bit, and they believed he wouldn't harm them. He commented that it seemed like both of them still hadn't figured out the gravity of the situation, and if they couldn't learn to control their emotional energy, they would eventually become mindless, vengeful spirits. Then, it would be better to kill them at that moment. He ripped their clothes off them. Their moans echoed throughout the room. A few moments later, the sisters were tired and were resting under the sheets. Chen Bai questioned what they would do if they encountered a zombie attacking a human. Yan Zhu stated that she would save the human being and kill the zombie, while Yan Kai replied that she would do what she could, and if possible, she should kill the zombie first. He approved and observed that it seemed like both of them had already regained their rationality. Although one was still good and the other evil, they hadn't been influenced by the energy to become an extreme of morality. Yan Zhu expressed gratitude, while Yan Kai scoffed and predicted that sooner or later she would make him taste the consequences of his brutal treatment of them. He explained that previously, they couldn't control the energy, but their talents, absorbing yin and gathering yang, could automatically absorb energy, so they would start from scratch, and he would teach them a simple, basic technique. They should try to release the energy that was gradually accumulating and manifest it in the form of clothing. The sisters appeared flustered, but they manifested clothing like they were told. Chen Bai stated that the remaining energy within the body should be determined according to one's own ability once fully mastered, so he would take advantage of those few days of rest to help them slightly improve their levels. A few moments later, they went to the Magic City Red Star Mental Hospital dungeon. Yan Zhu used her skill, Good Spirit, Benevolent Pacification. On the other hand, Yan Kai used her skill, Evil Spirit, Twisting Evil Thoughts. She applied her skill, Absorbing Yin, Extracting Evil Thoughts, while Yan Zhu applied her skill, Gathering Yang, Collecting Good Thoughts, and the system notified that the small boss, head nurse, had been killed. Yan Kai addressed Chen Bai as big brother and inquired how they performed. He warned that she shouldn't secretly invade his body with evil thoughts since it wouldn't work. She responded that it must be because he was inherently a bad person, which was why evil thoughts were ineffective. Suddenly, Chen Bai saw that Meng Meng sent a message. She revealed that the Sword Immortal wanted to help with a secret nightmare-level dungeon, and he acknowledged that he must help if he had time. Chen Bai stated that they should send him the dungeon details privately, and as the Sword Immortal agreed and promised to send it right away, Yi Zai inquired if there was another team slot and if they could give it to her little sister. The dungeon was at Shushan Mountain Path, which had the entry requirement that only I am really not a Sword Immortal could act as the team leader. The team size must not exceed 4 members, and the level cap was 10. Chen Bai assumed that it was no wonder they were in such a hurry because there was a level restriction. It seemed he hadn't heard about Sword Immortal in his past life, and perhaps it was because he couldn't find reliable teammates and ultimately perished in that dungeon. He responded that it was perfect timing because he hadn't switched classes yet, so his level was locked at 10, so they should form a team. Overlord mentioned that the last team slot must be decided by rolling dice, fair and square, while Liu Huai stated that she was there. But Jiangsu Buxu argued that Sword Immortal had already arranged with the channel that he would be accompanying at that time, and he apologized to everyone. Han Zhao questioned why there was a backdoor deal going on and if the old Taoist sold his dignity to Sword Immortal, while Overlord asked how much he offered and promised to pay double. But dignity was off the table, and Izai complained that it wasn't fair. Sword Immortal urged everyone to calm down because the dungeon was tied to their Dragon Nation's traditional cultivation, which was why he decided to bring Jiangsu Buxu along. But they would make sure to prioritize everyone next time they had a dungeon. Chen Bai chuckled. He declared that they should stop there that day and go home. Yan Kai questioned if they were not continuing and stated that she could still kill. He insisted that it was enough because they wouldn't be able to handle the monsters ahead, as the boss was especially skilled in mental attacks, and if they went at that time, it would be like handing themselves over for nothing. Yan Kai scoffed while Yan Zhu stated that they would listen to him. A few moments later, Chen Bai arrived at the base of a hill amidst the Shushan range, a thatched hut inside the dungeon. Meng Meng greeted him. She introduced Jiangsu Buxu, and he requested that they just call him Jiangsu. Suddenly, Chu Zixun popped out behind him. He called Chen Bai and revealed that he finally got to meet him. He explained that he was the one from the group called I Really Am Not a Sword Immortal, and his real name was Chu Zixun. Chen Bai expressed that it was nice to meet them. He questioned if he had a weapon-based talent with so many swords in him. Chu Zixun confirmed that it was right and he could see it. He possessed an S-level talent, Sword Immortal, and he could trigger sword energy when using sword-type equipment, and the power was based on his mental strength. Chen Bai acknowledged that it was quite a good talent. Chu Zixun denied and claimed it was just average and that Chen Bai was overpraising him. Chen Bai proposed that since everyone was there, they should set off, and Chu Zixun agreed that they should go. Inside the dungeon, at the starting point of the mountain path within the Shushan mountain range, Chu Zixun inquired if everyone should have received the task prompt, and Chen Bai confirmed yes. It was simply to climb from there to the summit to complete the Shushan mountain path. Meng Meng remarked that it was a brief introduction, so that path must not be easy to traverse, but he expressed that he was still really looking forward to what surprises that climb might bring, so they should go. A few moments later, Chen Bai became puzzled while Jiangsu Buxu questioned if it was getting foggy. Chen Bai warned that everyone should be careful and watch their surroundings and footing because it was likely the first hurdle. Suddenly, a woodcutter repeatedly declared that the Shushan path is treacherous. Chen Bai quickly lunged forward while calling him. He reached the top of the stairs. He was surprised when the woodcutter was far ahead. He mentioned that he leaped with all his might earlier, and yet he couldn't get even slightly close to him. He summoned his weapon. The woodcutter repeated that the Shushan path is treacherous, and the 5 elements of heaven and earth formed the obstacles. Seeing that the woodcutter was restored, Chen Bai explained that, as expected, it must be an illusion. Meng Meng questioned what was going on with the old woodcutter, and he remarked that it seemed to be a guiding illusion, so everyone should pay attention to the words he was chanting. Chu Zixun confirmed that they were listening, and he added that the elements of heaven and earth form the obstacles, and he was chanting so slowly. Jiangsu Buxu guessed that the fog should be the water element of the 5 elements, and he inquired if it was the first obstacle of their climb. Given the limited visibility, the woodcutter stated that water rises, the mist is thick, and it is hard to return when one sees a flower in the fog. Chen Bai immediately realized that there was danger and equipped the biohazard disaster gauntlets. He was unaware that a sword was coming at him from the side. He was taken aback when he noticed it. It increased its speed and lunged forward. He perceived that the sword's penetrating power was so unexpectedly strong that even with his physique and the defensive power of the shield form, it could still penetrate. The sword pulled itself away. Meng Meng inquired if he was injured. Chu Zixun warned that everyone should be careful because he couldn't sense it with his sword intent. Jiangsu Buxu advised that he should activate the talisman he gave him because his spiritual power can't find its location either. Chu Zixun activated the Golden Light Protective Talisman. Jiangsu Buxu revealed that it was coming from the east and used his skill, the Thunderstrike technique. The sword showed itself again. The Golden Light Shield blocked it. Chen Bai acknowledged that it was such a fine sword. Jiangsu Buxu cautioned that he should be careful because the Golden Light Shield couldn't hold up anymore. Chen Bai assured that it was fine because he had already subdued it, and Meng Meng complimented that he was truly amazing. Jiangsu Buxu queried when it was subdued, while Chu Zixun wondered if the flying sword should have its own consciousness. But there wasn't even the slightest resistance. Chen Bai proposed that they should let him show everyone why the sword is so powerful. It was the 5 elements sword spirit water, flowing azure, level 12. Jiangsu Buxu explained that the more water vapor is present, the stronger its power, so it was no wonder his golden light shield could only block it for less than half a second, because in that mist, its boost is likely 3 to 5 times stronger. Chu Zixun commented that it was a great sword spirit, truly a remarkable one. Chen Bai stated that the sword spirit should be more effective in the hands of Chu Zixun, but he is currently controlling it through special means, so he can't give it to him. Chu Zixun declined and expressed that he wanted to cultivate the sword spirit himself because that way, he would form a closer bond with it. Meng Meng wondered if they should be able to gather 5 sword spirits if the obstacles on that journey are formed by the 5 elements of heaven and earth. He lamented that it was a pity, but for the time being, he could only control 3, so if he has a chance in the future, he will try to gather all 5 elemental sword spirits. The danger had been dealt with, so they should continue upwards. Jiangsu Buxu praised that he is truly both powerful and versatile, so he believes that the dungeon will surely be a smooth success. And Chu Zixun remarked that he could already understand why Crow wanted to give him equipment and skill books. It was aiming for a position. 10 minutes later, Chen Bai noted that the fog had cleared, so it seemed that the first obstacle had officially ended. And Meng Meng commented that the mountain path was really long, and with the 5 elements forming the obstacles, that meant that they had only covered 1/5 of the way. Suddenly, Chu Zixun advised that they should look ahead. It was that woodcutter. Chen Bai observed silently. The woodcutter reiterated that the Shushan path is treacherous, and the 5 elements of heaven and earth form the obstacles. The trees suddenly grew faces. He described that the forest is full of hidden monsters, and every tree and blade of grass seems to be an enemy, truly frightening. Chen Bai noted that it looked like it was a group battle at that time, which was nice. The sinister-looking trees and grass moved towards them. He declared that he loves nothing more than charging straight into battle.
Jiangsu Buxu remarked that according to the lyrics, that level should have a lot of monsters hidden in the grass, and the sword was likely concealed among the vegetation as well. But Chu Zixun countered that there was no need to dwell on the meaning of the woodcutter's song. It was already over. Chen Bai was surrounded by the bodies of the monsters, who were all cut into pieces. He got the 5-element spirit sword wood, hidden greenery, level 12 in his hand. He noted that water grows wood, so it was not bad, and it could merge into any grass, wood, or plant, and its ambush capability was also quite effective. Meng Meng muttered that the others shouldn't just stand there and should keep moving forward, though it came with the same energy as a raid leader fed up with AFK damage dealers in a dungeon queue. Jiangsu Buxu was speechless, while Chu Zixun considered what he was even there for. A few moments later, the woodcutter repeatedly remarked that the Shushan path is treacherous, and that the 5 elements of heaven and earth form the obstacles with strange rocks and perilous cliffs, and one may shatter into pieces and fall into the abyss. Suddenly, sand surged toward them from above. They were caught in a sandstorm. Jiangsu Buxu declared that there was no way to move forward, so he would activate the Golden Light Protective Talisman. But Meng Meng interrupted and pointed out that he should wait, wielding the tone of someone who knew this wasn't their first desert death trap. She noted that making the talisman should not be easy, so he should use the goggles instead. He commented that she got quite a complete set of equipment, and she replied that it was made temporarily by dreaming. Chen Bai noted that it was not bad because at least that way, he did not have to block his eyes anymore. But he explained that although the sand and dust couldn't hurt his eyes, it was still pretty uncomfortable when it got blown into them. He was startled when he felt the rocks rumble. The wall protruded, which pushed him and Chu Zixun off the cliff. Jiangsu Buxu and Meng Meng called for them, their panic sharp as if they had just triggered a hidden boss phase mid-cutscene. He asked her what they should do and mentioned that with such a strong sandstorm, he couldn't see where they had fallen, to which she replied that it was all right because she would go find them. Suddenly, the sand below swirled. She stopped and asked if it was her master. Chu Zixun immediately requested water and commented that he just ate a lot of sand. Chen Bai explained that the dungeon restricts flying, and his mid-air dashes also consume more energy because after just a few uses, he was already feeling exhausted. So if Meng Meng had really jumped out earlier, it would have been a problem. It would have been very tiring. She was speechless as she handed the water to them, clearly evaluating her life choices and their hydration priorities. A few moments later, Jiangsu Buxu pointed out that they need to think about it for a moment, about how to avoid being pushed off by that sword of the cliff. The sandstorm could even block spiritual power detection, so he had no way of predicting the time and location of the next attack. Chen Bai commented that, simply put, before the wall protrudes to attack them, there would be a rumbling vibration for about half a second, so they should focus and feel it, and they should not be disturbed by the wind and sand. And once they sense the vibration, they should just dodge immediately. Chu Zikun remarked that it was as expected of him. He caught the detail after just one try. Chen Bai stated that it was enough, so they should all stay there and wait for the next attack. And if anyone couldn't react in time, they should just stay close to him, to which Meng Meng agreed. Chu Zishun also gave his agreement, while Jiangsu Buxu confirmed that he got it, though his tone held the same dread as someone re-entering a notoriously bugged platforming segment. A few moments later, everyone heard the rumbling of the rocks. They all quickly ran forward to dodge the protruding wall. Chen Bai commented that it was very good, as it seemed that the problem of avoiding the sword of the cliff had been solved, so they should clear that level as soon as possible. Meng Meng asked him if she was right that the Earth Spirit Sword should be there, and if he did not want it, to which he declined. Jiangsu Buxu noted that not only was the Earth Spirit Sword incompatible with Chen Bai's Water and Wood Spirit Swords, it would also restrain the Water Spirit Sword. Chen Bai confirmed this and added that he could only control 3, so his last choice should be gold or fire. After a while, the woodcutter repeatedly remarked that the Shushan path is treacherous, and the 5 elements of heaven and earth form the obstacles where the scorching sun burns fiercely, leaving one dizzy and speechless, which felt less like a warning and more like the prelude to a final selection arc. Jiangsu Buxu muttered that he couldn't take it anymore. He was going to be roasted alive, and he was not even sweating anymore, so he needed water, while Chu Zixun questioned if the Fire Spirit Sword was trying to burn them alive, and remarked that it was definitely the most insidious spirit sword he had ever encountered. Meng Meng pointed out that as soon as water is produced, it evaporates, and even the shade is completely useless. So she was about to dry up. Chen Bai remarked that she shouldn't worry because it was coming soon, as brutality has never been the only form of fire. Slowly roasting them, patiently waiting for the perfect moment, only with enough fuel could the fire burn fiercely and strong. Chu Zixun commented if that meant he had already figured out when the Fire Spirit Sword would arrive, and Chen Bai confirmed, referencing the woodcutter's song, "The moment one is dizzy and speechless." On the other hand, Jiangsu Buxu could no longer utter cohesive words, and while he was already dizzy and swaying, a dazzling sword came lunging at him from above, as if sensing his HP bar had finally dropped into the danger zone. The sword stopped right before it hit him. Chen Bai remarked that he got it. He grabbed the 5-element sword Spirit Fire, Heartburn level 12. He stated that the Fire Spirit Sword had already been tamed, so they should quickly finish that part of the journey and properly rehydrate themselves. A few moments later, Chu Ziyun commented that it was cool. Suddenly, the woodcutter repeatedly said that the Shushan path is treacherous, and the 5 elements of heaven and earth form the obstacles. So with a flash of golden light, the head and body parted, never to be reunited. Chen Bai considered that it sounded like the Golden Spirit Sword was a battle trial, just perfect for venting all the frustration he had been carrying. And the Fire Spirit Sword had been tamed by him, so he could only make the Golden Spirit Sword suffer, which, by this point, basically made him the Ichigo Kurosaki of 5-element sword tamers. Chu Zixun remarked that up ahead appeared to be the territory of the Golden Spirit Sword, to which Meng Meng agreed, and noted that it resembled a straightforward combat stage. A dull sword had been lodged in the center of the arena. Chu Zixun inquired whether it was a sword that hadn't been completely forged, while Jiangsu Buxu questioned how it could emit a flash of golden light without undergoing tempering or polishing, and commented that it didn't seem simple at all. But Chen Bai dismissed the speculation and remarked that there was no need to overthink it. They should just fight, and they would find out. The sword intercepted his attack and forced him back, and then he bombarded it with his attacks until it crumbled, only for the sword to regenerate, naturally pulling a full Majin Buu on them. He remarked that he could finally perceive it. He questioned whether the sword had the ability to improve its stats after taking damage. If it involved steel tempering or golden refinement, he scoffed that he didn't care what its ability was called. He considered that it should let him take a closer look. He activated his skill, heavy hammer, and charged at the sword. He looked ecstatic as he swung his fist. A loud, booming sound resounded through the arena when his punch landed on the sword. Meanwhile, Jiangsu Buxu prompted the others if they heard what Chen Bai had remarked, and Chu Zixun confirmed that he did, and admitted that he was wondering whether the sword could keep increasing endlessly. Jiangsu Buxu commented that he had been considering the same thing. A few moments later, the sword was already gleaming brightly, clearly channeling some serious Super Saiyan level glow-up. Chen Bai remarked that it was the golden light flash, and despite being as thin as a sheet of paper, the power it held was immense. He estimated that it had nearly 200 in strength, and noted that a drop in stamina seemed to have boosted both its power and speed, observing that other swords had a total attribute of 300, so its constitution had likely been mostly shifted into strength and speed. So he pondered what its physique stat actually was. He snapped the sword in half, and the system notified him that he had slain the Golden Spirit Sword, 100 refinement, and was awarded 25,000 experience points based on combat contribution. He commented that it felt like only a 10, so it was fortunate he hadn't chosen the Golden Spirit Sword because he disliked relying on luck for the final hit, and that guy was embarrassingly easy to kill. A few moments later, Meng Meng noted that the woodcutter had appeared again. He repeated that the Shushan path was perilous, and that the 5 elements of heaven and earth made up the obstacles. Once the 5 elements were overcome, the mountain remained. The endless long road to seek the Tao was arduous, so he advised against climbing, warning that if their heart lacked firmness, the path would remain hidden. He urged them to turn back and questioned why they should suffer in pursuit of immortality, honestly channeling more cryptic NPC energy than even Dark Souls characters. Meng Meng turned to Chen Bai and asked how the woodcutter had gone down, and he replied that it was not favorable. He summoned Chu Zixun and instructed him to lead, because they still had a long distance to travel from there. Jiangsu Buxu remarked that he finally comprehended that the endless long road to seek the Tao was harsh, and if their heart wasn't firm, the path would not appear, concluding that since it was his instance dungeon, only he should possess the heart to seek the Tao. Chen Bai replied that he was a fellow Taoist and his insight must be quite advanced, then asked him if he could explain the meaning of the woodcutter's descent. Jiangsu Buxu admitted that he wasn't entirely sure. Chen Bai commented that he felt it was a trap to mislead opportunists, causing them, after enduring a lengthy and exhausting journey, to believe the true path lay in descent. Furthermore, he mentioned that when the old woodcutter passed by them, he experienced a chill down his spine, and suspected he might kill anyone who tried descending the mountain. Chu Zixun muttered that he was doomed because he had noticed nothing at all, and as he questioned whether he truly didn't deserve to clear it, Chen Bai replied that having the heart to seek the Tao was sufficient, and encouraged him to remain determined because he didn't want to keep walking the endless road for too long. Chu Zixun declared that, of course, he had the heart to seek the Tao, and it was unwavering. 4 hours later, the system announced that the Secret Realm Instance Dungeon Shushan Mountain Path had been cleared. Suddenly, golden lights rained down from the sky, cue that Final Fantasy level clear shimmer. The system informed them that players who passed the level received a special reward, the Shushan token. Jiangsu Buxu and Chu Zixun both obtained one. The system notified them that rewards had been distributed and they could exit the instance at any time, as it would be converted into a one-time normal dungeon for all evolvers. The Shushan token was a unique item that granted access to the special map of Shushan levels 10 through 89 and was account-bound, making it non-transferable, non-giftable, and non-loanable. Chen Bai considered it an incredible map and acknowledged that Shushan was truly formidable. However, his primary objective was to secure the second SSS level scroll and complete Leto's class change quest because if he didn't change classes, he would be stuck at level 10. So he would return to Shushan after changing classes. Chu Zixun called out to him and requested that he choose his reward first, and he thanked him. Chu Zixun remarked that Chen Bai would pick first, with Meng Meng to follow. Jiangsu Buxu reassured everyone not to worry about leaving anything for him because he was already immensely grateful to have received the token. Chen Bai's body was asleep back at the villa area. He finally awakened. Yan Shui noted that he was awake while Yan Qi scoffed and remarked that he must be ridiculously weak to be sleeping in the middle of the day. He responded that even if she tried her hardest and turned herself into a form that couldn't interact with matter, she still wouldn't be able to knock him down. But she retorted that he was boasting, and as she challenged him, she remarked that she believed she could knock him down in 3 seconds, pulling a full one-punch woman energy on him. He revealed that earlier he had obtained a skill book from the secret realm that was ideal for both of them. If she succeeded in knocking him down, the book would be hers. Yanqi replied no, she couldn't do it anymore as she was about to dissipate, while Yan Shui muttered that she too couldn't. Chen Bai remarked to Yanqi if she had finally realized the gap and commented that he hadn't even resisted at all. She questioned whether he had someone he liked and whether he always had to be somewhat careful when dealing with people. He remarked that it was just that his physique was strong, but he could still control his strength. Seeing how hard they had tried, it served as a reward for the two of them. But when Yanqi attempted to catch the book, it passed through her hands and dropped on the floor with the grace of a bugged loot drop in a gacha game. Chen Bai stood speechless. She remarked that they should just wait until they had recovered to learn it because the skill book wasn't going anywhere anyway. He replied that she could learn it whenever she wanted. It didn't matter, as he should get busy with his own things already. And Yan Shui asked if he was already leaving and whether he hadn't claimed he would take them to River City. He noted that his matter was more important, so he would take them with him once he was back. Yan Shui acknowledged it and commented that they would wait for him to come back. With the Demon Hunter promotion task scroll in his hand, Chen Bai considered that he had already improved to the limits, so it was time to get that SSS level promotion scroll from the Abyss. After all, if he doesn't complete Leto's task, he will be stuck at level 10 forever, a permanent side character in a world of broken power ceilings. As he opened the task scroll, he recalled that when he first got it, he hadn't planned on going after that promotion scroll because it was described as a trial that even the gods cannot pass. But at that point, there were no other leads to another SSS level scroll, so he would just have to give it a try. He was brought to the first layer of the Abyss, and as one of the demons questioned whether he was a human, another announced they should eat him. He replied that in his previous life, after being promoted to Demon Hunter, he often came to the Abyss, so at that point it actually felt a little like coming home, if your home came with murder attempts and lava rivers. The system assigned him a task to kill demons, and the progress for the fallen demons was 3/100ths. He must kill 100 inferior demons and 100 fallen demons to complete the task and leave the Abyss, and he estimated that once the task was completed, he would be sent out of the Abyss, so he figured he should hold back a little. After all, he was just using it to enter the Abyss, and his real goal was the trial at the Abyss Well. A day later, Chen Bai complained that it was quite annoying that he couldn't finish that task because there were just too many fallen demons and inferior demons in the first layer of the Abyss, and they were so dumb they only knew how to keep chasing endlessly. Even if he shook off one batch, the next batch would quickly gather as soon as he slowed down, as if they were coded with the same AI as low-level mob respawns. He saw that the Abyss Well had erupted. He muttered that it was bad luck because although the eruption didn't affect the trial, it would fill the Abyss with energy and all demon-blooded creatures would become stronger. He calculated that it would also spew out countless demon blood eggs, giving birth to numerous new demon creatures, and remarked that there were tens of thousands of enemies coming down from the sky, so he couldn't stop, otherwise it would be easy to get surrounded. He predicted that if he accidentally completed the task while fighting his way out, he would be immediately sent out of the Abyss. Suddenly, he spotted a sword coming at him from behind. He immediately dodged it, and the sword got stuck on the ground. Fergus stepped on the sword. He was a level 16 demon warrior. In demon language, he announced that he found a fine dinner, and declared that the human better kneel down and express his gratitude, because, after all, he would fill his, Lord Fergus's, stomach. In demon language, Chen Bai questioned whether he was a pure-blooded demon warrior, and as he remarked that they were quite rare in the first layer of the Abyss, he demanded to know if he was coming from a deeper level. Fergus confirmed it and mocked that he, who could only run away, actually knew quite a bit about demons and could even speak demon language. However, there was no meaning for food to have knowledge about its owner. Chen Bai challenged him, asking if he knew why only the low-intelligence inferior demons and fallen demons were chasing after him. Fergus confessed ignorance but taunted that he could let him give the answer before dying, and for that, he would mercifully start eating from his head. Chen Bai replied that he would tell him immediately. Fergus sneered that it was impossible. His lifeless body crashed on the ground. Chen Bai remarked that it was because he had killed all other species. He estimated that he would have to hurry and leave, or else he would be surrounded. 6 days later, at the abyssal well, Chen Bai exclaimed that he finally made it, and it was like seeing that the mountain was close, but it was actually really far away. A spiritual sequel to every filler arc escape attempt. He recalled that in his past life, when he first changed to a demon hunter, he sought refuge there because most of the demons on the first layer didn't dare to approach that place, so it was the perfect time to rest for a while and start the challenge again. He remarked that he would feed those demon bloodline potions he had collected over the past few days to the mask because both his bag and secret storage were packed full of them, and he speculated what level of bloodline essence would be synthesized from those tens of thousands of BD-grade potions. Suddenly, in demon language, Kuo Tao noted that there really was a human there and commented that it was interesting. Chen Bai snapped alert. Kuo Tao explained that he received a report from his servant that a human was heading toward the abyssal well. He was a fish demon, Submariner Der 17 level 18, and he confirmed that he also heard the human had killed all other types of demons except for the inferior demons and fallen demons. It looked like it was him. Chen Bai recognized Kuo Tao and calculated that it was not something that should appear in the first layer. And in demon language, he challenged what it mattered, and if they all liked to come up there and stroll around when the abyssal well erupted. Kuo Tao announced that he, a demon prince, specifically came up there to kill him, and questioned him, a mere human, for daring to run wild in the abyss. Kuo Tao swung his trident. He activated his skill, Waterblade Slash. A sharp stream of pressurized water surged at Chen Bai, but he triggered his Hellfire armor. He demanded to know whether Kuo Tao was a demon prince and which layer's lord had spawned him. Kuo Tao confirmed that his royal father ruled the 17th layer, practically name-dropping his lineage like he was flexing bloodlines in a shonen tournament arc. He hurled an insult about Chen Bai being worthless for wielding such inferior hellfire, and he demanded if terror had already gutted him. Chen Bai activated his skill, Muscle Reinforcement. Kuo Tao flinched when he realized Chen Bai was reaching for him. He got slammed headfirst into the ground. Chen Bai remarked that it had just gotten ready to devour something decent, but Kuo Tao's arrival interrupted it, likely triggering the equivalent of a boss fight cutscene. He noted that the thing in his inventory was not pleased. As compensation, Kuo Tao's bloodline would serve as a light appetizer. The mask opened its mouth, and demon bloodline potions clattered out as they poured in. Chen Bai noted that the bloodline potions filling his backpack and inventory probably numbered in the tens of thousands, so he began to consider what sort of high-quality synthesis might result, like some gacha whale tallying up how many SSRs he might pull. He obtained the Blackwater Trident, a C-class polearm, granting underwater breathing and dark vision when equipped. Chen Bai remarked that underwater breathing wasn't bad, since it might prove useful eventually. With all issues resolved, it was time to begin. He stood at the edge of the well. He mentioned that once he stared into the abyss, he would receive that prompt. The well delivered the prompt, stating that when he stares into the abyss stares back. He acknowledged its presence. It observed that he was sentient, and he sensed panic creeping in, the inevitable kind that arises under the abyss's gaze. But he declared that retreat meant immediate abandonment with no second chance. It commented that his level stood at 10, and he recalled how, in his former life, countless level 10 geniuses or disciples of peerless masters stalled there, and even the rare one in 10,000 who withstood the abyss never made it back alive. It stated that it saw no class advancement in him, no bloodline, that he owned no S-grade or higher equipment, that no temporary external buffs boosted him, that all his assets were self-earned, that his strength was his alone, that he had enough control to hold himself back, that he had no idea what waited for him, and that it knew his name, his hatred, his fear, and his chains. Chen Bai kept silent, already struggling for breath like someone halfway through a JoJo stand reveal with no clue what the stand's ability actually was. The system notified him that the Abyss had judged him qualified and would unlock the Abyss trial. Chen Bai appeared satisfied, even though he was already kneeling and gasping for air. The system notified him that clearing the Abyss trial would reward him with an SSS-grade Abyss Overlord class advancement scroll, and he confirmed that he understood. The system then notified him to jump into the Abyss well to initiate the trial, and that retreat would count as permanent abandonment. He confirmed that he was going. He jumped from the edge immediately. The system notified him that the trial content required defeating the level 10 projection avatars of each demon lord from every layer under specific conditions, and for each cleared layer, he would earn rest time ranging from 1 minute to 1 hour. And if the layer lacked a current lord, the projection of the previous one would be summoned. His status would be restored to full. All skills and items would reset their cooldowns. All equipment would be fully repaired, and once restored, the trial would start, prompting Chen Bai to consider that even the 70-year cooldown on the time hourglass might reset. But the system reported an error and informed him that he could not be restored to peak form. He cursed silently, hoping nothing had gone wrong. Suddenly, the system notified him that the cooldown for Return to the Past could not be reduced through any skill or equipment effect. He noticed that the time hourglass had appeared on its own, and it became clear that the Abyss could not reset that ability, so he began to consider his options, probably annoyed that the system had just pulled a fast one. He panicked when a flood of error notifications hit him. The system notified him that Return to the Past now had no cooldown. His status had been fully restored, and the trial would commence. Chen Bai noted that the removal of the time hourglass cooldown meant there were no issues, and that completing the Abyss trial shouldn't be difficult. Suddenly, the inferior demon lord, the level 10 demon warrior, Balhek, emerged, and the system notified him that the layer had no special conditions. Chen Bai evaluated Balhek as not even remotely dangerous, more of a filler mob than a legitimate raid boss. The system rapidly notified him that Layer 1 was cleared and prompted him to choose rest time. Layer 2 followed, Layer 5 was cleared. Layer 17 was cleared, Layer 26 was cleared, Layer 34 was cleared. He arrived at Layer 66. The Blood Kai clan demon lord, the level 10 demon sword servant, Aodu, announced in demon language that the human would die and that his journey ended there, while the system notified him that the special condition for that layer was that only weak point strikes would work, and that all other hits would be ineffective. Chen Bai recognized that this condition was brutal, especially since his attribute advantage had started slipping from the 50th layer onward, and even with 2 lifetimes of combat skill, he couldn't compare to a demon who had fought their entire life, especially under constraints like this, like facing a Soulsborne boss during a no-damage challenge. Suddenly, blood flew. He landed a hit to Aodu's chest while taking a blow to the shoulder. He acknowledged that without superior combat skills or stats, and with the need to locate weak points, he had no choice but to trade wounds. Chen Bai blocked Aodu's strike. He leapt back, landing cleanly to open space between them, but Aodu dismissed it as a wasted effort and insisted he should fall. Chen Bai tensed. Aodu's thrown blade pierced his abdomen before he could react. Aodu acknowledged the human's strength and endurance, then dismissed it as blind stupidity. He claimed authority through the Abyss's rules, insisting defeat was not an option for him. Then the system triggered, announcing a read from the saved status. Chen Bai noted that Aodu was getting overconfident. Aodu flinched. He groaned as Chen Bai crushed into his side. He demanded an explanation. The system flagged floor 66 as cleared and prompted for recovery timing, while Chen Bai noted that Aodu was the true fool. Ignoring weak point placement, flaunting superiority with the battle undecided, he made the level an easy win. Moments later, Chen Bai stepped onto the Abyss's 100th floor, where Gilbert, the level 10 fallen swordmaster, awaited without any special conditions. He wondered how the weakest fallen demon claimed a floor without conditions. He questioned the absence, suspecting it was in hiding. He considered the Abyss's tangled politics, where race, behavior, and strength shifted wildly from floor to floor, and how even weak demons might end up in charge. That level seemed to demand hide and seek with its lord, but behind him, Gilbert had already made his move. Chen Bai spun at the last instant. He was still too late and lost his head in a single blow. Moments later, he respawned at the Abyss's first level and noted that he had been instantly killed twice, even with his saved status active from the first beheading. The system confirmed his presence on floor 1 against Balhek, the level 10 demon warrior, also without special conditions, as Balhek branded him a pathetic human and declared his end. Chen Bai recognized that activating Returning to the Past through sheer will had saved him from true death. He wanted to understand Gilbert's situation, so he questioned Balhek about the 100th floor's lord. Balhek grumbled that he wouldn't share that, even if he knew. The system marked the first floor as cleared, and prompted for recovery time again. While considering how the demons understood their own projection-like nature and held no fear of pain or death, Chenbai concluded that he needed a strategy shift and to gather intelligence on the 100th floor. Soon after, he arrived at the 72nd floor, the burning grasslands, and observed that for a demon from the fallen race whose baseline stats trailed even humans, it was pure luck to rise to lordship there. The fallen demon snarled that arrogance would cost him because all intruders would fall to a fallen demon's hand. Chenbai shot back that he had to be joking and demanded how a fallen demon could possibly be a floor lord deeper in the abyss. The demon confirmed it, praising Lord Gilbert of the 100th floor as a legend who attained the Shadow Sword Master class despite his fallen body, a being whose shadow blade had killed a demon duke. He warned that Chenbai would not survive the next meeting. Chenbai gave his thanks, and the system confirmed floor 72 as cleared and requested recovery time. Back at the 100th floor, Chenbai considered that in addition to its instant kill potential, Gilbert's shadow-based swordsmanship relied on surprise and deception. The Shadow Sword Master class, a third-tier evolution of the Night Assassin class, carried an S-tier rating. Chenbai had no class-based advantage, but stat-wise, he still outpaced a fallen demon. A moment later, he reminded himself to constantly watch his shadow, avoid large shadowed zones, and keep moving. He might as well spread a virus while retreating because Gilbert would no doubt wait for an opening, and that infection might just stick. Time dragged, and the vigilance was draining, so he tapped into his saved status to regain stamina, knowing that without it, his focus would waver. He caught sight of a light behind him. It was glaring, and he questioned if Gilbert was baiting him with it. Something felt wrong. Gilbert struck from behind, but this time the shield caught the blow. Chenbai disengaged with a step back. Gilbert coolly stated that there was no need to keep fighting. The trial restricted his strength, and with the virus already inside him, that final slash had spent everything he had. Chenbai asked if he was serious. Gilbert acknowledged his caution and welcomed him to challenge again once he cleared the trial properly. But with his current strength, that was still far off. He would still look forward to the day. The system confirmed the 100th floor as cleared and requested a recovery time. Chenbai gave his answer. Next time, he would face Gilbert's sword directly. Chenbai reached the 200th floor of the abyss, the magnificent palace, and greeted its master, the fallen angel, Lord Elmeria. He wondered aloud if she had summoned him to begin the trial challenge. She was a level 10 six-winged fallen angel, and that floor came with no special conditions. She responded that there was no chance, because cleaning up the palace was a hassle, so she had been planning to let him pass directly. Still, she admitted she was curious, so he should come sit. A table formed in front of her. Chenbai inquired what had sparked her curiosity. She wanted to know how someone with his strength had made it to the 200th floor, noting that even if he had somehow gotten past that persistent Gilbert who only knew how to train and sneak attack, there were plenty more afterward, each worse than the last, stacked like an anime-tier power-scaling gauntlet. Chenbai explained that his method of victory was his trump card, so unfortunately he couldn't disclose it. She clarified she wasn't trying to pry into his secrets, just killing time, so he should have a drink and casually chat about how he cleared the levels, and in return she would let him pass, leaving the choice up to him. He asked which floor she wanted to hear about. She paused to think and brought up that revolting one from the 105th floor, the Sludge Monster. That one was the level 10 aberrant demon lord, Flesh Fusion, Cerubes, residing in the swamp on floor 105. Chenbai recalled that Cerubes was a mass of fleshy mud spreading across the ground, and anyone who touched it got swallowed whole. Its devouring speed far exceeded his own, and the first time he made contact, half of his body had been consumed, a sensation best described as hugging Majin Buu mid-digestion. Elmeria questioned how he won. He explained that since it liked to eat, he had simply fed it because he wasn't exactly easy to digest. He ended up feeding it over 100 arms until it got food poisoning, eventually collapsing into a sludge puddle. She remarked that it was amusing and hadn't expected Cerubes to go down so easily against him. He corrected her, pointing out that tearing off his own arm hadn't exactly been painless. She shifted the topic to that rancid old creature Chigu, confirming her memory that it usually hid in the sea. Chigu was the level 10 Hutayo fish demon lord, found on the 136th floor. Chenbai admitted he owed thanks to his grandson for delivering some quality gear, even if the old man smelled like he lost a bet with a sewer line. Elmira chuckled and guessed he'd taken advantage at the time, but warned that the girl on the 153rd floor offered no such loopholes. That opponent was the level 10 aberrant lord, Barrow Flame Spirit, Hartley, who lived in the lava pool on the mountainside at floor 153. Chenbai agreed, admitting she was truly powerful and she had killed him 15 times in a row. Her high temperature rendered his virus useless, and her molten form left no good opening to strike. He recalled cursing when she vanished again, always diving back into the lava whenever injured. He had spent 5 entire days battling her before finally sealing off the pool and draining her heat. She had been the toughest opponent he had met across all 200 floors. Elmira noted that if toughness was the metric, the foe from the 186th floor was just as bad. A final boss straight from the horror DLC no one asked for. Chenbai objected to bringing her up in such a relaxed conversation. The 186th floor, the rotting pit, belonged to the level 10 aberrant lord Filth Queen, Omandi. He described her as the single most disgusting entity in the abyss, lounging in a pit of corpses and filth. He had finally purged the stench from memory, and now she had forced it back, ruining his drink. Elmira admitted Omandi wasn't all that powerful, but no other demon had the nerve to take her territory. She added that she hadn't taken a sip of wine either until he brought that memory up. Chenbai claimed he wouldn't dare drink wine born from the fallen angel's mental energy, since it might kill him. Still, he dismissed that idea, noting that he had already died once from drinking, so he had no plans to repeat the mistake, even if the label promised 100 proof divine punishment. She sighed, revealing that once he drank it, she could shatter him with a single thought. She called it unfortunate, guessing she couldn't take him down while lying down. He offered to fight her if she wanted to get up. She declined, declaring she was too lazy to move. He remarked that her laziness was something else. She waved him off, telling him to get lost because she planned to sleep. There were still many more ahead, and making projections drained too much energy. Plenty of strong foes still waited above, including 6 who held divine titles. Basically elite raid bosses preloaded with cheat codes. So she saw no need to act at all. The system announced that floor 200 had been cleared and requested him to select his recovery time. He brought up the 6 true gods bearing divine titles. He figured that while he could use the hourglass's backtracking to challenge the other lords repeatedly, it wouldn't work on those 6. Moments later, the system confirmed entry into the recovery space and started the countdown while he pondered the nature of the divine title holders. Each one possessed authority over a rule. He could only hope their authority wasn't the kind that could erase him outright. He believed that as long as he could rely on the hourglass's backtracking, even if it was a god, he would find a way to kill it. Chenbai reached floor 235, the wilderness. He lingered in a daze while the illusion took hold. The level 10, aberrant lord, Abyssal Eye Demon Clan, Salisbury, imposed unknown special conditions for his floor and observed that the human should slumber forever within that illusion. Chenbai met the remark with a sinister laugh. Salisbury mused over what kind of sweet dream had managed to captivate him. Inside the illusion, Heloise addressed him as Divine Lord Chenbai and pledged her allegiance. His dreamscape surrounded him with his girls as Heloise bowed before him. She declared her willingness to offer everything in service to him, whether as a servant, slave, tool, or even toy, and claimed it would be her greatest honor. Chenbai inquired what she would do if he ordered her to surrender her power and die. She froze as tears streamed down her face. She replied that he still lacked trust in her despite her absolute loyalty. He remarked that she should stop pretending, that he knew her true nature and recognized survival instincts masked as devotion because ambition had always crowded out loyalty, and the word had never existed in her world. He added that he could still spare her, and she gave thanks and reaffirmed her willingness to do anything for him. He instructed her to wear it, bind herself to the gate, and serve as a watchdog. She bit her lip to smother the contempt when he dropped the leash in front of her. She gave no response. He prompted her, asking whether she had lost the will to obey. She responded that she was willing to be a dog for the Divine Lord and that it would be her greatest honor. Back in reality, Chenbai queried why she was speaking and confirmed that yes, it was the sound a dog should make. Salisbury clicked his tongue and commented that he really knew how to enjoy himself. He added that there was no reason for fear because once he absorbed his soul, they would eternally share sweet dreams. But Chenbai's swords began floating into the air. The system provided Chenbai a hint that the special condition for that floor required him to see through and break free from Salisbury's illusion. He stated that although the dream had beauty, it was not real, and staying forever would have been unbearably dull. Salisbury demanded to know when he saw through the illusion and how he escaped without alerting him. Chenbai replied that the flaw had not been difficult to detect since Salisbury failed to replicate the overwhelming presence of a god, and while his true form might have managed it, in that trial he remained stuck at level 10. He noted that the method of breaking free was even easier because the sword spirits remained untouched by the illusion, given their independent thought, anime side characters running on protagonist immunity. Salisbury admitted he could have killed him long ago but had chosen instead to toy with him. Chenbai replied that there had been no intent to toy with him. He merely needed a break because trudging through over 200 floors of the abyss had left him utterly drained. He considered that those 200 floors and nearly 1,000 resets, filled with battles, conspiracies, and schemes, had pushed his limits, and while stamina could recover, mounting stress and disorientation could not. If not for that illusion, his will might have crumbled entirely by then. Fortunately, it had reminded him of his original goal, pulling him back from the brink of madness and a floor count with no clear end, and he remarked that he owed Salisbury thanks for that. Salisbury inquired if he truly used the illusion to wrest from over 200 floors and muttered that he really was just a brat. He advised him not to worry, since few battles remained, and Chenbai asked if that meant they were nearing the final floors. Salisbury replied that fewer than 300 remained, but many were already empty. Chenbai responded that he seemed unaware the abyssal will summoned previous floor lords without successors to face him. The smoke demon on floor 215 had also ruled floor 192, and he had already encountered 3 such repeats. But Salisbury clarified that his use of empty meant something else entirely because those floors had collapsed into full voids due to earlier fights. He explained that some powerhouses' clashes could annihilate multiple spatial layers in succession, and the deeper the level, the more frequent that collapse became. Chenbai asked if that was truly the case. He gave thanks and remarked that if he cleared the trial, he might visit him again. Salisbury laughed and promised to offer him the most flawless illusion then, and if he failed to crack it, he would not escape. The system notified Chenbai that floor 235 had been cleared and asked him to select the recovery time. He selected 1 second and noted it as the ideal interval while at peak condition. The system notified him that floors 236 to 238 had collapsed and that he was entering floor 239, and as he wondered whether those were skippable, he realized collapsed floors could be bypassed. He pondered how many levels he might end up skipping. The system then notified him that he was entering floor 279, prompting him to question if he had really skipped 44 floors and how so many could have collapsed, and he mused that next time he reset, he might ask Elmyria or Salisbury. Moments later, the system notified him that the floor featured the level 10 Bull Demon Lord, Beast Sovereign Baphomet, and that the special condition required him to traverse the maze and defeat the enemy. He recalled familiarity with the Beast Sovereign Baphomet, deity of the Minotaur tribe and faith of the Barbarian class, one of the 6 true gods Elmyria had mentioned. He observed that he stood upon blood-soaked ground within a dimly lit labyrinth. He noted that although the first 200 floors had been brutal, the real trial was only beginning because this one was built to strike down any intruder, and he would need to stay alert. Suddenly, Baphomet appeared behind him and was preparing to strike. Chenbai registered the loud thud of Baphomet's hooves. Alarm shot through him and he spun around. He caught its fist in time. He swung his shield and forced it backward. His right arm morphed into a weapon. He slashed Baphomet with it. He allowed his skills to dissipate the moment it collapsed to the ground. He evaluated whether it had died. Then he noticed the body sinking. He launched forward, fist ready to strike. It vanished entirely, and his punch hit the ground. He recognized it had liquefied into blood and vanished, and while he considered the possibility of a blood clone meant to stall intruders, He noted that his knowledge of the beast's sovereign came only from scattered rumors, so he would have to piece things together gradually. 10 minutes passed before the echo of hooves filled the chamber again. Chen Bai inferred that Baphomet had returned. He collided with it and seized its horns. He triggered his spiritual perception and noted that its strength now far surpassed the previous version. The system revealed its stats and skills. It rammed him with its horns, forcing him back. He questioned whether this was only level 2 and cursed its broken innate trait with the frustrated disbelief of a rookie watching a pay-to-win boss dominate ranked matches. He cast Ground Thorns. He deduced that Baphomet had likely been level 1 when he first entered the maze. Moments later, he took down a level 3 Baphomet. He followed that with a level 4 victory, observing that each layer deeper summoned a stronger version. He came face to face with a level 5 one next. He calculated that he might end up fighting 10 Baphomets, but the level 5 already matched his own stats. He considered the implications of a level 10 version, then dismissed the thought, recognizing it wasn't the time to hesitate, so he pushed forward. 30 minutes later, Chen Bai cursed under his breath, recognizing the stat growth per level far exceeded expectations. A level 7? Baphomet came barreling toward him. He realized that the spiritual power gap now rendered spiritual perception useless for exact readings, but during the clash, he gauged its stats to be roughly 1.5 times his own, pushing toward double, the kind of scale that would make even an S-class protagonist start sweating bullets. It crashed into the wall he'd been pressed against. He acknowledged that its numbers crushed his own, and weakening it with the virus would take too long, so he debated his options. He decided that gathering more data through exploration was necessary to find a viable method of defeating Baphomet. The maze spat him back to the entrance, and he confirmed the reset. He intended to run tests now, pondering what might happen if he didn't kill the lower-level Baphomets. Facing a level 1 Baphomet again, he resolved to slip past. He reached the spot where level 2 had appeared. He questioned its absence. Moments later, he realized he had already crossed into the zone where level 7 had spawned, an area previously unexplored. He theorized that skipping the kill on level 1 might let him bypass them all, but something about it felt off. Then he sensed Baphomet diving at him from behind. He turned quickly. Too late, his blood sprayed across the floor. Moments later, he noted how close it had been and that he almost failed to trigger backtracking, with its speed now outpacing his reflexes. That must have been level 8 or higher, but he questioned how such a high-level version had shown up while the others didn't. He finally recognized that there might only be one Baphomet in the maze, and that he had been marked. He concluded that if he killed it early, it would respawn deeper and gain levels. But if he let it live, it would hunt him down. When he first entered, its level had been low, and its stats weak, so shaking it off had been simple. But as it pushed deeper into the maze, its level surged. That triggered a sharp spike in stats, meaning it was only a matter of time before it caught up. If so, then he could still weaken it with the virus, but its stat jumps with every level up resembled the kind of scaling that would make even Frieza raise an eyebrow. Just in case, he needed to check whether his remaining virus points could unlock any upgrades. The system revealed that Mental Worm could now convert spiritual energy into a parasitic entity that infected the target, destabilizing its spirit and invoking negative emotions severe enough to cause mental instability or self-destructive tendencies. He noticed this development for the first time, that the new skill had emerged after unlocking telekinesis. Those negative states could suppress Baphomet's berserker surges, lowering its buffs, so it should prepare to die. Chen Bai remarked in a blunt tone that Baphomet came off way too weak at level 1, like he was hardly even worth dragging forward into battle. He yanked him along by the horn with this lazy irritation, pulling as if the whole chore barely merited effort. He looked utterly vacant, drifting so far gone that no strength remained in him to resist at all. Chen Bai urged him to cling on a little longer, hinting that the next level up lurking around the corner would bail him out. After what felt like a short drag, they finally stumbled to the marked destination. Baphomet wheezed for air and snapped back into his senses with a harsh gasp. He scrambled up onto all fours in frantic motion and then, in a flash, hurled Chen Bai into the air. But right after, a vicious jolt of pain ripped through his frame as the lingering negative buffs clawed into him. He hacked out coughs and trembled violently under the torment of lung infection and the mental worm chewing away at his mind. Chen-bai concluded with sharp certainty that, just as he figured, the level up never reset those curses. It only acted like a flimsy partial lift. He felt ironclad confidence in his chest about seizing victory at that point. An hour dragged on before they reached the maze's core arena. Chen-bai calculated with cold clarity that forcing Baphomet's level up midair would hand him the cleanest follow-up strike. Baphomet had clawed his way up already, surging to level 9 in the process. Chen-bai conjured up a blade and hurled himself skyward with sudden force. Yet even then, Baphomet somehow braced and blocked the blow. He registered the block and realized level 10 must have juiced his stats to a ridiculous peak, because just seconds ago, the beast had been floundering. Baphomet surged into level 10, his stats spiked violently, and a brand new skill burst open for him. Chen-bai realized level 10 had blessed him with a monstrous passive called Indestructible Divine Body. No wonder his stats now dwarfed his own once again. Out of nowhere, Baphomet muttered aloud why they were even clashing in the first place. He declared with flat disinterest that fighting had turned boring and meaningless, though the mental worm twisted and writhed relentlessly inside his head. Chen-bai concluded the mental worm nailed its cruel job and urged that if he felt that way, he might as well just let him coast through the level. Baphomet admitted with hollow reflection that nothing mattered anymore, recounting that his entire life had been nothing but fighting, preparing for battles, and smashing 44 abyss levels for no reason beyond combat itself. He confessed with empty eyes that he didn't even know why he ever found joy in fighting, calling his life a pointless grind where even breathing counted as wasted effort. Chen-bai recognized this was his doing and silently thanked him inside, voicing a promise that he'd help him find release. Baphomet brushed him off sharply, claiming that killing him here carried no meaning at all, and Chen-bai pressed on why. Baphomet explained flatly that in that arena, both of them revived with full health endlessly. He declared that true victory only came when one willingly yielded, and he pressed if Chen-bai found him mentally deranged. Chen-bai confirmed he was a bit twisted, and admitted it had been a razor-close call, since if buffs had cleared after revival, he would have been wiped instantly. Baphomet finally surrendered, remarking with grim flair that he should move on while he lingered behind to brood over the meaning of life and whether there was anything worth chasing outside of endless battles. The system pinged with a chime that level 279 was cleared and shoved a prompt in his face to pick a recovery time. Inside the so-called rest space, Chen-bai brooded on how downright terrifying it was that Baphomet's final stats had rocketed to around 3,000 each, while his numbers barely scraped an average of a bit over 500, hammering home that the mental worm skill practically dragged him through. He declared with blunt confidence that the first god was already taken care of and muttered aloud with sharp curiosity about what kind of god would step onto the stage next. The system abruptly warned that Abyss level 350 stood as a monstrous column, its weight holding up slabs of land that shaped the whole space. Chen-bai strode into Abyss level 350 without hesitation. He admitted with grudging respect that the mental worm had turned out ridiculously useful, since from level 279 to now, he only needed to backtrack 3 times. While he speculated what sort of lord waited on the 350th floor, he abruptly declared with stark finality that it was coming. The system flared to life and revealed the level 10 Serpent Demon Lord, World Devourer Winifred, with conditions set in stone: clear the 9-headed trial or die. The 9th head spotted him instantly and, calling to her brothers with casual dominance, claimed dibs on going first. Chen-bai realized with cold recognition that this was the second god, the fabled 9-headed World Devourer, that wielded the terrifying authority of devouring, and with so little knowledge, he steeled himself for multiple deaths. The 9th head mused with a teasing edge about testing him, remarking he looked pleasing, and playfully needled if he counted as one of the most handsome among humans. Chen-bai thanked her with smooth charm, praised her delicate scales and luminous eyes, admired the flower perched on her head, and guessed she had to be the beauty among serpents. She pressed sharply if he meant it, then relented with sly amusement, conceding he had good vision and letting him pass her test. He thanked the lady with polished courtesy, and she tossed the compliment back, noting his politeness and wondering aloud if this was the style of human gentlemen. She nudged the 8th head awake, telling him it was his turn, and he blinked, asking with a lazy drawl if it was already his moment. He shrugged with disinterest and tossed out the plain question of what 1 + 1 equaled. Chen-bai answered with 2, simple and straight. The eighth head congratulated him with bland approval, and Chen Bai weighed him up as roughly on par with the fallen angel from floor 200. The seventh head barged in, asking sharply if it was finally his turn, before drifting into a musing monologue about the world's beauty and his hatred for fighting, saying he wanted more time to figure out a proper test. The fifth head cut him off, telling him to step aside and think while the rest took over, and the sixth head backed him, so the seventh reluctantly yielded. The fifth head introduced himself with heavy pride as the devourer and controller of water, while the sixth countered just as firmly, declaring himself the devourer and controller of fire. Chen Bai pressed both of them with blunt demand on what trials they had in mind. The fifth head complained with irritation that fire never listened to him, and wondered if Chen Bai agreed it was stupid not to notice that water smothered fire, while the sixth scoffed with fire in his tone that flames burned water away and mocked the water tricks, though he admitted his own flaw of always wanting to one-up him, then demanded Chen Bai's judgment. Chen Bai froze in place, realizing with a chill that this was the kind of question that could kill. The system bluntly notified Chen Bai that the trial of the devourer of water existed to prop him up and forced the devourer of fire to admit weakness, while the trial of the devourer of fire had the same setup but flipped, backing him and pushing the devourer of water to confess inferiority. He figured failure in such a trial just spelled death, with no hidden loophole to escape. The fifth head snapped at him, demanding why he stood frozen like an idiot, and if he couldn't even grasp the obvious point that water beats fire. The sixth head scoffed that he should quit listening to such trash because anyone with eyes could see he was stronger, then mocked him by pressing if he had gone blind. Chen Bai figured the only way out of that messy standoff was to straight up kill one of them. He pulled his sword into his hand with grim resolve. The fifth head cursed furiously as he twisted away from Chen Bai's sudden strike. The sixth head barked at him, pressing what the hell he thought he was doing. The third head cut in by ridiculing the pair as idiots, while the fourth head chuckled and tossed out that handing such a dilemma to a human obviously left him ready to slash them apart. The fifth head shut his mouth at that, but the sixth head still pressed, baffled about what kind of dilemma they were even yammering on about, declaring their trial was simple as dirt. The fifth head muttered that he got it now, realizing any answer to their twisted questions would always come out wrong, and the sixth head bluntly confirmed that he was right. Chen Bai felt utterly speechless. The sixth head casually waved off the tension, remarking he could consider his trial passed and had nothing to stress over, while the fifth head added his would count too, as long as Chen Bai just picked who he believed stood stronger. Chen Bai privately griped at how childish and wildly erratic these so-called world devourers acted. He pressed them on why they obsessed over strength, yet never squared off directly, asking if they hadn't ever clashed against each other before. The fifth head explained that since they were all one being, going all out meant nothing short of suicide, which the sixth head instantly backed up, adding that if not for that rule, he would have already burned him into ashes. The fifth head spat back that it was nonsense, and that he himself would have sucked him dry like a husk of a snake. Chen Bai then pressed if this wasn't the perfect chance, pointing out they appeared only as projections in the trial, so they might as well throw everything into a fight and compete. He declared that it beat pestering him for answers, since he knew next to nothing about them anyway. The fifth head perked up at that, agreeing the human had a point, and grumbling it was a fine chance to pound the sixth head into shape, but the sixth head scoffed back, sneering that he hoped the other would finally learn respect once he lost. The first head cut them off sharply, ruling that enough was enough, and they could fight it out once the trial ended, and both of them instantly bowed to their elder brother's word. The fourth head then announced his trial was as plain as anything, saying he was born with the cosmos itself, roaming across the stars. So, before the cosmic trial started, he had never set foot on Blue Star, and he pressed Chen Bai to tell him a story or some history of that place. The seventh head chimed in quickly, saying he wanted in too, and pressed if Blue Star held any stunning scenery or tasty food, insisting they should chat about that, and then his trial could count as passed. Chen Bai stood there utterly speechless as the three looming heads boxed him in on all sides. The second head remarked with a weird sense of pride that he liked mulling over whether humans had any so-called famous thinkers or philosophers, and demanded that Chen Bai spill their ideas if he wanted to count as passing the trial. The third head butted in, grumbling about why they were dragging out a pointless chat conference, pressing how long this ridiculous trial would take, and snapping that they should let him go first because he didn't have the patience to sit through dull rambling. The little brat was supposed to take that move without hesitation. It was the very first skill he had created after hitting level 10 and unlocking the power of devouring, and the brat needed to brace himself to receive it head-on since dodging wasn't an option. Chenbai marveled over whether he could already forge a personal skill at level 10, muttering inwardly that it was no wonder the guy carried the title of god. The projectile's flying speed came off as sluggish, and the devouring range felt narrow, but the suction force was monstrous. So he figured blocking with telekinesis should be his first try. He failed to block it, and as he wrestled with the thought that this was the true power of devouring, he admitted it outclassed his blacklight virus, which could only gnaw through flesh and blood. The third head chimed in with a smirk that this was just the prototype of the devouring bomb, capped at level 10, poking if it could be that Chenbai was too weak to block it at all. Chenbai ignored his chatter completely, throwing all his focus into resisting the skill. The second head observed casually that he was retreating in rhythm with the projectile's sluggish pace, trying to sacrifice his regenerative powers to feed the skill, while the third head admitted he was clever for realizing the devouring had a limit. The catch was that once the skill reached that devouring threshold, it would burst into an explosion. Chenbai tensed instantly at that revelation. The third head coldly added that the blast damage would triple whatever energy it had absorbed. The ninth head teased with a sly voice, asking if she was right that he didn't actually want to blow the human into a bloody pulp, while the seventh head chipped in that someone as peace-loving as him couldn't stand such a mess anyway. The ninth head chuckled that it was perfect, since the human still seemed alive. Chenbai admitted grimly that the explosion had been brutal, but it wasn't enough to finish him instantly, and he called out to the third brother to ask if he had cleared the test. The third head acknowledged that he was one impressive human, and probing if he was truly unscathed, taunted that he should get ready because a second shot was coming, the upgraded version. The second head cut him off, reminding that Chenbai's test was already complete and he should stay in his lane, which made the third head curse and gripe that he should have just fired the improved version right away. The second head circled back with authority, insisting it was time to wrap up their trial by having Chenbai talk about human philosophy. The fourth head jumped in craving history instead, while the seventh head carelessly demanded good food and a nice view and pushed if he'd get that. Chenbai answered casually that it was nothing complicated. After a pause, the second head admitted human philosophy turned out to be pretty interesting, so he counted it as passed. The fourth head followed by confirming the history checked out, passing him as well, and the seventh head tossed out his own passing remark. Chenbai pressed to know what the final test would be. The first head replied that he honestly didn't care to test him, but Old 5 and Old 6 were dead set on fighting full force to settle their score. So if Chenbai survived until their duel wrapped up, he'd mark the trial cleared. Chenbai accepted with a nod and reasoned that since the floor stretched huge, he might as well just keep his distance and hide. He muttered inwardly that all 9 tests screamed rigged, so obvious that even a blind person could catch it, and wondered if the 9 were just too lazy to put in real work or if some deeper scheme was tucked behind it. On the 350th floor of the abyss, the fifth head laughed with a cocky kind of ease. He declared that he won and pressed the sixth head to admit whether he was finally convinced. The sixth head retorted that it was just the level 10, him beating the level 10 him back when they were both basically kids, so he couldn't stomach that comparison. The fifth head scoffed that maybe his level was too low, the surroundings were trash, his mood tanked, or maybe he had not even dragged himself fully awake, tossing out those excuses the way he always did. The third head commented that the bickering was getting old, and both of them needed to chill. The second and fourth brothers had only needed to relax and let that human through, and he was already irritated enough that they really should not push his temper. The fourth head argued it counted as an investment because letting that human pass would bring them nothing but upside. Since he managed to clear Baphomet's trial, there was at least a slim shot he might break through the abyssal trial and rise as the Lord of the Abyss. The second head urged him to picture it, an abyssal lord who owed them a favor and wielded the power of devouring, a combo that promised ridiculous profits. The third head conceded they might not be wrong, but admitted he still doubted the kid would finish the climb. That wolf god lurking on the 375th floor, with no one knowing how he got the authority to perform assassinations, carried a nasty reputation for slipping in and out of sight without paying any cost. There was simply no way that kid pushed through. At that moment, Chen Bai reached the 375th floor, facing the level 10 assassination and wolf god Yanogu in a space that felt stripped of any special rules. He wondered if it counted as assassination, and grumbled internally that this was about to be a headache. The one thing he struggled with was stealthy assassination types, where a single strike sealed everything. Suddenly, a trap snapped and a rope clamped around his leg. As he got yanked upward, he instantly triggered his shape-shifting blade form. He used that sharpened form to slice the rope clean through. But while he plummeted, he spotted the spikes jutting up from the ground behind him. He twisted midair and flipped hard to dodge the spikes. He hit the ground with a safe landing, but then a net stuffed with bombs dropped from above him. He wondered if this madness ever stopped. He felt a jolt of horror as the bombs lit up. A massive explosion ripped through the area. He sprang away from the wave of fire rolling toward him. He cursed in his mind because he still had not glimpsed the real enemy yet and had already been forced to burn a saved status. He cursed again while demanding to know how many traps were hiding around here. He triggered his hellfire armor. The grass constricting his body burned away. He remarked that this was the assassination and wolf god, all right, but the guy might as well be the god of traps. He was a sly, underhanded bastard. Yanogu tossed him a mocking thanks for the compliment, but there was nobody in sight. Chen Bai snapped into his thermal tracking psychic vision. Yanogu growled that he should die. Half of Chen Bai's torso got mauled, and he immediately hurled time backtracking into play. He reflected that this fight was brutal because the guy's stats dwarfed his. The traps never ran out, and that stealth was so insane not even thermal tracking could catch it properly. At that point, he needed to release his viruses early because last time the chain traps robbed him of the chance. As long as he infected Yanogu, he could use virus vision to lock onto his real position. As for the traps, he would deal with them his own way. He unleashed his energy spikes max release. He used them to trigger every hidden trap around him. The entire forest erupted with chaotic mechanisms. He cursed while pointing out that within the entire spike-covered zone were snare traps, beast traps, quicksand pits, flying leaf magic grass, and explosive thorn trees. Just within a few dozen meters, nearly 100 different traps had been planted, each one nastier than the last. Yanogu grumbled that poisoning him was tolerable, but transforming the forest into a minefield was genuinely troublesome. Chen Bai's chest got skewered again, and he instantly reverted time with another backtrack. He realized he had pieced everything together and that Yanogu had been near him right from the start. He wondered how he was supposed to crack this mess. Chen Bai was already grinding through his 5th run of time backtracking. The hourglass shimmered back to life once again. Moments ticked by, and he was already on his 8th desperate rewind. The hourglass pulsed open one more time. He figured it was bad news since its raw strength might not rival Baphomet's, but it still packed over 3 times his power. The forest traps were insanely lethal. One careless misstep could send him straight to the grave. The only shot at victory still lay in weaponizing viruses, yet every time it caught its stats dropping, it would instantly take him out. The mental worm not only failed to crush his will, but ended up gnawing away his patience instead. There was just one way to win that round. He should toss out the flu virus and the mental worm first. It was closing in. He'd then bait it into its own traps to slow and wear it down. He fired his energy spikes to trigger the traps. He figured it worked. He needed to keep pushing, scouting for more trap spots, and charting the proper route, and as long as he could stall until their stats evened out, he was sure he could finish it. Yanogu barked that he had enraged him, so he deserved to die. But Chen Bai found it funny. The hourglass flashed again. It was his 10th rewind through time backtracking. He figured with that tool, he could edge further every time, making Yanogu's defeat inevitable. Not long after, Chen Bai was on his 15th retree of time backtracking. The hourglass flickered back on. He was already getting a thrill from the hunt. After more grinding, he hit his 23rd attempt at time backtracking. Yanogu froze for a second when he got caught in his own snare. The net detonated, and Chen Bai bolted away fast. Yanogu growled that he'd torture him to death. Chen Bai figured he should stay cool, since the more rashly it moved, the easier it was to stumble into the traps it made. It came again, the open, raw, killing intent, and just like before, it lost control and charged through the traps straight on. Yonogu smashed his shield into shards. Chenbai got thrown backward. He figured that punch hit hard. Its stats had already dropped to less than double his, and he wondered if it would keep smashing through or back off to recover. Yonogu bulldozed forward and lunged for him. Chenbai figured that was perfect timing. Its stats could no longer fully dominate him, and it was already bleeding from multiple hits. It was finally a fair fight. He drove his blade straight into Yonogu's chest. The clash of steel and fury roared through the forest as both traded savage strikes. After a few fierce moments, Chenbai figured he had finally pulled it off. The system chimed that the 350th floor was cleared and told him to pick a recovery time. Chenbai figured his stats still lagged behind at the end, but thankfully, its direct fighting skill wasn't that sharp. He picked 1 hour for recovery and headed toward the resting area. He remarked that it was completely trashed, and though that gear had no durability stat, it sure wasn't unbreakable. But the plague set bonus was gone anyway. Out of the 6 tilted gods, only 3 were left standing. Then it hit him. He remembered Heloise once mentioning an Abyss Lord, the succubus queen Mechanthut, and that she ruled around floor 400. The succubus queen, queen of pleasure, the whipmaster, the bound queen, one even Heloise feared. He wondered if she was the next on the list. Moments later, he reached the 400th floor. He figured it wasn't the succubus queen after all, and he asked if it was just an endless undead army. He remarked that he had a hunch this floor would be the easiest, aside from the devouring serpent holding back. He then triggered his biochemical disaster. Material and the linked ability, mutated strength-type flesh mountain muscle, came online. He tore through the undead army with his twin blades. His strength, agility, and stamina all kept climbing higher. Chenbai figured it felt just like when he had defended the city, except this time, there was nothing to protect. Plus, those newly acquired flying swords totally boosted his ranged fighting edge. He could keep every one of his stats above 2,000 back then. He followed up with an earth-shaking strike. He realized it was coming and threw up his psychic shield in a flash, but the attack smashed through it anyway. He figured he had blocked it, and it was ridiculously close. That guy's psychic spear was seriously strong, and since his own psychic energy had no buffs, he needed to end it fast. He drove his claw straight into Gabor's chest. Gabor remarked that he couldn't believe he had actually found him. Chenbai readied his next move. Gabor commented that he was truly a human full of miracles and surprises, since even though his power wasn't that great, he somehow always made the right call when it counted. Chenbai figured that, of course, after all, he had already been ambushed and killed by him twice like that. The 400th floor was the underworld grasp wave, and Gabor's backtracking count sat at 2. He thanked him for the compliment and mentioned that he had to keep pushing forward. Gabor replied that he would be waiting for his triumphant return on the 400th floor of the Abyss, and they could chat then. He told him to keep going because Mechanthut was waiting ahead. Chenbai thought about her. Not long after, Chenbai reached floor 473, where the level 10 succubus queen of pleasure, Mechanthut, waited, and the floor had no weird conditions. She remarked that he was the human challenger of the Abyss and had actually come this far. Chenbai moved toward her. He figured it was Mechanthut, and she was stunning, her presence downright breathtaking. Then he froze up. He figured it was bad, and that he had almost fallen for it. It was a succubus's trick, and he absolutely couldn't take the bait. Mechanthut teased that he should come to her since she could sense his desire, saying it was in his nature, so why suppress it? He was already breathing hard, fighting to keep himself in check. She purred that if he wasn't coming to her, then she'd come to him instead. His desire looked like it was about to erupt. She pressed if it was really fine and guessed that it must be uncomfortable, then added that he should kneel because, with his looks, she could easily make him her pet. He should bow down and kiss her toes and let her whip mark him, and he could call her master. Obedient pets got rewarded by their owners. As expected, that was how males were, and even though he had lasted the longest, he was still a lowly creature, ready to give up everything for lust. Chenbai was bowing in front of her. Then he remembered back at Heloise's restaurant, when he mentioned that the method she taught him to control desires really worked, and that the succubus he met during that mission was no threat at all. Heloise replied that, of course, it was something she had designed specifically to counter the goddess of desire, Mechanthut. Talking about that succubus who ruled in the Abyss, she added there was actually a funny story about her, and he had asked what it was. She explained that when Mechanthut inherited the authority of desire, the person she had admired for so long instantly fell under her charm, and once corrupted by it, he made a fool of himself before her, begging for affection. That left her utterly disappointed in men. Since then, whenever she encountered someone she liked, she unleashed her full charm to test him. And as for the result, hardly anyone knew that the goddess who ruled over desire was, in truth, an innocent, pure succubus. Chenbai remarked that he couldn't believe it was like that. She noted that if one day he fell under her charm, things might get quite interesting since, deep down, he was the kind of person who'd rather go without than kneel and beg, a man who would never yield. He countered that she misunderstood because he could give in, and he would be loyal to strong and capable people like her. She checked if that was true. He answered that of course it was. Back in the moment, he snapped that of course not. Mekanthoot was caught off guard. She leapt into the air to dodge his attack. She taunted that he couldn't beat her, so he should kneel because only at her feet could he find pleasure. He retorted that she could only dream because it was either fight or die. He'd never beg for sex. She smirked that in that case, she'd see how long he could hold out because she was so lonely, and a good dog to play with would be nice. The thorns on the whip kept stretching out, and it wound around Chenbai tighter than before. He spat a curse at it. He figured it only wrapped around his upper body, but realizing he couldn't move at all, with every barb digging in, the sharp pain turned into a crawling itch that messed with his nerves. Mekanthoot taunted him, wondering if the whip didn't feel good. She mentioned that it was the punishment whip of love and restrained desire, enhanced by her authority, made to dominate anyone desperate to release their instincts. He remarked that if she wanted him to submit, that little gimmick wasn't enough, and he'd generously give her a passing grade to start with. He pressed her about what tricks she planned to show next and told her to hurry since everything so far was dull enough to earn her a bad review. She teased that his blood hadn't drained from his head yet since he could still talk like that, which made things all the more amusing. Apparently, she thought she'd just add a bit more to make him behave. Chenbai snapped. His mind drifted into a void. He recalled saying that Mekanthoot, being a god, would one day break him completely with her authority if he ever faced her in person. Heloise once remarked that reason doesn't have to choke one's instincts all the time. A bit of release was fine, as long as one could pull it back when needed. A faint glow appeared across his hand. He figured he was ready this time since the urge for the virus's reproduction was always the strongest. Back in reality, Chenbai's body shifted, bursting out of the whip's bind. Mekanthoot blinked in surprise, confused at how he could resist, thinking her charm should have made him crave pleasure and abandon willpower. No one had ever stayed sane under it. Then, he vanished. He reappeared behind her before she could react. She winced, thinking it hurt. Those spines of his were brutal. He lunged and pulled her down with him. They crashed onto the bed. Mekanthoot thought killing him might be the only option left. She readied her tail for a strike from behind. But hesitation crept in. He was the first one who hadn't fallen to her allure. Chenbai sensed her pause and figured since she gave him the chance, he wouldn't waste it. She sighed inwardly, thinking she might as well let it go, since it was only a projection anyway. She murmured that she was genuinely curious what he'd do once he lost his mind, and she wanted to witness it herself. 3 days later, Chenbai muttered that it had been one hell of a fight, right as the system reported his time backtracking count at 0 and his saved status uses at 21. The 437th floor was cleared, and when prompted for recovery time, he picked an hour. He mused that he'd face the Minotaur, Hydra, Golden Wolf, the Undead, and Mekanthoot, wondering if that meant he had already conquered 5 gods. He remarked that each of the first 5 had something useful for victory, and he wondered what the 6th challenge would bring. Meanwhile, in the 437th layer of the True Abyss, the succubus's palace, Mekanthoot greeted Bai, asking her queen for orders. Mekanthoot admitted she hadn't expected her projection to go through something that wild. She pondered if that was what being conquered actually felt like. She mused that she should head to the 500th floor and kill that guy herself, but then she thought she might let him finish the Abyss trials, reach godhood, and let her taste that feeling again. Reality caught up. She scoffed, asking if she'd really go to the 500th floor to kill him, calling it a joke. She wasn't even a match for the Lord of Eternal Night. She shrugged it off, but muttered that it was a pity. At the 500th floor, Egaraz noted that Chenbai had made it to him and reached the final trial, so his feats would be remembered. But, he said, legends weren't for him, because his journey would end here. He was demon royalty, Lord of Eternal Night, level 10, Egaraz. Chenbai cut him off, saying there should be less talk. Then Egaraz vanished. Chenbai instantly activated his heat-sensing tracking and psychic vision. He unleashed his virus, influenza, pneumonia, and mental worm, grumbling that it was annoying since thermal tracking couldn't pierce that darkness, and neither could psychic sight, meaning he'd have to die plenty. He noted how long it had been and wondered why Agarez hadn't attacked yet. Then, out of nowhere, the system chimed in that the 500th floor was cleared and asked him to choose a recovery time. He blinked and muttered what the hell just happened. Agarez remarked that he was an interesting human. Chenbai quickly turned his gaze toward where he stood. As he vanished, Agarez mentioned that he looked forward to the day they met again. Chenbai wondered what that was supposed to mean and why he let him go. He cursed under his breath, wondering why he couldn't just talk straight, and grumbled in his head that those riddle-spewing bastards who never spoke plainly should all just drop dead. The system then popped up, notifying him that the recovery time he picked was 1 second. The shortest recovery time was 1 minute, and if he chose anything shorter, he would move straight to the next level. So it asked if he wanted to continue, and he confirmed. Moments later, the system reported that the 501st floor had collapsed, meaning he was now entering the 502nd floor, and he figured he was starting over again. He wondered how many floors had vanished and would be skipped this time, thinking that since he'd already faced the 6 gods, there shouldn't be too many left. When he hit the 600th floor, the system informed him that there was no current lord, so it was extracting the former demon lord's phantom incarnation and told him to brace himself. Chenbai realized there were still 100 floors left. The system announced that the next would be the incarnation of evil, level 10 Satan. And he couldn't believe it. Was it really Satan, the traitor of the abyss, the creator of hell, the legendary god of evil? Satan muttered that he never thought his consciousness would ever awaken in the abyss again. That broken 600th floor of the abyss still lingered. Chenbai tensed up. Satan then wondered aloud if it was because someone was challenging the abyss trial and had reached him. He commented that such immense power was truly impressive, then pressed Chenbai for his name. Chenbai thought he sure talked too much. He quietly released his viruses behind him. Satan went on that if his real body hadn't died, he'd actually like to meet him somewhere else one day, suggesting they sit and chat, insisting he was never fond of senseless bloodshed. Chenbai wondered if his true form was really dead. Satan asked if he wasn't interested in talking. He added that he should show him what he relied on to get that far. He questioned if he even knew how to wield the power of hell. He sneered that using hellfire to fight his hellfire was clever but stupid, saying he'd forgotten who the true Lord of Hell was. Chenbai cursed mentally, realizing he couldn't move or pull back his hellfire. If he dropped the hellfire armor, he'd be left dodging helplessly. But if he kept it up, Satan would control it, so he figured he needed to backtrack and find another route. Satan commented that reaching so far only to die there was a waste, so he suggested they work together. Chenbai shot back if that was what he called cooperation. Satan apologized, admitting it was his mistake. Chenbai told him to talk, asking what kind of cooperation he meant. Satan explained that his true body had long perished, but the Abyss trial had resurrected him, asking if that wasn't a good chance. But Chenbai pointed out he was merely a projection. Satan said it was complicated but summed it up by explaining that the Abyss created projections from the life imprints of all abyssal beings. As long as that trace of life imprint was kept and brought out of the Abyss, he could truly return. Chenbai asked what the price was. Satan said he just needed to carry him out of the Abyss. There was no cost, and he'd even earn a piece of his legacy in hell as payment. Chenbai wondered how there could be no risk with that many perks. He didn't buy it and thought only an idiot would. Still, he asked how exactly he was supposed to help. Satan said his life imprint would be sealed within, and all Chenbai needed to do was carry it out of the Abyss. Once he did, it would be his, and Chenbai pressed what it was. It turned out to be the SS-class Lord of Hell, Solomon's Ring. Chenbai couldn't help but curse in his head, wondering how that guy could part with something that valuable. He figured he shouldn't trust him, but since he couldn't beat him and didn't know his real aim, he pondered how to break the stalemate. He put on the ring and triggered the Hell King form. Nothing happened, so he asked if the ring was fake, and Satan told him it didn't fully belong to him yet. He apologized, explaining he had nothing else to offer as proof of goodwill. After all, he was just a fading soul born from a life imprint, and that ring was all he could use for now. Chenbai apologized, saying he couldn't trust him. Satan let out a cold chuckle. He taunted that even if he stopped using hellfire, as long as any infernal power lingered inside him, he'd never escape his control, the god of hells. Chenbai pulled up his saved status and asked what would happen if he refused the deal. Satan asked if he was still testing him and said fine. He wouldn't kill him because no one knew when another challenger capable of reaching that point would appear. Still, they could sit there wasting eternity together until someone more cooperative showed up. Chenbai shrugged that staying there forever wasn't exactly fun, so he agreed to the deal.